Once you have played Stardew Valley 10,000 times like I have, you tend to set yourself goals that might be a bit more complicated than just enjoying the game like a normal person would do. And for my 1.6 playthrough, I decided to go all in and gave myself the most ridiculous goals I could think of. These are to have a full family, aka spouse and children, gifting every villager all of the gifts in their love category, including prismatic shards, pearls, and all that complicated stuff, collect all of the 9 night market paintings, get one of each giant crop, 5 total if you include Mr. Kim, have at least one of each animal, including the color variations that they might have, get all the 11 possible colored fish puns, and last but definitely not least, collect every single hat in the game. There are 121 in total, and some are obtained by reaching difficult goals or heavily depend on RNG to find them, so this will be my biggest grind. While I did make a separate video for each 100 days or year I played in the valley, this video is the compilation of all my mystery and adventures, every single day and every single mistake I made. All very neatly arranged in a long movie form, so you can just lay back, relax, grab a snack, and enjoy my full playthrough of Stardew Valley 1.6, where I did literally everything. Hope you enjoy it! So I created my typical character with my typical shirt and my typical skirt. I named her Erwin in the Shire farm and got right into it. Also, just as an FYI, I'm picking up the Four Corners farm because it is my absolute favorite. It helps me stay organized, it gives me space for everything that I want in my farm, has a little regrowable stump and a little quarry, so there's nothing not to love about it. Also, I feel like everyone recently has been picking out the Meadowlands farm or even the Riverlands farm, so I decided to just change things up a little bit. So I got my parsnips and started clearing out the area to plant them, but I haven't planted them yet because, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm under the impression that once you plant over 15 crops, you are at risk of crows, but only for those crops that are planted after, meaning the first 15 crops that I plant should be safe from crows. Right? So I don't know, it's just a thing that I do usually. I plant the other crops that I'm more worried about earlier before I'm allowed to have a scarecrow. Just let me know in the comments down below if this is the right thing to do. It's just something I'm just used to at this point. I got enough wood for a chest and went looking for forageables. I started meeting the villagers and they're just so happy to see me. Also, I started searching through the trash for goodies, and it's something I'm gonna be doing every single day even if I don't mention it. I bought a variety of crops and planted them. I also included some tulips for decoration because I just love flowers. I cleared some more of the farm and went to bed. Day 2 started by taking the short trip to the pond nearby to fill my watering can. Isn't it just so great instead of having to go all the way around and through my coop to get there? I watered my lovely field and made a second chest. Then I headed to the beach. I got my fishing rod and headed home to drop the things I had foraged at the beach. Then I headed to the mountain lake where I would be fishing for the rest of the day. I was eating some of the cheaper fishes to have energy to keep fishing, since my goal was to get at least to level 2. I also introduced myself to Seb since he was around just taking a smoke. I was a little broke and it was late, so I just decided to stay here for the night since I got a level up on foraging and 2 level ups on fishing. This meant I would be waking up with full energy the next morning. Day 3 was raining, so since I didn't have to water my crops, I cut trees instead. And then I collected a few forageables plus the stuff I had dropped on the floor yesterday before passing out. I then head down to the town with the intention of getting a few catfishes. The first attempt I failed miserably. I struggled a ton throughout the rest of the day but got my hands on 6 catfishes total. So I fished the entirety of the day, in the rain, alone, but had plenty of algae snacks. And I also got the Fisherman achievement, which is very important because achievements unlock hats and I'm planning to get my hands on as many as I can. I passed out tonight as well, since I was told I had new ideas to sleep on, meaning I had to level up on my fishing again. Twice. The next day I put my fish away and watered my crops. I cut some trees and then went to Willie to sell my fish directly to him so I could buy the fiberglass rod immediately and also some bait. Then I fished on the ocean. Also, I had fishes for snacks when I got tired so I could fish for the entirety of the day. Before Willy left, I sold my fishes to him and also changed the style of my bobber because this is just so cool. I continued to meet more of the villagers, including Emily, who I will be marrying, because at her 14 heart event, she gives you a full outfit, including a hat, which I want. But I'm willing to divorce. In case you have a suggestion of who should I be marrying after her, just let me know down in the comments below and I will consider that as well. I spent the rest of the evening clearing the farm from weed since it doesn't take any energy, and I also redecorated my house to fit a little bit better my style. Day 5 is a very important day, because we got a cat, and I named him Balrog. Are you starting to get the theme of this farm? I watered and picked up lots of parsnips, and I checked on the traveling card. She had a mackerel, but I figured if I needed it, I could just make it myself later. I went to town and Louis showed me the community center. Then I had to Pierce and sold all the parsnips I had gotten. Then I got kale seeds instead, because kale gives you a huge amount of farming experience and I wanted to get to level 6 as soon as I could, so that I could craft quality sprinklers. I also got 3 more parsnips and some flowers, because they're so cute. I also found some carrot seeds on the ground, so I planted them as well. It was not the best luck, but I made it to floor 8 before I got exhausted. Then I took the long walk home, pet my cat and slept. And I got level 1 farming. The next day, Clint visited me to show me how to make furnaces, and from now on you can just assume that I watered my crops, okay? The wizard seemed nice to me, so I took a nice trip with him. And then I realized I needed spring onion for the spring bundle. Also, did I mention that I picked the remix bundles? Yeah, I think this is the funnest way to do it, so I always pick the remix bundles. Unfortunately, when I looked, there were no spring onions. I checked on the rest of the bundles and found the forest bundle. A new one. How fun. Then I head to the mines trying to go even deeper and got to floor 10. My main goal was getting copper instead of going deeper. For the furnace, then a few bars, but I also got a level up and I was very happy about that. I made a furnace and got the work boots in the mines. Yeah, I also remixed the mine rewards. It's just that this is the only way of obtaining the crystal shoes, which are part of my typical outfit, so that's why I picked them. I started smelting the bars right away, and I was so close to floor 15 but was exhausted, so I came back up and kept smelting. I also drank a Georgia Cola for some caffeine to get home. And I didn't only get a level up in mining, but also in combat. Very nice. Last day of the week, I decided to go fishing, so I crafted some more bait and decided to stop by check on the traveling card, and she had the red vest. I wanted it so bad, but it was too pricey. I picked up my ready potatoes and went up to pick up my furnace from the mines. I got a few bars going while I went to donate some items to the museum. This is one of my favorite cutscenes in the entirety of the game because I don't know why, but I find this extremely funny. Abysmal. I also realized that earlier in the week I had sold a spring onion to Pierre, so I bought it back since he still had it. Oh, and I got some more potatoes. I went back to the farm to plant them and collected the forageables I needed for the spring bundle. After completing it, I checked on the new bundles and there is some pretty interesting stuff here. Back at Clint's, I opened a few geodes and donated the minerals I found inside. Then I had enough bars to have Clint upgrade my pickaxe. I headed home to make a scarecrow, and finally, at 2 PM, my fishing day started. But failed, because I didn't get any catfishes. Also, it was Louis's birthday, so I gave him a daffodil, and then he smelled me. Ew. I also talked with Emily, cause you gotta get those hearts up. I did some cleaning up in the farm and head to bed. I got level 5 fishing and went for the fisher profession that gives me more money. Oh, and also I guess I get a foraging level. On day 8, my dad sent me some money. I harvested my first carrots and cleared up a bit more of the farm. I also cut some of the trees up north because they regrow without me planting them. Just a way of getting extra wood. I wanted to collect enough wood to fix the bridge at the beach. I found some soup in the trash and finally had access to the east beach side, so I could get lots of beach forageables. Just one for today though. Then I went fishing in front of Willis's shop, also having fishy snacks cause I got too tired from all the wood chopping. I got the mother catch achievement. I sold the fish I had to Willie when my inventory got full so I could keep fishing. The reason I wanted to fish a lot was because I wanted to get a coop as soon as possible. Because chickens are such a great source of income and love. Aww. Eventually, Willie joined me, but I was already tired, so I went home, made a few field snacks, and got to chopping wood. I tend to always run out of wood, but not this time. I was preparing for it. The next day, my pickaxe was ready to be picked up. I also made a chest that I call the community center chest, where I place the things that need to be saved for bundles so I don't forget to take them or sell them accidentally. I made a few spring seeds that then sold directly to Pierre in exchange for some parsnip seeds. Oh, and I also collected my pickaxe. I stopped this bubble spot and had to take advantage of it. Then, while exploring the beach, I found yet another bubble spot. I guess this day turned out to be a fishing day as well. I will do more stuff, I promise. I planted the parsnip seeds, had more fish snacks, and can you guess what I did? You're right, I fished the rest of the day. I just really enjoy fishing in this game. I was eating the algae snacks I fished so I could have enough energy, cause I was running low. Back in the farm, I chopped one last tree before getting to bed. No tree is safe from me. And overnight, I got level 6 fishing. Very nice. The spirits were in a good mood on day 10, so I planned to go to the mines. I brought with me the pumpkin soup I dug from the trash a few days ago and cut some trees before heading to the mines. I also got a level up in foraging with new ideas to sleep on. I had a ton of field snacks to have enough energy to keep going. I wanted to get enough wood to get a coop order from Robin. And so, my mine day started until almost 3 p.m. But it went very well because I got lots of ore, some carrot seeds, and got to level 20, where I got myself a steel small sword. Definitely an upgrade from what I had before. At this point, more than going deep, I wanted resources, so I was taking care of lots of baddies. Despite that, I did made it to floor 30. I also unlocked the Adventurers Guild and walked home late but proud with lots of goodies. I took the late night to smelt a few copper bars and went to bed, not only having a foraging level up, but mining as well. The next day was a worse luck day, but Willie told me that he had some new rods available.
My super ears are burning.
And see how pleasant it is to harvest all this kale. It was so satisfying I got new ideas to sleep on. Also, kale was needed for my bundles, so one went directly to the chest. I know that I don't mention this much, but I have been taking care of my sweet little Balrog. Since there was no luck today, I decided to clear more of the farm, and the bookseller was in town today. He got added with the 1.6 update, and his books are so expensive to a new farmer. But I will be back. I will be back. I went to Pierre to buy the seeds I needed and could only afford 9. So I went to look for some forageables to get some more monies. I got what I could since Leah had already did her foraging first, and I also got Robin's axe. She wouldn't take it though. I went back to Pierre's and completed the quest that Abby had in the mail. I also sold the forageables I had gathered and got myself a few more kill seeds. On my way home, I accidentally picked up a tulip. I decided to pick the rest of them too. I planted the kale and fertilized it. With fertilizer I made myself. Use that sap. Don't just toss it. I then had everything I needed for the spring bundle, so I packed my thing as well as some geodes. I found a daffodil and gifted it to Haley since she was right there. I completed the spring bundle and got 20 speed grow from it. Then I checked on the new bundles and was a little sad because I was going to need to get iridium to unlock the mine cards, which is usually my first romp to finish, but I guess not today. I had Clint open some geodes for me and got a few nice goodies. Donated the things I could to the museum and got myself some new cauliflower seeds and even melon seeds. I did some wood cutting with the time I had and headed home with over 150 pieces of wood. Since it was still early, I cleared some more of the farm to the border of exhaustion. Then I remember I had those cauliflower seeds, so I made myself a snack and planted them. Day 12 was yet another worse luck day, but I had carrots and blue jazzes ready. And since I didn't think the mines were going to be great today because of the lack of luck, I decided to go and cause some deforestation. I even packed extra field snacks to keep me busy. The traveling cart had a nice book, but it was too pricey for my budget. Worry not, I did not cut trees all day. Eventually, I went to the lake to catch some fishes, and that is where I had my field snacks. My inventory was getting so full I had to start dropping things on the floor, so I took a trip home to sell things and went back to fishing. First fished the floor, then fished on the water, as pros do. Then I saw a frenzy was happening, so I went in looking for this huge fishing booster. Look at all them chubs. I got a total of 11 chubs and also an ancient seed. No big deal, just one of the best crops in the game. I sold the fishes I caught and made it to bed just before 2. Also, look at all that money! On day 13, I woke up to the greenhorn achievement and a nice harvest of cauliflowers, parsnips, and potatoes. Since I went to bed late, today I was tired early, so I had to eat some of my parsnips to have the physical and mental energy to keep watering. I prepared the land for the special seeds I was going to get today. Not only by watering it, but also putting speed grow on it. This would make it so that the strawberries I planted today would give me an additional harvest. Very nice. I got exactly 20 seeds and talked with all the villagers, completing the quest of meeting everybody. I also got a nice picture for the album. Aww. But that was not the best part about today, cause nothing makes me more happy than completely annihilating everyone at the egg hunt. I did this only for the strat hat, okay? Which, hey, this is our first obtained hat. Only 120 to go. Sunday again. I learned how to make coleslaw and also got a level up in farming from harvesting rice shoots. I waited outside of Marnie's ranch because my coop was ready. I bought 2 chickens and named them Frodo and Samwise. I also finally got my backpack upgrade. It was so needed. Now I didn't have to be tossing my fish on the floor after catching them. I went dumpster diving and got an amethyst among other goodies. For her birthday, I gave Haley a daffodil. Is it obvious that she's one of my favorites? I tried to go down on the mines today. These are some of the hardest floors for me, especially without a light ring, because I can't see one thing. I was also not having good luck going down. It took me hours just to get to floor 35. I even had to take a leak snack break. Also, my sword is not that great. With much effort, I finally made it to floor 40, which was great because I could now access iron and dust sprites. Count your days, little ones. Count your days. Starting today, one of my daily chores will be to pet my chickens. I made a chest where I will be putting my mines things, like ore, geodes, and whatnot. I checked on the bundles I had so I could prep better. I also colored my spring chest to pink. Today was the beginning of salmonberry season, so I went around collecting some. I also checked on the hat mouse, still can't afford much. Also, because it was raining, I had to stop at Marnie's for some hay for the chickens. Today I finally went to the museum to donate my ancient seed. Yes, I may have forgotten about it until now. I left everything I had foraged at the chest I have in the mines and dived down. I am still struggling a lot with my sword, but I was happy to work on some monster goals and collecting coal. I also had some ideas to sleep on. Despite my slow progress, I made it to floor 45 and got myself some cute Tundra boots. Just a few floors down I found some other boots, but the stats were so similar that I did not change them. I did make it to floor 50 after all, tired and late at night. I also planted my ancient seed before I forgot. Day 16 was sunny again, which meant I had to water my crops. They are not a lot, but it sure gets exhausting. I cut some more trees in the farm, in Cindersap Forest, and also got some more salmonberries. This would help me a lot with my energy in the future. At noon, I had already collected over 50. I started to dig in immediately. I was happy to see lots of forageables at the beach. The breeze of the ocean was good to me as I fished by the ocean for the rest of the day. I saw the fish I was not going to need, had a snack, and cleared some of the rocks in the farm, and got to smelting some bars as well. I hadn't noticed, but I also got a foraging level. It was raining again. However, my luck was still not great. I did get to harvest lots of crops though. And my chickens are already producing eggs. I immediately crafted mayonnaise machines. Now we're talking business. I figured it was about time for me to get a silo, so I gathered the resources I would need. My first stop, however, was close to the hat mouse shop, where I would find the leprechaun hat, along with a pot of gold, very fancy. After handling this crucial business, I also had to make another stop at Marnie's for more hay. I didn't want Frodo and Sam to be hungry. I also made sure to stop by Robin's to commission a silo, but I didn't have enough bars. So I went for a walk in town and remembered that Pierre does not open his store on Wednesdays. After years of playing, you'd think I would have learned this by now, right? I intended to sell my crops and mayo to him directly for some insta cash, but the gold old chipping bin would do. I also picked up another copper bar so I could get that silo going, in the furthest part of my farm I could think. Then I found out that Abigail was holding grudges at me for winning the festival. Dude grew up already. I decided that my time would be best spent under the rain fishing by the ocean. And I am glad I did because I got a level up right away. At least I had my hat to protect me from the rain. Back at home, I saved an eel for the community center and sold everything else I knew I was not going to need. Turns out there was going to be a lot of rain this season. Amongst the things I did today were making a recycling machine, an official fish chest, and more salmonberry collecting. I was also finally able to get more kale seeds for the farm. I mean, since it's going to be raining this much, might as well. I also planted some more parsnips, with fertilizer, of course. I kept looking at the beach to see if I could find any sea urchins. I really wanted to craft a bait maker. Since I had no luck, I parked my furnace, my copper ore, and my fishing pole right next to Clint's. There I would have bars baking while I fished. And when I had enough, I asked Clint for an upgrade to my axe. Then I found some bubbles, and I could not let that pass. I wanted to get catfishes, but I didn't have any luck. Got plenty of smallmouth basses though. Eventually, a second bubble spot appeared, but I got tired and was baitless, so I went home at around 10 p.m. Sold everything I had and made bars before heading to bed. On day 19, the spirits were happy. I pet Balrog and then found Demetrius at my door asking me if I would do mushrooms. If I would want a mushroom cave or a fruit bat cave. Even though I really like fruit bats, no, I ended up choosing mushrooms because of the dehydrator. I choose mushrooms most of the time anyway. What do you think? What is the best option to go about here? Since my silo was ready, I could start cutting grass for hay, so I would not have to depend on Marnie to feed my littlies. I prepared myself for Mine's Dive. I was having a lot of luck, even though my sword still sucked. Also, man, I don't like ghosts, especially with such a crappy sword. They take ages to kill. Despite that, I was on a roll and got to level 55 very quickly. Man, I really need to get a better sword. At some point, I almost got 0 health, so I had to run away. But it was okay, cause I got to talk with Alex about how much he likes eggs. You weirdo. And I also say hi to the people at the salon since it was a Friday. However, for some reason, Robin did not want to come here, so I went all the way up to the mountains again to finally give her her eggs. Back at home, I made use of my machines and organized some things before getting to bed. My copper axe was ready, and so were my strawberries, granting me a farming level and lots of watering to do. I saved a few strawberries for when I needed them. I sold my goodies directly to Pierre and stopped by Jody to give her the cauliflower she requested a while ago. I hope it is still good for her curry. Today was also a Mines Day. I made it to floor 60 and got lots of coal from dust sprites. The combat struggle is real though. I was so close to dying or getting tired so many times. And the worst thing was that my reward was a lame dagger that I don't even know how to use. On my way home, I saw Linus digging through the trash. Nice. I also didn't forget to stop by the saloon to give Shane a birthday present. Smelted the last bar before bed and was happy to see not only a level up in farming but also in mining. On Sunday, I learned the recipe for radish salad and then Shane sent me the recipe for pepper poppers. Very nice of him. I picked up my axe and today was finally the day I donated everything I had saved for the museum. I also opened more geodes, allowing me to donate even more. I kept checking at the beach for sea urchins. Today, I also decided to come to the mines to get my hands on a cave jelly. And believe it or not, it was my first catch. I also got my hands on the stonefish and the ghost fish. Literally got everything I needed on my first 3 catches. So, because I was on a roll, I came down to floor 60 to catch the ice pip. This one took me a while to even hook it, and then I realized it was way harder than I thought to catch. I will return for you. I saw the other fishes though. I just needed to make sure I catch them. Also, I just remember I have mushrooms and a whole dehydrator. To finish the day, I decided to cut some more trees. I was hoping Leah would be okay with me destroying the trees in front of her house. Nothing to see here. While cutting down trees, I found my first ever book, the Stardew Valley Almanac. It gives you some farming experience. Then I could have just gone to bed, but I had everything I needed for this bundle. So instead, and since it didn't take any energy, I went to complete the bundle. I also checked on what other things I was going to have to do. The Helpers bundle, the Spirit's Eve bundle, and the Home Cooks bundle are from the remixed versions. I installed my second furnace and got it to work right away. Another good week in the valley. Day 22 brought the best luck possible, and I noticed that the background of the TV was a little different, like sparkly. I was happy to see my parsnips were all grown already too. I made a few tappers and preserve jars where I placed my recently harvested parsnips. I placed the tappers on the trees by the bus since I pass through here often. I got even more parsnips, and then Louis was mad at me for digging through his trash. I found a daffodil right across his fence and gifted it to him so he would not complain as much. I sold my mayo earlier so I could afford buying the smoker recipe. Money was going to start flowing. Also, still no sea urchins. I went to the mines with the dagger I had just acquired and oh man, somehow I struggled even more. I could not even get through one floor. I went to the Adventurers Guild to see if I could afford anything better, and I got myself a femur.
Where's my femur?
It was not great, but it was not as bad. At least good enough that I made it to floor 65, and got a level up in combat. On my way home, and because I am a meanie, I stole Linus's horseradish and turned his fire out. Just kidding. Of course I didn't turn out the fire. I still had lots of energy despite my health being so low. So I cut trees in the farm, especially little pieces of wood. I remember I had a level up so I didn't mind exhausting and walking slow home. The next day some of my crops were ready, as well as a new farming level. I cut some grass, sold my stuff directly to Pierre and bought more parsnip seeds. I don't really have much time to grow anything else, so parsnips it is. I also cutted more hardwood to have enough to make my first smoker. Started cooking my catfishes I've been saving. I also decided to work on the coal finding quest I had from the comfort of my home. When I have a bad luck day, I like to stay at home and clear the farm. The bottom left corner is looking good already. I completed the quest I needed, and I knew it because this little thingy pops up letting me know how much I have collected when having a certain quest. I visited Clint and collected my payment, which allowed me to have my first ever prize ticket. My first reward were lots of carrot seeds, which I planted right away, since it turns out there are crops that I can still grow. I ate some salmonberry snacks, of course, to have energy to do it. And don't forget the fertilizer. Overnight, I chose the tiller profession with the artisan profession in mind, of course, and I also picked the gatherer profession. Now look at that cash.
Here comes the money.
The next day had lots of harvest. I fed my chickens and made more mayo, and everything seemed fine until... You see, I had not made it to 4 hearts with anyone, so obviously no one wanted to dance with me. I mean, I know you don't like me, but why do you have to say it like that? I even asked Marlon, but he was more interested in Marnie. So this is how my first flower dance in the valley went. But good things did happen. I got my first pickled parsnips, a letter from Dad, and lots of money. So bad you don't want to dance with me, huh? We are very close to the end of the season, so I want to make the most out of it. I commissioned a barn from Robin, and since this corner of the farm is full of grass and kinda cleared up, I placed it there. Then I took a trip to the mines and struggled. But did manage to get to floor 70 after all, and I got some summer squash seeds. So looking forward to the summer. Floors 70 to 80 are filled with skeletons, and I was not succeeding. I mean, I even tried to break stones with my hoe. With the help of salmonberries and diligent work, I got to level 75. And since there were so many skeletons, I got my hands on a bone sword. Which is just so much better. With this confidence boost, I wanted to get to floor 80, and even though it was hard...
Where the heck is the ladder? Oh, there it is.
I made it to floor 80 just before 2 a.m. I knew I was not going to make it home, so I waited by the lake. No worries, the next day Linus and his kindness would take me home, for a fee of course. I was not upset though. Frodo and Sam had big eggs now, and there were tons of crops ready. Directly to the bin. I'm also making dried mushrooms already. Also, here's my live commentary on what the traveling card had to offer.
I am so tempted to buy these little photos as decoration for the house because they're so cute.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to.
Okay.
No, the red fez, it's available. but it's 8,000 and I don't have the money for it.
How else can you get it?
Rarely. It's one of the hats, so I want to get it, but I need to save money for summer.
A few moments later.
Since I had a little bit of money, I decided to get 2 more chickens. I named them Mary and Pippin. Pretty cool, huh? Then I went to the lake to fish. I got a level up right away, and I brought the smoker with me to play some of the fishes I catch, specifically the largemouth bass and the bullheads. The rest would be good food for energy or sold without smoking. Don't worry, I didn't leave my smoker out for the night. I also stopped by the town and remembered it was Pierre's birthday. I was lucky enough to still catch him at the saloon, so I got him a beer. Day 27th, I got some of my last crops of the season. Then I grabbed the geodes and artifacts I could donate to the museum for a trip to the town. I donated 7 things, then got more fancy things I claimed from opening geodes, and was able to donate 10 more things. From the rewards, everything but the pumpkin seeds was kind of lame. I finished the day by doing more fishing, cooking, and getting rich. Last day of the season, I learned to make omelets. My field was nasty, but at least I had some strawberries. I would be using this to make jam. The traveling cart had nothing interesting, but since I was loaded in money and my barn was finally ready, I got myself a few cows and named them Gimli, Glowing, Thorin, and Balin. Then I dived into the mines with the intention of obtaining gold. The next season was just around the corner and I wanted to be able to craft quality sprinklers. I got some fancy genie shoes and made it to floor 85 with no much fuss. This new sword helped a lot. I was going back and forth between floors trying to collect as much gold as possible. I got a total of 28 today. Not bad. I cleared some grass before going to bed. I like to empty my silo and keep the extra hay on a chest. That way I can save lots of it without having to build many silos. Overnight I got level 6 farming, unlocking the quality sprinklers, and I picked the miner profession at level 5 mining. Overall, I think my first spring was pretty great, but there is still much to do. Summer is finally here. I had to get to work right away. I harvested my first ever coffee seeds and planted them so I could start my coffee empire. I kept working on my gold bars since today was a day of sprinkler making. I worked hard on getting the field ready for the summer seeds I was getting. This was also my first day collecting oak resin from these trees. I got some seeds and planted them speedily. This is how my new and improved field looks like. I know, so cute. While making the sprinklers I needed, I got the DIY achievement. I moved the torches from the floor to the sprinklers because why wouldn't I take advantage of this addition? I don't forget about my cows, don't worry. I finished my chores late enough that I just stayed at the farm cutting trees. I also fertilized everything before going to bed, as well as planted the squash I almost forgot. The next day I found myself still watering some crops since I had not collected enough gold for all the sprinklers I wanted to make. Yesterday I didn't forget about my cows, but I did forget about my chickens, and some were upset at me for not feeding them, and found loads of forageables today. I decided to do a mines dive, trying to get all that gold I needed. Overall, it went pretty good, but I was starting to feel the need of a pickaxe upgrade. During my dive, I found more summer squash seeds and a level up in combat. I got 42 gold total when I headed home. I started smelting it right away. I also planted the rest of the squashes. It bothered me a little that they were a day off, but it was fine. Since it was still early in the day, I went to Cinders of Forest to forage. I was getting loads of flower seeds, one of my favorite additions in the update 1.6, and today was a day. I went to the Hat Mouse since I had unlocked it already and spent 2000 G on my precious lucky bow. My outfit was almost completed. I kept foraging and got everything I needed for the summer forage bundle. I also refilled my preserve jars with more strawberries. With a little bit of energy I had left, I planted my random flowers. I am so excited. I placed the sprinklers I needed, and there was an earthquake over the night. Day 31, Luis asked me to bring him his shorts. Why? Why are you so weird, dude? I took care of all my animals, and since my coffee yielded again, I planted some more. I cut some more trees today, cause now I had my eyes on a big coop. When cutting, a nice soft veil fell from the branches, And you know what I needed to do? I felt like a princess. I checked on the train station area for the first time and cleared some of it. I also use this area to plant trees. It is out of my way, and if they grow here, I always have wood to spare. Every tree seed I make ends up in here, and I finally remembered to come to the community center to complete this bundle, unlocking the last few bundles I would need to complete. I made my very first bee house. Aww. And placed some more things in my community center chest. The next day I found some very valuable information about the fish I needed to catch. Today, I finally decided to move the dehydrator to somewhere I would actually use it. I had a super cute interaction with Morrow and had my axe upgraded to steel. Then I went to the mines. I imagine mining with a veil would be quite aesthetic. However, a few floors down, I found myself the knight's helmet, which is more fitting to the mines, I think. I got my hands on a dancing crab, witnessed slimes doing the love dance, and got myself a second bone sword. I made it to floor 90, and then I was lucky I only lost 100 G. I sold what I could back at the farm and went to bed early to think of my wrongdoings. Oh, and I guess I also got a level up in mining. Day 33 was the first day my cows were producing milk. So exciting. Oh, and Balrog gets living the absolute dream. I refilled the preserve jars with different veggies. There were tons of forageables at the beach today, including a sea urchin. Finally. Hopefully I won't forget about the bait maker. I got a level up in foraging, a trout soup from Willy, and casted my line at the east dock. I was getting myself out to catch the crimson fish. In the process, I got the Old Mariner achievement and catched a bunch of other goodies. But when it came to the legendary fish, I struggled a lot. I mean, check this out. It was actually so sad to rewatch my failure while editing this. I didn't get him, but I will be back for you, little one. Back at the farm I did some organization chores, like waiting for my recycling machine to be done, and this gave me the time to admire my field. We really have come a long way, haven't we? The next day my axe was ready, but I didn't have time to go pick it up. I harvested some peppers, then I made my way to Robin's to get a fish pond built. I had my plans for what I was going to use it for. Then I did a little mines dive, trying to get as deep as I could. It went well. I made it to floor 95 and kept diving, took a salmonberry snack, and fought for my life. I was so close to dying I had to have my cave carrots, and then I got my hands on my first ever star drop. I went home to do some more chores and went to bed. A great day. Day 35 was weird. For starters, everything was green. The green rain had fallen upon the valley. My axe was ready to be picked up, but I wasn't going to be able to get it. I collected all the fiber I could, while also doing all my harvesting. There was so much moss. Exciting. Gus invited everyone to the saloon to be safe. Very kind of him. I didn't rush there though. I visited this household first, and this is one of the most wholesome dialogues of Sam. Then I got to talk to the villagers at the saloon, and I just love that Penny and Haley are here. Some of the dialogues are just hilarious. And some are so sweet, not you. And so funny. No, not you. Pierre's household was also interesting to see. Abigail was sweet. Pierre was just Pierre. The ones that take the prize as sweetest conversations must be the Molnars. And the funnest ones are definitely the family at the mountains. I just love the relationship Robin and Demetrius have, and I find her reaction to him being an idiot very funny. Despite the commotion, I completed a quest for George because he asked for a radish. I spent the rest of the day cutting fiber since I couldn't pick up my axe because someone was too busy doing nothing at the saloon. Guys, I literally cut weed like there was no tomorrow. I stopped at the mouse hat and got myself the official hat. Very fancy. No reason. I was just on the area and figured, hey, one less hat. Just another week in the valley. The next day, I picked my fresh squashes, and I saw the things my machines have been producing. I checked on the bundles and decided to pack my things to do a trip to the community center. I donated a total of 22 things. completing the treasure hunters bundle. Back at the farm, I made my first cheese maker, and only one. I don't know why. It was also Gus's birthday, so I got him a diamond. And after many days, I finally picked up my axe. I also opened some geodes and donated a fire quartz to the museum. Then I went to the ocean where I would join Sebastian, who preferred to be alone, for a fishing day. There were a few fishes I needed from summer that only appeared during rainy days. I kept quiet so I wouldn't disturb Seb's alone time in the rain. I got everything I needed, including the red snapper and a super cucumber. I also got new ideas to sleep on. I was so close to level 10 fishing. After a long day, I donated more things to the community center and head to bed. Gus and I are great friends now, and here is one more reason to befriend Lewis. He just randomly sends you money on the mail. I saved one of the super cucumbers from yesterday to place them on a pond. 1 out of 11 color ponds done. I also harvested more peppers. I came to learn that you can get a lot of this, guys. I am making cheese and mayo consistently now. It's pretty good money. But I should mention that if there is ever a gold quality cheese, I do not sell those. I have a special plan for them. Today I finally remembered that I wanted a bait maker, so I made it. I came to the mines looking for iron, but it was a bad idea to come without a sword. There was a lot of floor resetting. I eventually got my hands on some iron, so I went home and smelted it into a bar. I needed to get more bars to upgrade my pickaxe. I got some more radish seeds to fill the place that has been emptied for days now. Both Emily and Elliot saw me dig through the trash today. Then I made my way back in the pursuit of the crimson fish. This time without a soup, cause I didn't catch Willy at his shop. So you can expect how it went this time. And this was not even the legendary fish. It was a super cucumber. But that was good because these are quite profitable. So I placed them in a bait maker so I could catch more, smoke them, and make money, money, money. The only problem is that I suck at fishing. So I struggled. But I did get my hands on several super cucumbers. Since I knew I was not going to make it to bed, I sat down to read my soggy newspaper before passing out. The next day, I got a bill from Harvey and some wood from Robin. I sold what I was not going to need, and because I didn't have a level up yesterday, I woke up with no energy today. So I got exhausted real fast. Salmon bearing snacks, here I come. I also started smoking those cucumbers. In the meantime, I also tended to my farm chores and organized things. I really spent most of my morning in the farm. When I went into town, I got one of Leah's funniest lines of dialogue.
My dog stepped on a bee.
I found a sweet pea on the floor and tried gifting it to Clint. He did not like it. It's fine, I still had him work on my pickaxe. When I gifted the pea to Elliot, he liked it though. I went to Cinderstop Forest to break in my new eggs. I then tried to sell the smoked fish I had to Willy to have the money for a big coop. But he doesn't buy the fish from you if you have already smoked it, I guess. At the end of the day, I really just walked around town for a while looking for Maru because it was her birthday. Not only did I give her a strawberry, but also helped clear out her front yard from trees. And this kid is so deep, oh my goodness. The trees from the path north were not safe for me either, and neither the farm wood. And take a look at all the money I made from smoked cucumbers.
Here comes the money.
Here we go.
On day 29, I was happily cutting wood at Cinderstop Forest when I was reminded of the luau. It was fun as always, and I loved chatting with everyone. Except you. I don't know why this dialogue bothers me so much. I placed my gold quality super cucumber I have left in the soup, and the results were the best soup ever! I even got the achievement, an unforgettable soup. This would get my hearts up with everyone. Before going to bed, I made some more preserve jars, organized them in the most awkward way possible, and filled them with veggies I had. Day 30 came with a new farming level and lots of crops to harvest. As part of my daily tasks are collecting eggs and making mayo, taking care of Balrog, the mushroom cave, looking after my cows, and cheese making. The traveling cart had a crayfish today, and I bought it because it was cheap and I really wanted to finish the crab pod bundle without making any crab pods. Silly little Haley wondered what Alex was doing. Well, he was just right there. I got tons of forageables at the beach for crab mating season or something, and picked my pickaxe at Clint's. I was also surprised to see George outside of his house. Then I went into the mines to collect rocks. because for some reason I only had 50 and I needed more for my coop upgrade. That is when these massive rocks come in handy. Got lots of other goodies too though. Once I had enough, I went to Robin to ask for a coop upgrade, but it was already too late because she was not there anymore. I was frustrated, but it's okay because I finished another bundle and donated some more things I had, completing also the forest bundle. Because I didn't have many iron bars, I was only able to make a couple of lighting rods in preparation for the storm tomorrow, but I thought it was fine. I placed on the charcoal kiln I got and went to bed. Somehow there were even more harvests today. I also refilled my preserve jars. I did the thing today where I emptied the silo to be able to keep cutting grass. Went to Pierre's to sell him my produce directly and get more melon seeds. And I finally bought the deluxe backpack. I gave Alex an egg for his birthday, which he liked, and then Evelyn complained about the house needing some work that George couldn't do anymore, and I'm just like, why can't Alex help out? He's all buff and everything.
What is the point of all those push-ups if you can't even lift a bloody log?
I also thought it was really funny that George said that it was just another day, his grandson's birthday. There needs to be more communication here, okay guys? Speaking of communication, I had the most awkward interaction with these guys, especially because I actually said that he was acting weird. It all worked out fine at the end though. Then I got a new line of dialogue with Robin I had never seen. Pretty cool. I finally got my coop upgrade after moving it closer to the cows, of course. Then, I decided to spend the rest of my day at the mines. I wanted to work on some monster eradication goals, especially the dust sprites. And some iron, since I was a little short on it. The most exciting thing though was that I got my hands on the Monster Compendium book, which makes it so that I get extra drops from monsters. This is so good to have. I had to do a last task before going to bed, and on my way down I encountered Shane, so we shared some thoughts, a beer, and a sweet melody. Since I still don't have a light ring for some reason, I picked up the torch to guide me through the night. I finally opened the way to the secret woods and searched for fiddlehead ferns, which I didn't get during the green rain because of my axe being at the wrong place at the wrong time. I got all the ones I needed though, no worries, but this looks really funny. I barely made it to bed and picked the fighter profession at level 5 combat. Behold, I have batteries. And listen! I finally cleared some grass in the farm and started making blueberry jam. And decided to make another change to the dehydrator home by adding a chest too, so hopefully I will use it more. Honestly, nothing sounds better than some video games under a rainy day. I completely suck at this game though. Oh, and also at Journey of the Prairie King. After my humiliation, I sold my stuff to Pierre and got some more seeds. I donated more dwarf scrolls to the museum, only one more to go, and made my way into the alleyway buffet. These dumpster dives are going to be way more profitable now. And with the harvest of today, I was able to complete one more bundle. Back at home, I decided to expand my field to plant more melons. Don't forget the fertilizer. I also made more mayo machines and got them to work right away. Planted this tree sapling at the bottom left corner. I was going to need this apple soon. I finished the day and the week by cutting trees on the farm and clearing different paths to make my movements around the farm more efficient. A ton of crops to pick up, including my very first ancient fruit. I sold some stuff to Pierre and donated the ancient fruit that would complete the rare crops bundle. And with the hops collected today, I also finished the wild medicine bundle. We are making great progress here. Louis asked me about my melons, weird as usual, and then I found out that my grandpa loved melons. When I came to the lake to fish, I wanted a sturgeon, and it was a challenge. But eventually I got it, and checked out how many goodies I have been getting from the trash. That book really helps. Since I was on a roll on catching complicated fishes, I decided to try for the crimson fish once more. But after struggling with it and the blobfish, I decided to change my plan. I stopped for a fish soup and found the kids playing at the beach, went back home for my smoker and bait maker, and then head back to the beach in the pursuit of super cucumbers. I used targeted bait to catch as many as I could, and I was smoking them in the spot. I struggled, but the profits were going to be great. I did this till I was exhausted, but with 3 gold smoked cucumbers and 3 non-smoked gold cucumbers. Day 44 was a rainy day with bad luck. I'm still harvesting almost every single day though, which is pretty nice. I started using my charcoal kiln since I was also using a lot of coal. I came to the ocean today looking for some tilapia. It didn't take me long, so I had my warm soup and decided I needed to catch the crimson fish today. I couldn't keep running from it, and you should know I made my best effort. My attempts brought rewards. I was so happy to go home with it. I sold what I was not going to use and saved the tilapia for the community center. I stopped to get more melon seeds and then headed to the train station. Some trees had already grown, so I was getting tons and tons of wood today. I also found a book that grants foraging experience, The Woodcutter's Weekly. Look at all this wood! Had to take a field snack break and then I found another book. This one, it's a power book that allows me to have extra wood, and just in time. I made sure to replant the seeds I got, so I could always have wood available. I went home with over 800 pieces of wood today, and the blueberry jelly looks so good now that it has a color that matches. And that night I had a dream of getting rich. Oh wait, no, it was actually happening. The next day I had more coffee and more batteries. It was also the day I finally went and bought 2 dogs. I named them Hama and Theldred. I got even better goodies from the trash, but I had to give some of it to Lewis because he caught me looking at his garbage, which was empty by the way. It was Sam's birthday, but I am not good friends with him to get to his room. For some reason, I was really stressed about bundles at this point, so I made a stop to donate some things and complete the ocean and the lake fish bundles. I should mention that if I have any forageables in hand and there are people that might like them, I gift those, cause every friendship point counts. I then went to the mines to get more stone, so I could upgrade my barn. After that, I went to the mines, this time looking for bug meat that I would use as bait later. Floor 16 was overrun, so I kept going back to it, allowing me to complete one of the monster eradication goals. It was the cave insects, and I got a bughead sword as a reward. Very fancy. Day 46 brought me more harvest and a new farming level, but I had my plan for today. I made bait like there was no tomorrow, made some money from Pierre, and went to the mines. I was actually going to spend today fishing, but super cucumbers only come out at night, so I spent most of the day at the mines, collecting ores and working on monster eradication goals. I was there most of the day, but when 4 PM came around, I headed to the beach. Willie made a comment on me catching the crimson fish. I think that's pretty cool, and sorry for catching it before you, Willie. However, I stick to my plan of catching cucumbers, smoking some and making some into bait. I catch so many. I didn't want to pass out here though, so I packed my things and headed home a little after midnight, just barely making it home, but with a level up on farming, a level up on mining, and loads of money. Day 47, my dad sent me some rocks. Aww. Haven't mentioned it in a while, but I'm still making money from jams, pickles, mayo, and cheese. But none of that mattered to me, because I was addicted to making money out of cucumbers. Today I actually got my iridium rod, so with the bobber, it should be easier to catch them. Since it was still early, I decided to give the mine fishes another go. The ice bib was actually more profitable than the cucumbers, so maybe I could profit from these too? The problem with this is that I could not catch a single one. I kept getting trash, algae, and ghost fishes. But then at that point, I was tired of it though, so I went home to do some chores. Then I teleported to the beach and did what I did best: catch cucumbers. I also smoked the ice bib since we were here already. I went home with 11 super cucumbers, and Willie said to me that he hoped to see me tomorrow at the Trout Derby. I got the message about the event right away. I rushed to gather my crops before heading there. I made myself a few bobbers and headed fishing. The objective of the derby is to catch as many rainbow trouts as possible. Some of them have the chance of having a golden tag, which can be exchanged for rewards. I made my first one I caught into bait to make things easier for me. This guy kept filling nibbles.
Which one of y'all is Neeble? Yo, mama!
I got like 10,000 rainbow trouts, but only a few tickets. My rewards today were a tent kit, a mounted trout, some bait, some coffees, and a sprinkler.
I mean, it's alright, like...
I fished the whole day and had a pretty good time. Before going to bed, I completed a quest for Clint and gifted a gem to Emily because I have been neglecting her for a little bit. The next day, the spirits were in good humor, so I thought it was good for me to try the derby again. Don't these girls remind you of these girls? And this guy and his nibbles.
Yo, mama!
Around 2 p.m. I got some new ideas to sleep on, meaning I had reached level 10 on my first skill. I had caught 10 trouts and only a couple of tickets. My rewards: a farm totem and some omnigeodes. My very last ticket, I exchanged it immediately, and it was the bucket hat. I had gotten what I wanted, so I did not need any more rainbow trouts, thank you very much. Since that was resolved, I went to the mines for the rest of the day. I wanted to get as deep as I could today, so I made it to floor 104 and got myself a shirt. Not so stylish, but I wore it. I got one more floor down and I was so tired I teleported home. I actually did change before going to bed and fed the super cucumber pond some quartz. I also picked the angler profession at level 10 fishing. I was one step closer to mastery. Let's start the week right. My ducks are all grown and making eggs. Did the grass thing again cause it was getting out of control. I also went to Robin's to commission my second fish pond. I also bought a calendar and a dresser because the amount of hats I was going to have needed a safe place to be. And I also sent my axe to upgrade. I gave Leah a grape and waited outside of Emily's room to give her a sweet pea. I then joined her in her weird dreams. I think Emily has the weirdest cutscenes. Since I knew how to now and also had been saving some oak resins, I finally was able to make some kegs and started to make blueberry wine. I fixed the grass near the animals so more could grow. I basically made sure the farm was taken care of. And before going to bed, I moved all my shoes, clothes, and hats to the new dresser. The house looks so cute now. At night, Mr. Key took a little nocturnal flight and now mystery boxes can be found. Ah, a brand new day. I changed back to my lucky bow, just cause I wanted to wear it. I harvested my second ancient seed and made an official fall chest colored orange. Robin had a quest that I could not complete. Back in town, I saw that there was a quest on catching octopuses, so I came to the beach, play catch with Alex, and then try to fish. I couldn't catch any before the time was up though. I then interrupted the aerobics class to talk to everyone and gift Emily. Donated a few things to the community center before coming back to the beach to... That's right, catch cucumbers. It was a good fishing day. Even found another ancient seed. I fished so long that my tackle wore out, but I went home with 12 cucumbers. Day 52, my axe was ready. It was Willie's birthday, and the spirits were perturbed, but had lots of crops to harvest. While I did my farm errands, I kept smoking cucumbers. I was going to sell a lot of things today. Did some more pepper jelly, and since my pond was ready, I tossed the crimson fish in there. 2 ponds done. Isn't it amazing that we can put legendary fishes on fish ponds now? I love that they change color. I went up to pick up my axe and broke all the geodes I had been saving. I sold back to Clint what I was not going to need and donated 3 more things to the museum, unlocking more rewards and a new achievement. I then went to Marnie and got myself 2 goats, Aragon and Theoden. I spent the rest of the day clearing up Cindersap Forest from wood and weeds, and then went to the Sacred Woods and was reminded of why I don't come here at night. Over the night, I got a new level up in foraging. The very next day, my crimson fish pond had already changed color and produced eggs. I got some wood up north and headed to Robin's to buy some floor recipes, as well as getting my home upgraded. I was going to have a kitchen soon. I also got my pickaxe upgraded to gold today, and I got not 1, Not 2, but 3 Joja Colas in the trash, plus a pink cake. I did a little happy dance. I completed the quest for George for a pepper, and even though he asked for it today, he still thought that it took me long enough. I then went home and worked on some decorations. Now, in case it isn't obvious, I am no Poxial, no decorator, no Stardew Pro, no nothing. So this is how it ended up looking. Not great, but more useful? I don't know. I also cleared the trees in the animals area so the max amount of grass could grow. I closed the gate and headed home and then saw this little one got lost. So I made sure the door was left open for her to find her way home. And then, guess what I did for the rest of the day? You're dang right, I fished till midnight and got 11 cucumbers. Not bad. The sounds of harvest are not great under the rain and Robin's hammers, but still great to harvest this much. The end of the season was upon us. I needed to make sure I had enough money for fall. Also, believe it or not, I have been doing pretty good with my mushroom cave, my animals, and smoking my fish. I organized a little the sprinkler setup today. Not final, but improved. I then just sat on the rain waiting for some progress from my machines. But it was worth it, cause look at everything I sold that day. I finally bought the rare seed from the traveling cart today, and came to the secret woods what I could still see. I also remember that I had not cut the woodscape yet, so I took care of that real quick. I also chopped whatever tree was left in Cindersap Forest and was persuaded by myself to get the governor's hat today. I probably should have picked a cheaper one. I needed something to cover my face from the rain, okay? While cutting, I got the Jack-Be Nimble, Jack-Be Thick book, which gets me extra defense. I did some chores around the farm and went to bed. See how much money cucumbers make? I am not crazy. I moved my bee house to a different place since I had improved my crop field. After cutting all these weeds, I made it to Marcelo, who was in town today, and I bought the Way of the Wind Part 1 book. Now I will run a bit faster. I picked up my pickaxe and got my hoe in to upgrade. I was not neglecting my other tools. Since I had a bit of money, or so I thought, I bought a couple of desert bundles. Then I went for a mines dive, since I haven't done one in a while. I just haven't had good luck days. However, I think that run went pretty well. I made it to floor 110 and was extremely sad to see that the chest had a sword and not my crystal shoes. I would have to grind for those at the mines. The sword was definitely an upgrade though. I got to floor 115 and also got a purple mushroom which I needed for a bundle. It was past midnight, but I was also so close to the bottom. I was exhausted, but somehow I made it. One less goal to take care of. Plus, the monsters could drop prismatic shards now. I got level up in combat overnight, got Mr. Moon upset, and when I woke up, I saw my wonderful home was upgraded. I had a kitchen and everything. Not a bathroom though. I also moved the food I have been hoarding into the fridge. That makes sense. And this would be my last harvest of the season. I also cleared the bottom right corner of the farm since I had plans for this area. I prepared the new setup for sprinklers, organized my machinery, and got to the train station to plant some more trees. This was a big priority for me at the time for some reason. But to close the day, the week, and the season, I went to enjoy the wonderful dance of the moonlight jellies. It is so nice to talk to everyone around. Such a calm and enjoyable festival. And of course I had to come for this amazing banner. It is so good to be here in Stardew Valley. Fall is finally here, but I could not get the field ready without my hoe. I also realized I did not have as much money as I thought I did. I started clearing the farm while Pierre and Clint opened their shop. I also picked everything I could sell directly to Pierre for money. Luckily, I had some reserves. Went to Pierre first and sold everything I could. I bought the seeds I thought would work best, plus some flowers. And I forgot to pick my hoe. Good thing I came back because I also found lunch. I got my hoe and broke it in right away. Did you know about this dance? I watered everything and planted like there was no tomorrow. I also placed some signs for the aesthetics. This is where I planted the flower, by the way. Getting everything ready literally took me all day, but it looks great, don't you think? I made a couple more cakes before going to bed. Tuesdays are the days I pick up ancient seeds. I find the mushrooms on the trees really adorable. I thought that maybe helping the tree with more extra water and love would help it grow fast. I wanted those apples, okay? I did the grass thing again because it had already grown this much. I then went looking for some forage to complete the fall bundles, and now I have officially unlocked special quests. I was excited to work on those, and you can't change my mind that this is the best joke in the entire game. I was lucky enough to get the prismatic jelly quest first, so I took it. I then went to Clint's to open some geodes and donated a couple of things to the museum. I gave a gold quality melon to Penny for her birthday, and she had some dialogue I had never seen before. It melted my heart. So I sat and chat with her for a minute. I know it's literally the second day of fall, but I was already on my quest to catch more legendary fishes. Today's victim? Mr. Angler. This was not a hard fish, and I was happy to add it to my collection. I kept fishing so I could find the rest of the seasonal fishes I was going to need. I completed the river fish bundle and the fall forage bundle that day. Day 59 looked lovely from the farm, with leaves fallen and everything. I got some pale ale and made more. I made my first ever seed maker and unlocked the artisan achievement. I placed one next to the mushroom cave chest so I could also start making some fall seeds from this. I also made more preserve jars and filled those with crimson fish roe. Today I also decided I was sick and tired of not seeing anything at night, so I finally made myself a glowstone ring. This would come in handy. I then saw Penny push George. I am anti-conflict and a peacemaker, so I decided not to take any side here. I think I always have deep conversations with Penny. Also, this is a super cute wave she has. On the other hand, I can't seem to be able to have a serious conversation with Alex, and I find this hilarious. I made Pam's alcohol problems even worse by completing this quest and found myself broccoli seeds. Then I commissioned from Robin another fish pond, and I moved the other one to have them all close together. As I talked with everyone, I got the achievement A New Friend, and gave Demetrius the melon he asked a while ago. I then went to the mines looking for stone, since I had just spent much in the fish pond. I was also looking for the prismatic slime. After much floor resetting and looking until past 1 AM, I couldn't find it. After days and days, today I finally did some more cheese makers, so they could keep with the demand. I went to the secret woods because I knew I was going to need lots of hardwood in the future. Today I was also back at the mines looking for that slime. I basically looked all day and got exhausted. Still no luck, but I did get a level up in mining. I was happy to see the next day that my bok choy had grew. It is probably one of my favorite crops, and I don't know why. My cucumbers ask for mushrooms today. Now that's a phrase I didn't know I would say one day. And I placed Mr. England in his own personal pond. The traveling cart had a salmon dinner and a red cabbage seed. It could not tempt me. I knew I was not in a rush to get it. You can now just assume that every day I came to the secret woods and got some hardwood. Hi, Papa. I also visited Emily and gifted her again, cause I haven't in a while. Lewis got the Georgia Cola he requested and I got a prize ticket. And Elliot got a duck feather from my sweet duckies. I went fishing to the ocean to catch the things I was in need still. And also anchovies, cause Shane had a quest. I also got some forageables at the beach, and at the saloon I had one of the cutest scenes with Elliot. Willie had a comment about Mr. Angler as well. I completed the quest for Shane and then proceeded to talk to everyone else. Before heading to bed, I got a peach sapling as a reward from the prize machine. I also accidentally turned my super cucumber into bait when I was trying to smoke it.
That's a reasonable enough.
No! And found a place for my peach tree near the animal area. The next day I realized I had not replanted anything in the bok choy area, but I did get to harvest eggplants. My tree was taking forever to be ready. I planted the broccoli I had and got some more seeds to cover for the rest of those spaces. This is probably not important to anyone but me, but today was the first day I drank coffee. Eventually I will have enough coffee to be fast all the time. Always. Then I was a meanie again and got everything that Linus could forage. I was back at the mines again, looking for that dang slime. There was also a quest for red slimes that, if I completed it, it would be nice. Not only did I finish that, but a floor down I also found the prismatic slime himself. I teleported to the beach and set up my crab pods that I got as a reward now that I made. And then I fished for cucumbers. This was profitable, okay? Plus, I won't deny it, I love fishing. The new problem was that during fall there are more options for fishes you can find, so I didn't catch as many as I would have liked, just 4. And I made so much money over the night that I got the Homesteader achievement. Day 63, I was happy to see all my ponds were different color. Oh, and I finally completed the request of mushrooms that they have. I talked to Louis to complete the red slime quest from yesterday and opened a few geodes at Clint's. The trees are starting to grow back on Cindersap Forest, so I had to do something about it. And, in case you forgot, I also went to the Secret Woods, which granted me another foraging level. Eventually, I made it to the wizard and got the prismatic jelly quest completed. I saw Sam looking at the river and I just happened to have a Georgia Cola on me that he liked. While cutting a tree, I also got my first ever mystery box. Before going to bed, I made sure I would have pale ale for the rest of my life and sold what I could. I then said,
It's still early, I still have time.
Yeah, I've got time.
So I went to the community center and completed my first ever set of bundles. I am surprised that this was my first one and that it took me to freaking fall to finish one. Embarrassing. But I was happy it happened nevertheless. I placed down the crystallarium I had and put a jade on it. Staircases, here I come. Also, not to brag or anything, but look at the insane amount of money that I made today. Day 64, I had the recipe for Monster Musk, so I crafted some immediately. There were a ton of things to harvest too, and I accidentally placed one of my duck eggs in the incubator. I guess I was having 3 ducks after all. I recovered Linus's basket and saw Pam happily waiting in the rain to help with the bus. Got 2 mystery boxes out of this random spot and got Linus his basket. I then went fishing for the walleye because I needed it for the bundles and quests. After, I did a mines dive and got some monster musk on me so I could get as many dust sprites as I could. I should probably mention that the reason why I'm after the dust sprites so much is because I wanted to unlock the burglar's ring, which is a reward from the dust sprite eradication goal. Around 8 PM I was done, so I went to town and gave Leah one of my walleyes as she requested, granted me the gopher achievement. And since Emily was there, I gifted her as well. I got 2 pieces of bread from the trash. Then, back at home, I realized I forgot to get more seeds to replace the amaranth collected today. So I spent the late night crafting more seeds from the ones cultivated. It was actually kind of relaxing to sit there in the rain. I was able to get the 16 seeds I needed just in time. And this is how much the ancient crimson fish roe it's making me currently. Not bad. Day 65, the spirits were in a good humor and I had unlocked the desert. So I got my lucky bow on, grabbed my ancient fruit, this is not important, just thought of mentioning it, did my farm errands and prepared myself for a skull caverns type. I checked on the bookseller to kill time while Pam got there, and got myself the price catalog. I tried to gift Marcelo a blackberry but he wouldn't take it. People in town started talking about how the bus got fixed miraculously. I wonder if you go the JoJo route, do people say different things? Let me know if you know. I paid for my ticket and got to the Calico Desert for the first time. I met wonderful Sandy and got myself some beet seeds. I also checked on the desert trader and saw he sold a freaking piano. I needed it. Eventually, of course. I also finally got some broccoli seeds. Oh my goodness. I organized my inventory a little bit and dived down. I was obviously not on my best setup or abilities, but I really wanted to give this a try. I really love skull caverns, and it is something I will be doing often. My main goal was honestly to get iridium because I wanted to complete the mines bundles. I got some eventually. I was getting a few chests, but nothing fancy. I got a level up in combat, which made me real happy, and I got to floor 44 before passing out at 2 AM. The next day, I found that I had gotten 12 pieces of iridium. Turned them into bars immediately. I planted also the broccolis I found. I got a ticket reward from the board and also picked the bats quest from Clint. I then went to Clint to open more geodes and donated what I could to the museum. Then, I completed the night fishing bundle. And the Mines bundle completed an entire room again. So happy to have the minecarts available. Then I gifted Mario a Blackberry, but she didn't seem to like it. I got a deluxe coupe upgrade from Robin and then gifted Sebastian a frozen tear. Just cause why not? I then did another mines dive, looking for more dust sprites. I cannot express how well the monster mask works. I was finding sprites like crazy. It was also great for my hunting of bats for the board quest. I passed out at 2 AM in the mines, saw the Junimos have a party hardy, and got a level up in mining. The very next day, the spirits were not happy with me, but I got a reward from getting so deep in Skull Caverns the other day. Since today was going to be a slow day, I replaced the vegetables in my preserve jars and harvested some more. It is so nice to see all the roe my fish ponds give me. Today, I also made a chest where I could place the things that would get processed to make organization easier for me. Made a couple more kegs and preserviers and placed them down in an inconvenient way. I then cleared the bottom right corner of the farm, because it was crazy and with lots of trees. Then I made some jam seeds since I would not catch Pierre's shop anymore, but then decided that I had many random seeds that I could just use. I emptied the silo and cut more grass. It was about time I would clear up this area as well, because it is a regrowable stump, so a closer access to hardwood for me. And I also found this cute shirt while cutting trees. Day 68 was funny. I changed my outfit just for fun, but then saw the spirits were so happy that I changed back to my lucky outfit. I was going to Skull Cavern today. The coop was upgraded to deluxe so the chickens and ducks would be fed without my help. I made a very important stop by the traveling cart and got myself some cloth. I would use it for the bundles. I was not close to a rabbit or sheep, so it saved time. I got everything ready and headed to the desert. Got myself some spicy eels, which would help me a lot on my dive. I also took time to catch the sandfish and place a chest that would hold desert things I didn't want to take down. Don't worry, I made sure to have a sign so that no one would touch my stuff. Smoothie's chest, property of Smoothie, do not touch except Smoothie.
I think I would have seen that.
Too bad my in-game name is Eowyn, huh? I ate a spicy eel and some monster musk, because I am a daredevil.
I'm in danger!
I didn't feel it at first. I was actually having a chill time. So chill, I even got to read a book. But eventually... Nevertheless, I got to floor 51 and found a prismatic shard. So I gave everything up and went up to get my own galaxy sword. No worries, it was almost 2 AM anyway. Haha, nice. It was raining today, but that didn't stop me from getting things done. I was happy to harvest more cranberries and added the stump to my daily chores. I went to Marnie's after and had to drop water on poor Shane. But then, after completing Marnie's quest, I finally had my hands on the lucky purple shorts. They would be safe in my chest for now. I went to the community center and completed the helpers bundle, and got as a reward some Stardrop tea. Then I opened even more geodes at Clint's and my leftover mystery boxes. From those, I got some coffee and hardwood.
I mean, it's alright.
Then I had my hoe upgraded to steel. I donated more things to the museum after. I gave Abigail an amethyst for her birthday and sat there to talk on how we both were blue and we both were bows. Then she somehow bit me to the mountains while I stalked her in the bushes, and we both had a jamming session because somehow I have a mini harp. This is actually super cute, not gonna lie. I spent the rest of the day in the mines, collecting loot from monsters, and then a dust sprite dropped a floppy beanie. So cool. At the end of the day, I took the minecart home, made some bars before bed, and of course refilled my preserve jars. You have no idea how much I love pickling things. On Sunday, I learned how to make trout soup, and was surprised to see Emily at my doorstep. She somehow sensed that I intend to marry her, and she also somehow guessed what I had in my pocket. It was cloth. And I had pumpkins, which granted me another farming level. I pickled them right away. Oh, and I finally have an apple. Yes, I need a tree at least, but progress is progress. And my unplanted ducky is finally here. Well, that didn't sound so bad on my script, oh my goodness. Anyway, I was going to sell it but decided that it was just too cute, so we welcomed Hallet to the family. The traveling cart had roasted hazelnuts, and I knew of a specific villager that loves them, so I got them to prepare for him. And there was so many mushrooms at the secret woods today.
Mushrooms!
I went to Clint's to upgrade my watering can, but then remembered that I still had my hoe in, so I had to wait. I stopped for more pumpkin seeds. Sebastian said something emo again. Feeling so faithless. And I was back at the mines hunting dust sprites and bats. I needed to finish the quest today. I witnessed a ghost fish going through an exorcism. And even though I didn't have Monster Musk today, I still saw a lot of enemies. Just a little after midnight, I finished killing 50 bats. At the farm, I planted my pumpkins, and overnight I chose the artisan profession at level 10 farming. One more step closer to mastery. Oh, and I also reached level 8 combat. Day 71, I got the recipe for the geode crusher from Clint. And yes, this would make him lose me as a customer forever, because it does no longer cost you a coal to open. Also, Marnie was selling auto grabbers. This was going to make my farm so much more efficient. I made a gems chest so I could have more room on my mines chest. Pam was obviously hangover, but that didn't stop me. I found out that Emily was visiting Sandy today. I am used to gifting things from the floor when I see them, so I was pleasantly surprised when I saw that it was her birthday. I wasn't here for this though, or for the mines for that matter. I came here for the stuff I had left on the chest, and to catch the scorpion carp. Since I was on a roll, I went to the mines to catch the lava eel. It obviously took me 10 years to even hook it, until after trying for hours, so exciting! Literally a couple of casts later, I hooked another one. I needed two. One for the community center and one for the display tomorrow. After I had gotten them, I stayed to fish in case I could get extra ones to smoke. And believe it or not, I only got an extra one though, and it went right into the smoker. Today was also the day I started making coffee, literally just before 2 a.m. The next day was the Stardew Valley Fair. I got a pink cake from my stash in the fridge, since this was my most expensive dish. I harvested another ancient fruit and headed to the fair. I think this is my favorite festival. My display consisted of a gold quality lava eel, a silver quality ancient fruit, a gold quality blackberry, a diamond, a pink cake from my fridge, some duck mayo, a gold quality goat cheese, some cranberry wine, and a silver quality broccoli that I harvested literally today. And I got first place at the fair. Pretty amazing. I also unlocked the blue ribbon achievement. Take that, Pierre. Marnie took the loss like a champ. I could never. I got my fortune told, and it was hilarious to me that she knew I was planning to break Emily's heart, which is sad. Oh, and she also told me something about how crazy I am at fishing. I played the fishing game to get extra tickets, then I gambled a bit. Not really, cause it's rigged, so in no time I had enough to buy my precious fedora, one more hat to the list, turnip hat, which is just the best scarecrow that there is, the priced ticket, and another star drop. This is the best festival. Day 73, I made an official trash chest next to my recycling machine, and I kept opening geodes at the comfort of my home. I drank coffee and went to town. I got another reward ticket and picked up the Juicy Bugs Wanted quest from the board. I couldn't afford to lose all my hardwood right now. I went to the museum, and it was about time for me to organize and decorate the museum donations I have been making. I based my organization on this picture from Pinterest, which I will leave linked down below. I like to arrange it so that it's nice and colorful. Plus, it takes no in-game time. Did you know that once you have donated things, you can still move them around? Pretty neat, huh? Let me know if you knew this trick in the comments. Oh, and I also donated what I could. This was the final look. What do you think? I got my hoe, finally, and left my watering can in for an upgrade. I don't know why I went to Joja today, but checked out that they have a Joja catalog. I might want that, if it gives you the soda machine at least. I also got some new rewards from the prize machine. Then I interrupted Alex, and Haley stayed to give Emily a Stardrop tea. She said something neat about it, but I was surprised to see that somehow I am better friends with Elliot than her. He just really likes the crap I give him. When I stepped outside, she was already there, saying hi to other birds and being so sweet. I love her sprite so freaking much. Then I saw she also had a jack-o'-lantern outside, and I wonder if I could... Oh my gosh, I had a jack-o'-lantern even before the festival. I was so happy because I could donate it to the community center. It is wrong to steal children. Don't do it in real life, okay? I made a stop by Marnie's, and since I could afford it, I got not one but 2 auto grabbers. I was so excited I did not have to milk my cows anymore. Lastly, I stopped by the community center to complete the artisan bundle, the fish farmers bundle, and the fall crops bundle, which mean I had finished the pantry room. This also fixes the kitchen. Since we're already on it, I also completed the master's fishers bundle, completing the whole fish tank as well. Wow, 2 in 1 day, how about that? This is less exciting, but I also completed the fodder bundle and the spirits ape bundle today. Wow, bundle is not a real word anymore. Only 2 more to complete the whole community center. I finished the day by going to the mines to get as much bug meat as I could. A monster drop, a crop top, fancy. I took care of another monster eradication goal and had 23 bug meat by the end. The Junimos did the party hardy. And I saw the raccoon escape from the abandoned greenhouse. This is my new outfit for now. There were lots of things to harvest. Made more preservers, bee houses, and kegs. I organized them poorly. When I went to the mountains, Willie taught me the secrets of panning. Also, I love this animation he has of kneeling down to get it. But I had acquired my copper pan, and I could not be happier for the things to come. Since now we can also upgrade it to iron, gold, and iridium. First things first though, I broke it in immediately. Maru then advised me not to give her mom a soggy newspaper. Thanks Maru, I couldn't have guessed it. Oh, and I got my 4th fish pond on the way. I thought it was really sweet of Louis to congratulate me on winning the competition. I got the recipe for triple shot espressos cause I wanted to be fast. I gave Marnie a diamond for her birthday and cut trees for the rest of the day. This is how the train station looks now cause I haven't need wood for a while. Don't forget to replant them. I also planted some up north cause I had a lot. Day 75 I made the coffee I would need. I also completed the request my cucumbers have to keep growing. And look at all of these pickled eggplants. I finally cleared the area up there cause it was terrible. And I remember my greenhouse was ready. So I crafted some iridium sprinklers and got my coffee empire going. Seb was a little disappointed that I don't really read books. I completed a quest for Caroline. And I came to the ocean to fish. You know what I was looking for. I even brought my bait maker, but not my smoker, because I have spent all my coal already. I didn't get a ton, but it was a good fishing day. On my way home, I saw a shiny spot and got an artifact trove from panning, but that was not the greatest thing because back at home, I found out that Balrog loves me. Aww. The next day, I learned that Marnie can sell me more pets. Then I gave my lava eel his own pond, 4 ponds down. I started to get coal from trash and learned that the artifact troves or mystery boxes can't be opened by the geode crusher at home. Today was finally the day I cleared some of the top left corner. It was starting to look insane. Much better. This happened over the night, and I think it's funny that she thinks she is so evil when in reality it is one of the best things that can happen to me. Today I moved the dehydrator back out here. After many times of being broke, it was finally the day the traveling card had the red fez and I could afford it. So you know what I did. Now, since I had something else to cover my head, I could go and upgrade my copper pan. After picking up my watering can, of course, I also opened these and got the treasure appraisal guide, as well as some totems, coffee, and seeds. The book makes artifacts more valuable when sold. This artifact spot gave me a second copy of Jack Be Nimble, Jack Be Thick. I knew I had already read it because it had this little thumb symbol, so it gave me more experience in combat. Funny enough, after putting my pan to upgrade, I found 2 panning spots. I then went to the mines to see if I could still finish the Bugs Meat quest that I haven't really worked on. I tried till 7 PM and was far from complete. So I decided to go focus on other things. I don't know when, but I got this copper breastplate. And the thing I worked on instead was going to bed early. Last week of fall, Evelyn gave me a garden pot and my lava eels are already producing roe. Sometimes it is hard to keep up with everything I am producing and all the money I'm making. Does anyone else find this really funny?
Penny said she would love to live on a house. Someday, Penny. Someday. I picked the aquatic overpopulation quest since I haven't been fishing in a while. Then Elliot asked me to come over if I ever needed a break. Why, are you going to help me release some stress? And today I bought 100 packages of flour because I needed that many for the community center and I was not going to go through all the hassle of a mail and whatnot. Instead, I got a shed build because you know how catastrophic my current setup is. When talking to Maru, I got the clicks achievement and then went to the mines looking for crabs to complete another bulletin quest. In the process, I found some powder melon seeds. I was so excited to harvest crops in winter. After working on the crabs for hours, I checked on why I have not been seeing any progress and it turns out it needed to be lava crabs. I was sad, so I went fishing instead. But that night... The next day, I went to the town river to fish for tiger trouts to complete the weekly quest. There were some bubbles at the very end of the screen. I would be fishing here for the rest of the day. I gifted Sam one of the Joja Colas I fished and Emily a gem from a fishing chest. She said I am an excellent farmer. And every day I have more hearts with her. Then I went to fish at the lake since the trouts were asleep already. Plus, somehow I was still a job short for the community center. I came to gift Linus too, and did some chores around the farm and planted a sunflower in my home. Day 80, I cut some wood in the farm to complete a bulletin quest. Then I decided that I wanted to spend this day gifting whoever I could find in town, including George, because it was his birthday. This was also how I learned that Stardew tea does not show up in the gifts tab for some reason. Then, from behind the bushes, I sneaked behind Alex and he opened a little to me. And this dog made the scariest noises. Abigail asked me if I've been growing pumpkins right after I have given her one, and kept gifting around. Then I got my iron pan, which I got upgraded immediately. And I went to the community center to complete the home cooks bundle. Eventually, I went back to fishing so I can finish that board quest. I completed it around 6 PM and got loads of money from it. I collected my ticket immediately. It was also part of a quest that Willie had, so double prize. I got a few interesting prizes this time. I saw something crazy hide in the bush up north. And back at the farm, I did a round of chores. My shed was ready, so I got to start getting things in there. Looks pretty good, don't you think? The very next day, I got the recipe for the farm computer, and I planned to do a Skull Caverns day. But first, I unlocked the big stump quest, but I didn't have enough hardwood to spare on it for now. On brighter news though, I had my rare fruit, so I offered it to Obi-Wan Kenobi and got my third Stardew. Then, off I went. I got some more coffee and spicy ale for the speed and luck. Oh, and also some monster musk.
I'm in danger!
Today's dive went pretty good. I struggled, of course. A lot. But it had its rewards. I was close to dive multiple times. I was also not worried about getting to floor 100 because I didn't have secret notes yet, so I could not have the reward. But on floor 30, I got a blue cowboy hat. Look at this style. I made it to floor 34 before passing out. It's okay, the next day Linus would bring me home for a fee. It's fine, I was making iridium bars with all my iridium. I tried pushing poor Hallet into the pond for a swim. I want to have swimming duckies, okay? And 2 chickens were gossiping in the coop. Viejillas chismosas. I had to come to the desert to get what I left yesterday in the chest. Now, enjoy my singing while I was recording. It's so freaking cold, la 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 la. I got my axe and went back to Pelican Town. I completed the quest that the lava eels had and started making winter seeds in preparation for the season. Clint had my gold pan ready. And from my mystery boxes, I got a bunch of stuff. Then I got Clint to upgrade my hoe to gold. After, I donated a couple more things to the museum. I have done my research on how to find the second Dwarf Scroll, since it is the only one that I am missing. So I got some monster musk on me and started hunting for it in the mines. Lucky for me, it is a drop from the dust sprites and blue slimes. I got the third one at some point, but no dwarf scroll 2 today. Day 83 was bittersweet to me because I harvested my last batch of pumpkins. I also got my first ever void chicken. I was so happy. I named her Bilbo. I was on my way to the mines again when I panned this spot and got nice goodies, including a weird shirt. I did all my preparations in search for that scroll. I read the Monster Companion again for some combat XP. I was honestly having so much fun I forgot about the scroll. Worry not, I did find it close to 7 PM. But I was having enough fun that I stayed here for a little bit longer. I checked on my progress to mastery and on the monster eradication goals. I wanted to work on my combat again when I got a second dwarf scroll number 2. And then, somehow, a third dwarf scroll number 2. I can't make this up. Then I was reminded of the Spirits Eve festival. I did the maze like a total pro and got myself my very first golden pumpkin. I love the new shortcut back. I talked to the people I could. Because I was still under the effect of Monster Musk, it just looked like I was blushing in front of all these boys. I got the recipe for the jack-o'-lanterns and the witchy scarecrow before calling it a night. I chose the blacksmith profession at level 10 mining, and I also got a combat level while I was there. Last day of the season was great. I got some pesghetti on the mail, got a ton of things to harvest, and I had a ton of pickles and jams. I got my deluxe barn commissioned since I did not want to have to worry about feeding over winter. I made sure to pick up the fairy rose before I die tonight. Also emptied the silo and cut the grass available. I was preparing myself for winter. Before going to bed, I spent more time getting more seeds. I wanted to get done in winter as much as I could. I feel like I did a pretty good fall, and I also had a lot of fun, which is the important thing, right? The first day of winter. It is usually pretty slow for me, but I wanted to make the most out of it this time. Off to a great start. George sent me some stone to build with it or something. I closed the doors for the coop and the barn. Please know that I will be coming to check my animals every single day. I will not forget them. The love is appreciated, like how Balrog brought me a whole fish today. On my way to town, I met a shadow person that ran away from me. After following them, I got my hands on the magnifying glass. While in town, I chose the fragments of the past quest. Seemed easy enough. After picking up my hoe from Clint, he was going to work on my watering can. I found quite some powder melon seeds, and after getting this land hoed, I had new ideas to sleep on, which meant I was only one skill away from unlocking the mastery system. I moved the sprinklers somewhere else in my farm, cause we were going to do a lot of moving things around. I made sure to plant the winter seeds and the powder melons I had, by making more in the process. Overnight, I picked the botanist profession at level 10 foraging. Day 86, I found not one, but 2 chicken statues. Also, to my wonderful surprise, my coffee greenhouse was finally ready. This was going to be my supply for coffee for the rest of my life. I donated a ton of things to the museum, which allowed me to understand Dwarvish now. While foraging at the beach, I found a notulus shell, one of the last things I needed to complete the community center. I honestly spent all day foraging so I could complete the field research bundle, finishing an entire hall? But that is not it. I also completed the winter forage bundle, which was the last thing I needed to do. After much effort, I had completed the community center and the Junimus had gotten back home. I was so happy for my accomplishments and excited for what was coming next. Before going to bed, I did some organization like an official winter chest and also some more planting. I went all the way to the saloon to gift Emily. The winter outfits of the villagers are so cute. Then I saw the Junimus have one last party hardy before saying goodbye. The next day I was very excited because I had unlocked the sewers. I also got the networking achievement. Probably because all of the friendship points I have made. Gus stopped to give me a food analogy on friendship. What a cool guy! Since Bilbo is already producing void eggs, I placed another one in the incubator. I like to have 2 of each color. As I walked into town, I saw villagers celebrating at the community center,
with fairy lights and everything. Everyone was so happy to be together. I got a nice little trophy and saw this gentleman solve things as adults. Picked up my watering can since I was in the area and gifted Emily as well. I needed to get those hearts up. Today I also started the magic ink quest. Exciting. I was here because I wanted to give Linus a warm meal for his birthday. I commissioned from Robin a second barn because I had big plans for this one. Then I had one interesting cutscene. Robin tried to be kind to Linus, but he had just had my warm meal, so he didn't need it. Then he somehow thought I wanted him to live in the farm with me? Wink wink? This was my first reaction.
No!
But I was the most excited about finally meeting Krobus. I got a star drop from him, and then went into the mutant bug layer to look for the talisman. To finish the day, I made some tree fertilizer and planted a few trees in this area that I would tap. Pretty cool, huh? The next day was crazy, because I got a ton of new recipes. Thanks, Community Center. Also, Willie invited me to see the back of his shop. This is when things went south. Yesterday, I went to the tunnel and placed a battery pack here to start this quest, to unlock the casino. It didn't seem like a bad idea at the time, but now I realize I do not have enough batteries to fix Willie's boat. I literally stood there for a good second just thinking how I could be so dumb. I wasn't going to get any more until summer. Luckily for me, I remember that also iridium bats have a chance to drop them. This would mean I had to go deep enough in Skull Cavern to even get to them. Then, hope they dropped one. I first went to the regular mines to see if I could make more progress on the bones I needed for the board quest. But stress got the best of me, so I made a stop by the dwarf, who I could understand now, and bought the dwarvish safety manual and some bombs to make my dive easier. I was serious business now. Looking at it now, I don't know why I had Monster Musk. The caverns are already so hard. I started pretty late, so I just made it to floor 40 before passing out. Just a little after seeing my first red bats. Not iridium, red. Day 89, the spirits were happy, and so, because I stressed a lot, I wanted to go to the caverns. But I dug a hole and a table from the snow. Pretty funny in my opinion. I bought more bombs from the dwarf and headed there as soon as Pam would drive me. I didn't have Monster Musk, but I had determination. At 1 PM, I was already on floor 30. Things were going great. On floor 36, I found a poor dinosaur stuck in the corner. After I put an end to his misery, he gifted me a dino egg. On floor 57, another prismatic shard made its way to me. I saw my very first iridium bat until floor 68, and lucky me, it dropped a battery. I can't believe how lucky I am, despite my stupidity. Anyway, I kept diving down despite how hard things got. The iridium and prismatics were worth it. Passed out at floor 85 with 2 prismatic shards, 97 pieces of iridium, and a dinosaur egg. Plus, my sweet needed battery. A great dive if you ask me. I just have 10 more days. Can you believe that? This day was way chiller though. I worked around the farm and made coffee. My new barn was ready, and I was ready to fill it with pigs. But they are so expensive. How? Why? Well, they would have to wait. I planned to complete something more special, something I have been hunting a battery for. You're right, completing Willie's boat. Unfortunately for me, I thought I only needed 100 pieces of hardwood, not 200. So to the secret woods I went. Also look at all these nutshell shells. On my way to the Secret Woods, I stepped in to say hi to Emily, and things got weird. After that, I completed a quest for Clint, but I got the smoosh. At the woods, I found another sniffer. We had a cute interaction, and now salmonberries and blackberries are worth more. The next day, I learned how to make a Christmas pie. My son loves this nursery rhyme, so I like this one a lot. Then Pierre tried to convince me to stay his customer. This dude. I moved the kegs inside of the greenhouse for now to get a nice stash of coffee.
I checked on Emily and I am so close to be able to date her. I got this gnome and rarecrow from the traveling cart, cause it is way cheaper that way. And today at the Secret Woods I got all the hardwood I needed. So, Willie's boat would be fixed overnight. Oh, and I also got a new bobber. This was crucial, okay? I gave Caroline some coffee for her birthday, which convinced her to show me her sunroom. I did one more quest for Mr. Key. I don't know if I have beads though. And I cut trees the rest of the day. It was much needed. Since now I could see, I met with the henchman and tried to catch a void mayo in here, since I have heard that would work, but I didn't have luck with it. But I did catch my very first void salmon. I was going to need this for a special purpose. Anyway, I went to bed without completing that quest. But overnight... Day 92, sweet adorable Jody invited me over for dinner. I got the recipe for tea sapling over the mail, and Willie told me he could take me to Ginger Island. I was not in a rush for now, but I was going to keep that in mind. Today was the Festival of Ice. I like the activities, the people, and the art. Before the event started, I got myself a Christmas tree. Fundamental decoration if you ask me. I did my best effort to catch as many fish as I could. I knew I was going to make a couple of people upset, but I can't hide my natural talent for fishing. To the surprise of Pam, and only Pam, I won the fishing competition, which gave me a few tackles, but the best part is definitely my new hat. The Shiny Doo hat. The next day, Bilbo's egg had hatched, so we welcomed Rosie to the family. Look at her, so cute. I harvested my first ever powder melons and also foraged like there was no tomorrow. With these, I made new seeds and used some of them to make tea saplings. I know they got nerfed, but it is still good money. I planted the seeds I had collected and placed tappers on the newly grown trees. I visited Clint because I finally had plenty of iridium bars made to upgrade my pickaxe. I bought the henchman's favorite treat to bribe him to let me in, so I could collect the ink I wanted. I then showed up at the wizard's basement? Who the heck has a portal to their ex's basement? But I have been thinking about it, and my true self is really Smoothie. Plus, when I have children, I would like to name one of them Eowyn. So I changed my name to Smoothie. Oh, and I guess the secret of what my favorites are is finally out. Do with that information what you will. Oh, and now I have unlocked the magic buildings. I leak in my economy, but it's okay. I am still coming to the Secret Woods for hardwood. I had not forgotten about my friends the raccoons. I spent the rest of this day doing loops around the farm and refilling the machines I've got. Day 94 was Sebastian's birthday, and I still have no lucky days. Caroline is so adorable and somehow a genius that can grow parsnips in winter. Anyway, I made a fresh homemade plate of sashimi for my boy Sebastian. No, he's not my favorite. Now that I was not so broke, I got myself a couple of pigs. I named them Tom Bumba D, because there was not enough room for that last L, and Butterbear. I then learned that getting a pet is so expensive. Marnie tried to persuade me, and it almost worked, but I needed a little bit of money right now. I went to Robin's and asked for my next fish pond. This is where all my love for Sebastian starts. First he asked me to stay, then he opens up on how he is not a person. So relatable. Also, the funniest thing is that his friends just want to see him on his birthday. And he's not feeling up for it. Immediately after, I watched him change the oil of his bike. I'm actually scared of motorcycles. My real-life husband has one and I never ride it. It still made me blush. But enough fooling around. I finally decided to pick Robin's hardwood quest because it was definitely better than getting gold quality veggies. I stopped by Emily's house to gift her and found the gang hanging out. I talked to Haley and she said she would like some peppermint coffee. Would a triple shot espresso work? I think so. Alex is so hilarious, oh my goodness. Anyway, I gifted Emily one of the prismatic shards, and since it's the festive season, I thought of getting the Santa hat. I hope he brings me some presents this year. I stopped here to try my luck at the glacier fish, the actual hardest fish in the game. It took me a while to even hook it, but... What the... It was so hard, I immediately failed.
twice, so I give up. For now. I got yet another massive piece of furniture from a hole in the ground. This edition is pretty cool, not gonna lie. Somehow I got my 4th copy of Jack Be Nimble, Jack Be Thick. I don't know why. I gifted Emily again and I was finally at 8 hearts with her. Amazing. Got my pickaxe from Clint and opened a few mystery boxes. The highlight was obviously the mystery hat. So classy. And mysterious? I don't know. At the beach I found this massive sign about the Squid Fest tomorrow, but the most exciting thing was that I finally made my way to Ginger Island. It is a long trip here. I don't know how we do it so fast. Also, those are totally more dinosaurs. Concerned Ape. We need more on this. Finally making it to the island unlocks the achievement, A Distant Shore. I explored a bit, but I was definitely in the search of golden walnuts. And I think that it would be best if we just did a little montage, don't you think? I just wanted to get as many nuts as I could on my first day on the island. I don't think it went half bad. I passed out surrounded by colorful musical gems. Day 96 I was back at the farm, but had lots of goodies, so I made an official desert/island chest. It was the day of the Squid Fest, so I packed my bait maker with me, placed my void salmon on his own pond, and I don't know when or how, but I had a mango sapling, so I placed it in the greenhouse. Then I headed to the beach, but not before buying a bouquet from Pierre and gifting it to my sweet Emily. Her blushing portrait, it's so cute. She said yes! The rules of the Squid Fest are simple. You need to catch a certain amount of squids to earn a tier reward. The higher you are, the more rewards you get. It took me a minute, but I finally catch my first squid. I placed it on the bait maker so I could have more luck with them. By 3 p.m, I had catched all the ones I needed. And I got all of these goodies, including a new power book. The traveling cart had one single bead seed, but this could mean the difference between waiting till fall for the casino or not. So I took it. And since I was in the area and had a boost on my self-esteem for catching so many squids, I ate a dish of the sea and set myself out to catch the glacier fish. In the process, I saw this panning spot and took it, of course. I was not having much luck with hooking the legendary fish. Then I realized silly me had never changed the bait, so I was using my precious squid bait on the river trying to catch the glacier fish. Ugh, I'm so clever. I didn't have any luck, so I changed my positions again, and literally the moment I moved places was when I hooked it. And not only that, but was added to my pocket. Come to me, oh sweet and precious glacier fish. The next day I started smoking those squids I got. My lava eels asked for a random rock. I made sure to plant those beet seeds in the greenhouse too. Since I had a new fish friend, I made sure to request for another fish pond from Robin. I also made a stop at Clint's to get him working on my iridium eggs. When I went to Major Lewis's home, I saw one of the coolest scenes that there is, except Clint sucks. But that is okay, because Emily is with me now. At this moment, I realized what an absolute idiot I am because I've been carrying the word memento around with me like I was going to be able to get it to someone who doesn't even live here yet. Then, turns out that the Squid Fest requirement increased today. I needed to catch 10 fishes. So, I gotta get to work. This time, I brought the smoker with me because why not? Took me nearly all day and it got dark outside. But I finally got it. The rewards today were also great, but the best one is definitely the squid hat. I figured it was about time I made a second smoker to keep up with the demand. Today I also made more tea saplings for selling. That and all the things I have been selling made good money. Sunday, I learned to make chocolate cake, which sounds so flippin' amazing. I upgraded my worm bin for a deluxe worm bin, and believe it or not, I got another copy of Jack Bean Able Jack Be Thick. I figured I could just keep breeding these until I reach mastery. Today, I realized that some of my animals do not have a heater. How is that? They haven't complained though. I feel bad for them, so I got them one. I realized I could afford more piggies and, well, I cave in. We welcomed Grima, Gollum, and Radagast. After that, I had a conversation with Willy about the glacier fish, and then we headed to Ginger Island. I got a clue to a gem puzzle and made sure to place it in its place. Then I was ready. I was going to reach the top of the volcano. At some point, I found out I had found some goggles? Pretty cool. These fiery thingy-majiggies are not cool though. Honestly, struggled a lot. So I had the shortcut done if needed. The volcano has never been my thing anyway. I passed out at floor 9. So close. No, really. We are so close to the end already. My glacier fish pond was finally ready. But I would not give Robin a break and had her upgrade my barn. I picked up my axe from Clint's before I forgot, and opened more mystery boxes and treasure troves. I got many things to donate to the museum, so that was a great trip. I gave Emily a pearl because she's awesome. I completed a quest for the wizard and cut wood until it was festival time. The night market is truly one of the best festivals in Stardew Valley. There is so much to do and everything is so cool. Oh, and no worries, I did not forget about getting my Lupini original, the Red Eagle. I watched the Coolest Mermaid show and got myself another pearl. Then I was so sad because I tried to go to fish in the deep, but I could not afford it. I went home sad, but I made enough money overnight that I would not have to worry about it tomorrow. My last day. It is so sad to think we are done, but I am also so happy to see everything we have accomplished, like all my color ponds. So cute. New crops and forageables were ready today. But I wanted to make the most out of my day, so I prepared to go to the volcano. On my way, I cheered up Emily with a golden pumpkin. I was sad I didn't get to marry her in the first 100 days, but I was on the right path. At Ginger Island, I opened the way to the Bones area, which is usually great for panning. Then I headed to the volcano. My goal really was just to get to the top, but honestly, I struggled so much. At some point I couldn't even find the exit. And then I died. I felt terrible. This was supposed to be the best day. But I didn't let that stop me. I teleported to the beach, got myself a warm dish of the sea, and spent the rest of the day fishing in the deep. Really, it is nice to finish with my favorite activity, and in a calm environment. No, I am not saying things just to help me feel better, okay? Also, apparently there can be bubbles in the deep blue ocean. I caught the fish that were fundamental, did laps around the submarine, and headed up. I got my painting of a mermaid, and now that I could afford it, I also got my last hat of this 100 days, the cone hat. Then I headed home. Oh, and I had an entire chocolate cake before bed. Day 101, I put away my portrait of a mermaid, picked up some roe from my colored fish ponds, and I was so happy to remember I had these. This is one of those personal goals I have, collecting all of the different color fish ponds. So far I have 6, only 5 more to go. I did more of my daily chores at the farm and got overwhelmed at the massive empty field I had to work with. As a reminder, I am still going strong in my coffee empire, making loads of coffee every single day. I checked on what I still needed to do to obtain mastery, and it looks like I only need combat. While on the mountains, I commissioned another coop from Robin. Marlon said good evening like a whole gentleman, and I checked on my monster eradication goals. I still had a lot to work on. Then I headed to the quarry mines because I wanted to get myself the golden scythe, and lucky me, I also got a combat book, just in time. I forgot that you can just touch the statue to return to the top, silly me, so I walked out of there. Then, back at the night market I was. I made sure to get my Lupini original, chatted with the rest of the people, got myself some coffee, and before going to bed, I did a little bit of mining and combat. The next day, Evelyn sent me a whole chocolate cake on the mail. And then I found out that I was going to play Secret Santa to Leah. I checked on my pending quest, since I had a lot on my list, where I was reminded that I needed to go to the Secret Woods to look for hardwood. I completed a quest for Clint, then I went home to make some monster musk, so that the mine dives would be way more effective. I came here to try to level up my combat and also work on some monster eradication goals. I eventually completed a goal for one, and then got an infested floor, so that was rad. I worked until it was getting late and went home. Day 103, I realized I had a couple of Jack Be Nimble, Jack Be Thick books on my chest, so I read them, and got the boost I needed to get to level 10 combat. I had finally maxed out all my skills. Now, just assume I came to the Secret Woods every day, okay? I stopped by Krobus to get an iridium sprinkler. I will do this every Friday for a while. Then I stopped at the saloon to complete Gus' omelette quest, and he hinted at me that Emily is happy with me. So cute. And from helping him, I got an apple sapling. Since Marcelo was in town, I got myself the Way of the Wind Part 2 book, and now I run even faster. I finally started working on organizing my farm by planting that sprinkler I had and planting some powdermelon seeds. Then I realized that my points for mastery were already counting, even though I had not entered the room yet. Then back at home, I checked on my achievements tab to see what things I had not shipped yet, and worked on that. I still have a long way to go. I also made some beet seeds from the beets I had on the chest and planted them in the greenhouse. I wanted to unlock the casino sometime soon. Overnight, I picked the Defender profession at level 10 combat, the last one I would have to pick. The next day, I got a whole fridge on the mail, which is completely normal. And my new coop was finally ready. While hoeing a spot in the farm, I got this super cute bear as decoration. I stopped at Marnie's to get 2 rabbits. I named them Legolas and Arwen. Then I finally made it inside of the Mastery Cave. I carefully read the letter Grandpa left me. I was so happy to start working on this. I then headed to Ginger Island. I started to clear a bit what was going to be the island farm, and a major place for production, since here is where my ancient fruit empire was going to grow. I played some Simon Says with this gargoyle to earn a few more golden walnuts, and kept my golden walnut hunt. I went back to the valley and placed my ocean crab pods, since I still needed a few fish from crab pods to catch. Then, I had one of the funnest cutscenes where everyone gathers together to taste a giant omelette. Shire eggs. And before I went to bed, I made sure I stopped by Cindersub Forest to finally fix this tree. Collecting wood every day was going to pay off. While doing my morning chores the next day, I came across a message that said a baby lizard had hatched. So I named my first ever dinosaur Gandalf. He won't grow as much as the one on Skull Caverns, but that's okay. I took the time today to finally fix the atrocity that had happened when my fences broke down. Then I headed to town to open some mystery boxes that had random food. Then I was able to donate 5 more things to the museum. I needed to finish this for perfection because of a star drop, so I was a little nervous about this. But I have been getting other rewards along the way, like rare crows and coffee. Then I spent the rest of the day cutting wood, like there was no tomorrow. But of course I planted the trees back, oh my goodness. I care about the environment, okay? Not just the stacks of wood. Once there was no more room for anything to be planted, I headed home. The raccoon had also finally moved in and immediately requested for some snails and a smoked midnight carp. Really fancy. Day 106 was a busy day. I first commissioned yet another fish pond from Robin. Then I had Clint upgrade my trash can. After warping to the beach, I headed to Ginger Island. My main goal was to get to the top of the volcano. No make friends, no find walnuts, just the top. For some reason, I really struggle with the volcano. Maybe it's because there are a ton of labyrinths and the need to use the watering can is insane. I made it to floor 5 and came prepared with enough diamonds to buy the Diamond Hunter book. Another power learned. Then I also got myself the first new hat of this video, the pink bow. It is the first one and I already freaking adore it so much. I am a little blind idiot because not once but twice I completely ignored 2 of the magical chests because I was so stressed out about getting to the top. And a little bit after 9 p.m. I made it. I was so happy. I got more walnuts and another prismatic shard, but most importantly, I opened the way from the bottom so I could come here whenever I wanted to. The next day I did some chores around the farm and got ready for a Skull Caverns dive. First I stopped at Leah's to see her hammering and give her a birthday gift. Then I traded some rubies for some spicy eel and headed down. Even though it is definitely a struggle, I love Skull Caverns. It really is one of my favorite parts of Stardew. I also wanted to get as many serpents as I could because I really wanted the reward for the eradication goal. I worked hard until I passed out at floor 79. Day 108 I got a visit from Leah where she gave me a cute statue. My inventory was full from the dive last night that I had to toss things on the floor. Robin had finished another fish pond, so I put in a blobfish. I know it doesn't change the color of the water, but I need one of just normal blue, and this one has a chance of producing pearls, which I will need many of for my personal goal of gifting every single villager their love gifts. And because I have no limits, I immediately commissioned another fish pond from Robin. After moving some fish ponds around, of course. This is the setup that I was actually going to have for them. In case you're wondering what fish I'm planning to put in this pond, well, I went today to catch the mutant carp, the all year round legendary fish. Easy peasy. Then, because I was already here, I stepped in the mutant bog layer and catch myself a slimejack. Not only I need to catch it for completion, but this one will also be put into a fish pond. I spent the rest of the day fishing. First I got a largemouth bass that I then took to dinner with Jody and the fam. I stepped into the saloon and Willie told me I smelled like fish. But at least I gave him the squid he asked for. Then I headed to the mountains to fish some more, but had the misfortune of having this cutscene with Linus. If you have ever watched it, you surely know why I don't like it. So I learned how to make wild bait, among other things. It was very late at night, but I took the time to put some milk out for Santa. To what he left me a Christmas present. I put on the Santa hat for the festivities. I picked up those beads I was going to need later and got a new level of understanding? Exciting! But not as exciting as saying hi to everyone and having a nice community Christmas meal. Leah was so happy about the gold quality goat cheese I got her. Then, wonderful Sebi got me an emerald which I found so sweet. Before going to bed, I made sure to stop by the Mastery Cave, and after some thoughtful consideration, I went for the Foraging Mastery. Day 110 started by struggling to water Balrog's bowl. Then, I placed those beets I had been preparing into the Major's fridge, which opened a new task. So, I headed to the desert and gave this pile of bones its last meal. A solar essence. Since I was already here, might as well go into the mines, right? Nothing fancy happened. I just finally got a note from Mr. Key to see him at floor 100. So this dive became serious. On floor 75, I had a chest where I found the red cowboy hat. We're just making great progress here, don't you think? Despite all of my efforts, I just made it to floor 90 before passing out. The next day was way calmer, since I had a lot of things I needed to do at the farm. I gave the mutant carp its own fish pond, and added little signs for all of them. So pretty. Then I had Robin made me yet another fish pond, after I also moved some buildings around, including my whole house. We can do this now since update 1.6. Pretty cool, huh? I also finally picked up my trash can and immediately had it upgraded again. Then I spent the rest of the day working on monsters. At some point, I even put some monster musk on to be extra efficient. After a little while, I got my monster goal completed. So I went to visit Gil and Marlon and got a few rewards, like the burglar's ring that I've been desperately after, and another hat, the hard hat. Now I would be safer, I guess. Also, because I had full inventory, I just left a bunch of junk at their place. Oopsie. Before going to bed, I stopped at the quarry really quick, and I am glad I did, because I got a whole prismatic shard. On day 112, I headed to the desert right away. I needed to get more staircases straighted, since it was Sunday, Every time I come to the desert, I also make sure to give something to Sandy. And I also got some rhubarb in preparation for the spring coming up. I spent some of the day getting ready by making sprinklers and selling things. I also stopped by Emily to give her a gift which unlocked the best friends achievement. And since I was here, also helped Haley with a jar. Silly girl. Then I headed to Ginger Island. Here I finally met Leo officially. What a sweetheart. Since I was here, I wanted to make sure I got all of the Ginger Island fish. So I got a few golden walnuts, a lionfish, and a blue discus. I also placed a sprinkler in the farm and got some bee houses down. In the worst possible placement, I knew it was late, but I wanted to do some volcano time. I needed to find walnuts and work on some monsters. It was a fine run, but when I knew it was almost 2 a.m., I teleported home and headed to bed. Another good year in the valley. It is so exciting to start my second year. We are going to get a lot of things done. The second I stepped out the door, Leah was ready to ask me out. Just kidding, it was her art show, but she obviously has a crush on me.
Why are you so obsessed with me?
2 seconds later, Kent was there too, to introduce himself. What a rad dude. Then, time to work on the farm. I cleared the weeds and debris formed and let my animals out. I had a lot of sprinklers, but nothing was organized, obviously. The hardest thing was to hoe everything around. I am also a perfectionist, so if things didn't look great, I spent time fixing it. At 2 p.m., I barely started watering, so I took a break to go to get more seeds. I was stressed about how many seeds to get, but figured everything could get used. Since it was a Monday, I also picked the community cleanup quest from Linus for the fiber seeds recipe. And it was late enough that I also got to start the art show. Look at her blush. You can't tell me she doesn't love me.
Leah, I love you, but I don't have any time. I need to go and plant my crops.
So then back at the farm, I rushed to get done as much as I could. Like if you know how stressful the first day of the season is. 6:30 in the evening and I had just started watering. Amazing. Finished super late, but still had time to put my Christmas tree away. Day 114, I got marriage advice from Louis, from all people, and then Emily invited me to go camping. Exciting. After collecting some roe, I placed this lime jack on a fish pond. So close to completing this goal. Lo and behold, my piggies are digging truffles. This is one of the biggest sources of money. Despite all my stress yesterday, the field looks amazing today, don't you think? Then I went to town and got even more cauliflower seeds because I needed them to work in another major project. And went to replace the bait on the ocean crab pots. I still need a few fish from here, but this takes time. I planted the cauliflower seeds in this oddly specific place because, again, I am a perfectionist and I would absolutely love if this is where my giant cauliflower grows. Time will tell. After using one of the most inconvenient ways to move chests, I did some organization on my chest area, which was much needed. Also, not to brag or anything, but look at all this money.
Here comes the money.
The next day you would find me hand watering my cauliflowers. Why didn't I put a sprinkler here? I don't know. But I did some chores on the farm and planted some flowers because why not? To the surprise of absolutely no one, I got yet another fish pond build. Can you believe that? Oh, and I moved my shed of place again. And also my greenhouse. Picked up my watering can and then headed to the desert. I purchased a ton of starfruit seeds today. I tried to get to Ginger Island today but couldn't catch Willy. So I just changed the crab pot bait again. So to cope with my disappointment, I stopped by the mouse hat shop and got myself the polka bowl. Very cute. Since I was here, it seemed appropriate to try to catch the goby that you can only find in the waterfalls. Took me a couple of hours, but I eventually got it. Emily's camping trip took more than one night because I was still able to find her tonight. We got all cozy under the stars until my friend, the bear, showed up and we had the perfect excuse to get inside. And we ended up sharing a sleeping bag.
Yeah. And then the tent just shakes.
Does it?
Yes, it's chicken.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, like you don't hear anything. Nothing is happening.
You don't
Just
hear
the tinges of no, it's not like Linus. Oh my gosh. Yes, finally, the secret bundle got unlocked. Oh my gosh.
Emily seemed happy that the bear showed up. I will have to thank him for that later. My carrots were ready, so I made more into seeds. Kanda told me I probably knew some better than him, which is so sad. So to cheer him up, I gave him those roasted hazelnuts I got almost a year ago for his birthday. It is the thought that counts. Then I stopped by the beach to talk with the old mariner and purchased a mermaid's pendant from him. I had someone special in mind. Then I went to the desert, where I traded some of the prismatic shards I had gotten for a magic rock candy. This makes skull cavern dives way easier. The spirits were happy today, so I had the goal to make it to floor 100. I started the day pretty late though, but I did get a prismatic shard back. By 7 PM I was just at floor 54, so it seemed unlikely I could make it. Nevertheless, I pressed on. I was really lucky, I must say too, and didn't struggle as much as I usually do. It was 1:30 and I got a shaft that got me to level 95. So, because I had made it this far, I used some staircases and got to Mr. Key at level 100, just a few seconds before 2 AM. Say what you want, I am still proud of my effort, okay? I drank some weird milk before going to bed, just on floor 101. The next day I watered my cauliflowers again. Please grow big, okay? I collected some parsnips and garlic and removed the sprinklers I had. I checked on the raccoon that still wanted the same things, and the traveling cart had a midnight carp. I obviously bought it so I could smoke it. I also stopped by Krobus to get another iridium sprinkler and gave him a horseradish that he loved. I also planted a rare seed I bought earlier. I then looked for Emily, who was at the community center, and lucky me, we are getting married. I was also surprised to see we could kiss now. But anyway, time to hustle. I came to Ginger Island in the pursuit of more walnuts and fixing the farm. I placed some sprinklers and, besides loads of starfruit, I also planted some wheat, a melon, and a garlic for my friend the Froggy. I don't know why I thought my time would be best spent by fishing at 1:50 AM. I mean, I even lost my fishing treasure chest, rip. But with the money I made overnight, I got the millionaire achievement. Pretty cool. The next morning, after doing some chores on the farm, I got myself the club card, finally. I made some more garlic seeds and installed another sprinkler in the main farm setup. Then I stopped at Robin's, who hasn't built me anything in a while, and asked her for a deluxe barn upgrade for my piggies. Then I came to the mines and worked on Linus's trash quest, by fishing as much trash from the red water floors as I could. It is not lava because we know what lava looks like, and Tomb Raider 2 has something very similar. I think that this is how this floor would look if it looked a bit more realistic. Pretty cool, huh? After a few hours, I started to feel exhausted, but at least I got all the trash I needed. On my way out, I got one more of the rare crows I needed, and I stopped by Marlon's to check on my monster slaying progress. I watched through the growing forest at the train station and realized I didn't have enough trash yet. Like, I must have collected trash somewhere else. So back at the mines I was for round 2. It only took me a Joja Cola and a couple more casts to complete it. In town, Sebastian said that he loses focus too fast. Maybe coffee would help? Good thing I carried some with me, am I right? And I had to come to the ocean to replace my crap out bait, and I'm glad I did, because we finally have all the ocean fish we needed. So I moved them to a pond by the farmhouse, cause that way is way harder to forget about them. Day 119 was a special day. I learned how to make pizza, I learned the recipe for fiber seeds, and it was raining, which meant I got some seafoam pudding from my fridge and set myself to catch the legend. I got here later in the day, and even though it was a little rough, it was nothing like the other fishes I have catched anyway. It is on my pocket now, meaning I had all the legendary fish. Later that night, I gave him his very own fish bun. One more down. While harvesting some coffee, I got a new level of understanding. I got loads of things to harvest today, And I just thought of mentioning that I do process most of my goods. I bought and planted more rare seeds. And after thinking about it carefully, I picked the Farming Mastery, which granted me an Iridium Scythe. I was so excited about this. At the mouse shop, I got myself the Watermelon Band. No reason, I was just in the area and hey, one more hat, right? I made a stop at the train station to get more wood and seeds planted. I spent the rest of the day working on the shipment of things I still had not sold. And the next morning, Emily and I were wedded at the wedding today.
Rebecca and I are getting wed at the wedding today.
I should have dressed better. I literally have a veil, but oh well. Well, we can't forget about the farm. Time to get to work. I checked on how my relationship tab was, because that is another thing I need to figure out for perfection. I also worked on crafting some things, like a loom and an oil maker. When I headed to the mountains, Linus, yet again, surprised me in unexpected ways. Silly guy. I came here to have Robin upgrade my shed. I was going to need something big. I also bought a few things from her for the house and a bunch of recipes. I spent the rest of the day gift giving to anyone I came across that I was not still in hearts with. While I was visiting the Molners, George told me all about his condition, a really sad story. I installed the things I got from Robin and now I have a whole setup ready. I was feeling decorative, so I made a path in the animals area. I really liked how it turned out. Late at night, I came to Cindersap Forest looking for fiber and moss for a special statue. Day 121, my farm crab huts had caught me a crayfish, which meant I was done with catching those fish for now. Today, I crafted and planted a mystic fruit seed. I didn't know much about it, but I wanted it to grow fast. In town, I finally talked with Kent about the war memento, which meant I talked to Gus. And for now, this is all I did about this. From completing quest, I had gotten a ticket, which granted me the Friendship 101 book. Now all I need is the will to make friends. I was lucky to get the Curious Substance quest today. It is needed for crafting recipes and not that hard to complete. Cleaned opened a few mystery boxes for me and got bombs and seeds.
I mean, it's alright, like...
My lava eels finally got the bomb they wanted. Look at them go! I then went to the mines looking for bat wings. They are part of the recipe for monster musk and I was short on that. And also to find the ectoplasm. No, I absolutely didn't forget about it and was reminded once I was here and got it. Late at night, I came to clear the quarry. Sometimes it just has to be done. The next day, Emily gave me a bean hot pot for breakfast. Thank you so much. I might give this to Demetrius. I am seriously in love with the Iridium Scythe, and my shed has finally been upgraded. I bought the ectoplasm to the wizard, and I noticed he had some marriage dialogue. Interesting. And you know that if I was at Cindersap Forest, I had to stop by and get a hat. This one is cute. I gave Vincent a snail, because he likes them somehow, and unlocked the achievement Popular. It has been a long time, so today I went to Ginger Island. There were many things that needed to be done. The most important thing was helping Professor Snail out of the cave. Finally. I immediately visited him at his tent to donate whatever I had. I always struggled to finish this, but not this time, Snail. Not this time. Then to the volcano I went. I do not like it very much, but it had to be done. There are so many walnuts hidden behind monsters and rocks, so I had to. I didn't know it then, but the mini obelisk was going to be life-changing. I stopped by the dwarf's shop to buy some bombs and was reminded of how expensive they are now. Like, what is this? I even tried to make them myself, but I am still not sure of what is worse. I gave the rose to Sandy, finally, and she gave me a remote. Then I finally entered the casino. I am not going to dwell on the technicalities for YouTube reasons, but let's just say I did what needed to be done and was really lucky. So I could get the alien rare girl, the top hat, one more to the list, and all of the farm word totems I could get. I won't be back here again because I got everything I needed. It was a Thursday, so I did the magic rock candy trade and then headed down to the mines. I am getting better at Skull Cavern every day. I am almost never struggling anymore. Don't get too excited though.
Today, I only made it to floor 43 before I decided it was not worth it for me to pass out today. The bookseller was in town today, so I got another book that granted me a power. Yes, now I was even faster. I had a super cute interaction with Alex. You gotta love the relationship that he has with his grandparents. Oh, and it was a Friday, so you know I had to stop to get my sprinkler. There is no way I am spending batteries on this. I took the remote to George, who took it gladly, the shard to the wizard, who in return gave me a literal worm, but Willie sure liked it. So, since I had the locket already, I had him take me to Birdie to finally learn how to do fairy dust. Oh, and I almost threw up because of the locket smell. With the walnuts she gave me, I was able to repair the island house. It was empty. I found this shirt on the ground and wore it while I prepared the land and planted more starfruit seeds. I also planted some terratubers because I do not have to care about them, it's just easy money. I went to bed on my new home. I hope my wife doesn't mind. Day 125 I visited the froggy, since I woke up in the island. I didn't have my crops ready, but I could fish. So I got a few walnuts and the cutest frog hat. Look at it. Then I went back to Stardew Valley for the annual egg hunt. I got some strawberry seeds, chatted with everyone, and look, the boys are all hanging out together. We rarely get dialogue from George about Evelyn, so it's always refreshing. Now I know that there was no reason for me to win the egg hunt this year, but I had to, I had to. Call me a child, I don't care. I am wearing a frog hat. Of course I won, with 12 eggs. Before going to bed, I did some farm chores. A little late to be harvested, but I did it anyway. Believe it or not, I still made it to bed in time. The next day, I got a letter about the Desert Festival. I was beyond excited for it. My field was starting to come along nicely. The blowfish asked for a pizza today. Honestly, same. And look at the legend fish color, it's such a pretty green. I had cleaned open a few artifact drops and whatnot. Got some pretty cool stuff, honestly. Then I had him upgrade my pan to iridium. And today, I finally donated a prismatic shard to the museum. It had to be done. Then I completely messed up by giving Willie the albacore that Gus asked for. So he took it as a gift. I felt like an idiot. But I did change my bobber to a burger, so we're good. I stopped by Haley to give her an iridium quality coconut for her birthday, which she absolutely loved. Then I stepped into Lewis's house to get my hands on the sports cap. Nothing fancy, but it's good to have. I stepped into the coop and another dinosaur had hatched, so we welcomed Saruman to the family. I spent the rest of the night checking on what dishes I still needed to cook. I felt at this point that I probably should have prepared better. I also worked on some crafting recipes and got a lot of things done. This caused me to have a bunch of torches that I just placed all over the place. One day I will organize and decorate, okay? I know this is absolutely horrendous, but I didn't want to just store flowers on my chest, Day 127, I got a little taste of what being married to Emily is like. She is so sweet. Still watering that cauliflower, by the way. None of that mattered, because today was the first day of the Desert Festival. In case you didn't know, the main purpose of the festival is for you to get calico eggs that you can get in many ways to spend in different goodies. I got a makeover by Emily, even though she loves me just the way I am. And I turned out pretty cute, I think. I look like a real farmer. And that still counts as another hat, hey? Then I got a free cactus. I had a rumpled fruit skin for lunch. And no, I didn't know exactly what would give me the best buffs like luck and speed. Then I headed down to do a skull cavern dive. The biggest difference with the mines during the festival are these cat statues that give you bonuses, or sometimes negative things, and that you can find calico eggs. Every statue, plus every few floors down, you get an egg rating. The better the rating, the better the rewards at the end of the day. More than anything, I think it is super fun. On floor 13, I found one statue and the Miracle of Joba, an autopetter. Had a pretty good run overall, made it to floor 56 with an egg rating of 22, which impressed Gil to give me 100 more eggs. What a fun festival. The next day I was walking around in my undies, and I placed the cactus I got down. Oh, and I also placed down that autopetter where my pigs were.
I love them, but this will make things easier for sure. I stopped by town to get Evelyn's quest from the board today. Then I had a realization that my chest with prismatic shards and other things that I had placed in the desert was not there. So I was sad when I also didn't see it in the lost and found. I drove myself to the desert, still on my undies by the way, got another one of those dishes, and I stepped in to get a new outfit. This is interesting. I used the eggs I got yesterday to buy hats at the egg trader. I never thought I would say that phrase. Which meant I had my hands on the blue bow, the mummy mask, and the dark velvet bow. These are so rad, and honestly, what else am I going to spend my eggs in? Another phrase I didn't think I would ever say. Also, Marnie sells truffle oil. When Lewis asks me for this, I am going to send him right to you, okay? I took the quest that gave the most eggs and dived down. I was not having a lot of luck today. It was past 4 p.m. and I was barely on floor 7. I like to say I didn't struggle, but I pressed on as strongly as I could, but only made it to floor 30 with an egg rating of 16. Not the best day, unfortunately. In case you were wondering, this is how I was walking around the next morning. Despite that, today I was serious business. I needed to get a high egg rating today, and I was going to try my absolute best. Oh, also, this was my new outfit. I started pretty strong, and did honestly pretty good. I had a couple of magnetism struggles, but I eventually got a new level of understanding. Around 8 p.m. I was already at level 24, so I needed to keep going. I was really trying to get as many bats as I could for extra batteries. It went as you can imagine. I almost blew myself up on accident because I was so close to dying, but hey, a little pricey. By midnight, I was level 30. Not bad. It was important for me to get this high because I wanted to impress Gil for the 200 calico egg reward and, most importantly, his very own hat. Truly one of a kind. I spent my remaining eggs in whatever cool thing I could find, and was actually able to sleep on my bed tonight. On day 130, I started the day by gifting Emily. I wanted she to love me at least 14 hearts. I think my cauliflowers are ready, but they are not huge, so I will keep watering them. At this point, I have no idea how I could have lived all my life without an iridium scythe, honestly. Today I decided to fix the land to plant some wild seeds, because I might have been neglecting my farm a little bit. I came across Haley taking pictures, and we ended up having a very interesting photo shoot. I came to Marnie's because I thought that my piggies were giving me loads of money. Might as well, right? So let me introduce you to Cheelob, Treebeard, Denethor, Brego, Celeborn, and Sauron. Quite diverse folk, don't you think? Today I picked up my pen, which had been fully upgraded. I planted another tree in the greenhouse, the best place to plant them, and Abigail was behaving like a child still. I had a little dialogue from Elliot that made me chuckle a little bit. I foolishly spent the rest of the day running around in circles looking for a panning spot. I thought I heard one, and gave Pam a birthday gift before calling it a night. I know you may have thought I was crazy, but voila! My first ever big veggie. It only took a lot of faith and water. Also, look at all these piggies. I finally collected all the fish that my friend Bobo had requested. It only took me 1,000 trips to the crop huts, and got some carrot seeds as reward. I know it seems small, but I was really happy to plant all of this. It was a Friday, so sprinkler time. At the beach, I helped Haley with her bracelet. Let's just say this feels a little wrong once you know Emily is your wife. Especially when I found out that she was right there. I didn't even know she came here.
She doesn't even go here.
Then I came to Ginger Island and was surprised to see all the harvesting to be done, as well as all the walnuts I would get from them, including how my froggy friend came to inspect the veggies and fruit. I checked on the walnut room and I still have a ways to go, unfortunately. But I had enough to fix the resort, which meant more walnuts. From the Pirate's Cave, I found a Gorman statue and the stingray, the last Ginger Island fish I needed, which also meant I was only missing 2 fish to catch them all.
Unfortunately, they are El Dorado and the octopus, so there is no way I am getting them before summer. After helping in a completely legitimate way and not at all relying on the wiki, I got more walnuts from Professor's nail stand. Lastly for the day, I also got the parrots to fix the island trader booth, which allowed me to pay a few terror tubers that I had collected today in exchange of the deluxe cowboy hat. Very fancy. Just in case you were wondering, yes, we are getting very, very rich. The next day I took care of the farm and had to adjust the setup for the shed, since we were having starfruit now. I went about my day gifting anyone I could find. Gotta get those hearts up. Then sweet Evelyn taught me how to bake cookies. Interesting thing, she actually likes broken glasses as of 1.6, so don't just toss them. Then I went to the desert and was really happy to see my chest was still there. Then I had some mustard musk and headed down. I never really learned my lesson, huh? Not me dying and these two literally making babies. The truth is, I wanted to get my monster goals completed. That is why the musk, okay? Nothing to report, just passed out at 2 AM surrounded by beasts. Day 133 brought so many strawberries. I stopped at the mastery cave and picked the mining perk. I was almost halfway down with another level too. I immediately crafted the dwarf statue that grants you a special power for the day. You get to choose between two options. I came to the desert, because it was a Sunday, to get more staircases and also more starfruit seeds. It's just good business. I spent the rest of the day just clearing the quarry and having a good time. Day 134 was the beginning of our last week of spring. I found some cookies in the trash that I then gave to Abigail, who was hungry. She took them before saying hi. I picked Robin's hardwood quest because the season was almost over for potatoes, and then headed to Ginger Island. I tried to play a tune for the mermaid with only one flute block, but it didn't work for me, so I guess I'll have to get more. I then cleared the bone side because I wanted to help the snail man. It was late, but I still took the time to find some walnuts. Before 2 AM, I did teleport to the farm, no worries. The next day, I struggled to water my indoor sunflower, then checked on what I needed for the Statue of Blessings. Only a little bit of fiber. Good thing I live so close to Cindersap Forest. This statue gives you a daily blessing. I will be talking of the different ones I get as we get them, but for today, the blessing of the butterfly. Probably one of the lamer ones. It spawns a butterfly that if I find it, it gives me some monies. Nothing too special. But today was a lucky day, so we went to Skull Cavern. I started strong by finding a shaft, a treasure room, and some iridium sprinklers. On floor 59, a bat dropped a battery and a whole iridium bar. And I almost died on floor 70, but I like the adrenaline. The only reason I mention this is because nothing interesting happened during this run. I just made it to floor 86 with just a tiny bit of HP left. From now on, part of my daily routines will be gifting and kissing Emily and getting a blessing from each of the statues. Today I got the Blessing of Energy, which basically just means I have infinite energy.
Huh, I think I would have seen that.
While tending to my animals, I saw that the flower dance had started. Good thing that this year I have a wife that will dance with me. However, this is somehow even worse, because for some reason I dance with the boys. Look at her, she's wearing blue and even brought a cowboy hat. Anyway, I also had to come to get the recipe that I always forget about. Before going to bed, I placed them some flowers I bought at the festival too. Day 137 was finally the day Emily gave me a star drop. Marriage does have its benefits. While harvesting my forageables today, I completed Evelyn's quest, which not only makes me so happy to help, but also gets me my coffee maker. Not that I need it, but it's cool. While I was here, I also had some conversations with Alex, which is slowly softening up to me. I stopped by the Hat Mouse and got the paper hat, because it is time for a change, and also because it is adorable. Then I stopped at the museum to donate a couple of things. The saloon to get a pizza for my blobfish, and the smoker I got as a reward from the prize machine. Busy day, huh? Back at home, I was crafting the things I saw I still needed, because I was stressed about perfection, okay? Today was also the first day I used a mini obelisk. Look at me go! The next day's blessing was the Blessing of Friendship, which means you make friends faster when talking to them. Yay! But oh, would you look at that, my coffee maker. I got some of my last harvest of the season and found out that the raccoon had a wife with an interesting taste. I spent the rest of the day gifting everyone I could find. A variety of their love gifts, of course, because I do want to gift them all, every single one of them. It is a tough goal, but I like the challenge. Late at night, I caught these two being little children and sneaking away. I spent the rest of the evening playing some sprinklers and scarecrows. Did you know you can put hats in the alien one? I spent so long doing chores and decorating that I had to sleep on the dirt on my farm. It's okay. Marlon carried me on his arms all the way to my bed. Day 139, after I gifted Emily, was the day I finally had reached 14 hearts with her. I would have my hat soon. With the help of the furnaces I already had, I made some heavy furnaces for the efficiency, since these can make more bars for less coal. While doing stuff in the farm, Emily interrupted me to tell me she wanted to get her some fiber? What? I still needed to get fiber for her to do my suit. Unfortunately, at that time I had 2 pieces of fiber. It was going to take me way longer than I thought, but that's okay, because look at all the truffles I am getting every single day. Then in town I found, and I quote, Pierre's secret stash. What is your theory on what this is? I genuinely want to know what other people think his dirty secret is. Oh look, another cute rainbow butterfly. So Marlon opens at 2 p.m. But hey, he was happy to see me. Please, Concerned Ape, let me marry Marlon. At least gift him. I would happily make him crab cakes and pumpkin soup. Anyway, the real reason I'm here is to check on the monster goals. Still a little bit behind. So at the mines, I worked on collecting fiber and killing Krabus's cousins. Yikes. The last day of the season. I had a lot of things to do in preparation for summer, like organizing my processing shed with loads of kegs and preserve jars. Then I took the sprinklers from my greenhouse to place them on the main farm. I did major organization because I really wanted to have a productive, organized summer. I shipped some things I had missing and really spent the rest of the day wasting my time thinking of what else I needed to do to obtain perfection this year. Though it was late, I figured I could spend some time in the mines, and I am glad I did because I got my first ever animal cracker. I will try to get one of these on all of my fish ponds, so then they can produce twice the amount of roe. Was I stressed about the grind? Yeah. Was I also having the time of my life? Oh, absolutely. The air is warm and there is a yellow color over everything, so it must mean summer is finally here. I had to get to work right away, since there were loads of spots to hoe, water, fertilize, and seed. I made sure to stop by Pierre's before he closed to get all the seeds I was going to need. While I was planning, I found these 2 chismosas far from the rest. There is a lot of gossiping around in the farm, believe it or not. Poor things fell asleep in the middle of the field. Before bed, I also made sure to make a fiber patch since I was going to need loads of fiber. Ah, a brand new day, with loads of love from my piggies. Look at all those truffles. And my field looks lovely, don't you think? I came to Ginger Island today. It is a lot to take care of, but I expanded my starfruit empire. I had to give these sprinklers a good use, you know? Every time I come to Ginger Island, I make sure to get these mussels, since I know that there are walnuts hidden in them. My lucky day, I guess. Not that you care much about it, but look at how profitable roe is. Day 143, I begged Pam to take me to the desert. I needed to get more starfruit seeds, and since I was already here, might as well do a mines dive, right? It is good to come for resources and monster goals. Which, by the way, I completed one. This one was particularly special to me. Besides that, nothing super special happened. Just almost died a few times, but made it to floor 100 with no fuss. And I got a seed maker.
I mean, it's alright.
The next day, I accidentally gave Emily a bomb. You don't like it? That's understandable. Now 2 of my ponds had a cracker because I found another one yesterday. Oh, and my void salmons got some iridium. Weirdos. Today I also remember something very, very important, finally.
I bought and planted some melon seeds that were urgent for me, again, with no sprinkler. Then I went to the desert for round 2. After trading a magic rock candy, of course, and I had enough Omnigeos with me, so I got myself the green turban. We are like twins! The biggest thing about today's dive was my hunting for dinos. Oh, and I also tried to break a rock with a hoe because I'm so good at this game. On floor 37, I actually found a wearable dwarf helmet. 2 hats in one day? Also, I love that this one hides my hair. I do think that these skull cavern dives are way more fun when watching or playing on real time. So, if you're enjoying the video and would like to see me doing these runs live, be sure to hit the subscribe button so you never miss a new video. Anyway, back on the grind. Today I made it to floor 107 before calling it a night, with lots of goodies on my pocket though. The next day started by watering by hand my melons. Yay. Then I crafted some more things I needed, like the deluxe scarecrow. At the beach, I had the super fun event where a bunch of crabs just invade Willie's shop. I came to the ocean to try to catch an octopus, in the company of my lovely, lovely wife. Let's just say I wasn't ready for it, okay? So I tried the El Dorado instead, and also wasn't successful. But I finally made it to the Mastery Cave again and chose the fishing perk. Only one more to go. With the help of double bobbers, I tried again. And lo and behold, then I thought about going back to my old ways and going to catch super cucumbers. I caught a few, turned them into bait when needed. I had some other bigger sources of money now, but these were still good. I mean, look at that. Day 146, I got some peppers, and I made some flute blocks I was going to need to make a mermaid happy. Then, onto the ocean I went. I needed to catch that octopus. It only took me 10 years to catch it, but I finally got it, unlocking the Master Angler achievement in my game and in Steam. How do I have over 1,000 hours in this game and do not have this one already? Anyway, back at Juju Island, it was good that it was raining because it helped me prepare the land for some starfruit. I even planted more iridium sprinklers. I needed loads of money, okay? Then I found the bird with a ruby, which helped me complete this puzzle. Finally, oh my gosh. Then I also played some music for Ariel here, and this one is one of my favorite puzzles. This means I was 2 walnuts away from Mr. Key's room. Last day of the week was a lucky day, and I also got the Blessing of Luck. Pretty self-explanatory. From the mail, I got another stout drop, this time from Willie, for getting all fish. Oh, and what's that? What's my favorite thing? Oh, I guess that's true. From the radishes that I harvested today, I made some seeds and planted them again. I didn't even need Pierre anymore. Alex said something about my shoes being dirty. Oh, I'm sorry, I actually get work done because no, tending to the ice cream shop does not count. You potato. On the other hand, the family, and Maru, was gathered at the beach. I had a funny dialogue with Sam. I really like him. But the reason I was here was because I wanted to plant more fiber. I was getting anxious about my hat. After that, I was back at the volcano. I needed to find those walnuts I was missing. After struggling for a bit, I got 2 walnuts. It really cost me, believe it or not. I bought the recipes I was going to need from the dwarf and headed down. I didn't make it home though, obviously. The very first thing I did on day 148 was going to Mr. Key's room. I know he compliments you and is all nice, but I have never gotten a goodbye from him. The first 2 quests I could pick sucked, but I went for the one about gifting since it seemed more doable. Then I checked on the perfection tracker. Oh my! Only 41%? Still had a long ways to go. Had to get to work, but first things first. I had the parrots deliver mail to 2 different locations from now on. I only did it so I could have the farm warp tower. This was going to make things so much easier. I stopped to buy a banana sapling on my way to donating some bones to Professor Snail. Then I went back to do more stuff at the farm, including collecting loads of fiber. Look at that. Emily was nowhere to be found though.
I replaced that fiber with some summer seeds. I did a joy/overwhelming dance before working on replacing the produce in my shed. Before I forgot, I also planted that banana tree. I was going to need them for loads of things. Then I spent the rest of the day gifting people, including Gus for his birthday. I really wanted to get those key coins. Oh, and I guess it is also good to increase friendship points, huh? I picked the easiest board quest that there is too, since it was a new week. This is one of the absolute saddest dialogues ever written. You can't change my mind. I spent the late night making more ancient fruit seeds. A lot of these were needed. The next day, I finally got a new blessing, so I could go even faster, and got Emily all the fiber she needed. So excited for what was next. Today, I also got a mysterious letter from a JoJo representative. I wonder what this means. I was surprised to find that my blobfish were British and wanted some tea. I also experienced for the first time some unhappy animals. They had eaten all the grass I had for them, so we were completely hay dependent. Did you know that if you put grapes on the dehydrator you get raisins? Pretty cool, huh? I don't know why it was so important to me to get a different hat today, but we did. I went to cut some wood on my way to getting new recipes from Pierre. I needed to do something about my animals. Because I had just given all my fiber to Emily, I could only make 4 grass starters. The rest of the day was spent in gifting. Again, I stayed up late to cut as much wood as I could. Plant and bag the seeds, of course. When talking to Emily the next morning, I made sure to gift her and work on the board quest. I didn't have any rubies though, for now. Later in the day, I went to Clint's to get some stuff opened. Got some pretty cool stuff, not gonna lie, including a whole banana tree. Literally one day after I had already bought one. And a prismatic shard. Then I donated some things to the museum. Here is where I planted those trees I got, by the way. To fix my animals' food problem, I thought to plant a tea sapling on top of grass. But that didn't work. 1, because you can't plant them on top. 2, because Sauron here is full of selfishness and ate it right away. I still planted them though, and did the trick with the fences instead. This should help a bit with the food problem. Even though it was late, I figured that a good use of my time would be to go to the quarry mines. For some reason. The next day I realized the grass did not last 2 seconds. So I was going to have to make more. Hey, at least I made sure they had hay so people were happy today. Just so you know, this is how my shed looks like every 3rd day. Life can be rough. While working on that, I was reminded of the luau. I brought an iridium quality truffle that I knew everyone would love. Jazz had the exact reaction I would have if I had to attend this festival for real life. But George seems to be having a good time, and that's enough for me. Everyone loved the soup, don't worry. Look at all that money though. Day 152, I got the Blessing of Waters, which meant that the first 3 fish I hooked would be easier to catch. Oddly specific, but pretty cool I think. Today I also decided to sell most of my bars. Money was tight, I guess? No, seriously, I don't know why, because I am making so much money in other ways. I teleported to the island that had much better weather. I worked on expanding the farm again. This time with more ancient fruit. Oh my! Now that is what I call style. I had one more thing to donate to Snail, so I did. Then I came to the dig site to look for what I was still missing. I got yet another walnut from these. And in a matter of 2 seconds, the 2 snake vertebrates that were needed. Joba was definitely on my side. Because I was feeling so lucky, I decided to go fish for the last piece I needed. So I didn't have to enter his office ever again. While doing so, I got my first ever golden treasure chest, and it had a sonar bobber. I tried different spots and until very late, but eventually I was so lucky today, oh my goodness. I completed his mini research thing and was done with everything he needed. I can't believe how funny he looks when he's not behind the desk. I learned how to make an ostrich incubator and headed out. Yes, without picking up my walnuts. Day 153, the spirits were so happy. I got a blessing of ladders and also a blessing of speed. So we obviously had to go to Skull Cavern. I did everything I needed to do,
like harvesting, planting an orange tree in the greenhouse, having a completely normal conversation with shirtless Alex, before giving him a birthday present, of course, telling Demetrius he's stupid for thinking you can do a fruit salad with tomatoes, and getting another shed build, cause nothing fits in there anymore. So I made it to Skull Caverns until 1 p.m. The most important thing that happened is that I almost died. Twice. But I made it to floor 77 with loads of resources and monsters laid. The next day, I found out that 2 of my fish ponds had requests for tea, still, and for a petrified slime. I'm sure I will fulfill their requests pretty soon. It's about time, boys and girls. Blueberries. I gave Emily a ruby, which completing the weekly quest. I would have a sewing machine soon. Then I headed to the desert again today. I traded some jades for staircases and headed down. Is there a reason why I'm coming to Skull Caverns so often? No, I just love it. There were a lot of monsters to take care of, which was good for my monster goals. The problem that games like Elden Ring or Halo or combat games have is that the combat is not as thrilling and exciting as this. Many bats mean many batteries, right? I made it to floor 67 before passing out. A great dive if you ask me. The next day I woke up to the greenness of the toxic rain, which meant there was a ton of weeds to take care of. And forageables. If you are wondering, this is what I did for the entirety of the day. Some of my trees had mutated, so I got a topper from one of them to place it on my brand new mystic tree. Pretty cool, huh? And the lucky pawn to get the new cracker is the lava eel. I think this is the most valuable. Today I also had the realization that I might have to buy another goat because I still had not shipped a small goat's milk. And because my goats are so loved and so well fed, they just keep making large milk. I've been neglecting them a bit by not penning them, but I really don't want to do that anymore, you know? My second shed is ready, so I'm gonna go and expand it. I made more sprinklers and more tea saplings. To fix the issues with the grass and the animals, I planted some grass all over the place, and then placed fences over them. I hope this improves their lifestyle a bit. Oh, and those extra tea saplings? They also made it to the bottom left corner. Back at home, I placed my sewing machine. And what a better way to break it in than by making a blue party hat. So festive. It was not until after 9 p.m. that I made it outside of the farm, just to cut more weeds. But I did have my axe this time, so I think it was a pretty good day, don't you think? Check out the struggle I went through to get this figured out. Oh my gosh. The next day, everything was back to normal. I was so close to my last mastery level, I wanted to get it soon. My melons were ready, but they were not as big as I wanted them to be. So I will keep watering them with the hopes that they grow. I then realized that my path to the animal area was blocked by one of the tea saplings I placed. Good thing that now when you cut them down, you get the sapling still. Thanks, Eric. I think it's so cute that the pigs get all closer to eat the grass I placed, meaning I need to plant more. Today was finally the day. I have been saving quite a bit of money, and I would be happy to make traveling easy. So I got myself the water obelisk, aka the massive beach totem. I needed all the obelisk for perfection, so a step closer to it. Then I had the one and only scene with the dwarf, which feels more like a Kribu scene, honestly, because it doesn't make the dwarf more likable really. Instances like this are what make me question, why do we have to befriend him and not my sweet, sweet Marlin? I have nothing against the dwarf, I just want more people to gift. I like the struggle, I guess. Plus, it left Kribus all bruised. I started to grow interest in the return scepter. Maybe one day? Only the wizard catalog for now though. I really needed to decorate, okay? I stopped at the museum to donate one thing. Progress is progress. I went back to Ginger Island today too, because I had a ton of honey and starfruit to get, which granted me my last level of understanding. Also, look at all this fiber. I had enough for the rest of my life. So satisfying to hear that too. I did plant back as much as I could. At Mr. Key's room, I had to choose between a bad quest and a terrible quest. So I picked the one that gave the more coins. With everything I've done in the last few days, we have now 43%. A 2% improvement. Yay! Back at home, Emily gave me a huge surprise right in front of the fire. She gave me a whole outfit. This was such a sweet cutscene, and I was so happy to see it, even with my party hat. It didn't last for long though. Yesterday I made some decorating with the new catalog, and this is how the house looks like now. What do you think? I took a copy from the machine to give to Emily, who immediately gave one back to me. Probably the same one. Today I also decided that 2 were not enough and made a 3rd heavy furnace. Still watering the melons.
Oh my goodness, why is everyone being so loud?
This is how much I am chipping almost every day, by the way. And today was the day. I had reached the full level of understanding of the mastery ways, unlocking trinkets and other things, and having Grandpa real proud of me, patting me on my shoulder. He probably couldn't catch me because I was dancing with so much joy. I spent the rest of the day gifting people. This meant getting closer to perfection. I had a scene where Sam broke an egg and his mom was involved. He did apologize though, after I gifted him for his birthday. Nothing better than starting the day with a fresh harvest of blueberries, huh? I took the time today to come to Ginger Island to plant more ancient seeds and more starfruit. Looking pretty good. Today was finally the day I made it onto the Pirates Cove. It's so wild. The main reason I wanted to come, other than seeing Mario and Luigi fighting, was because I needed to win this darts game 3 times for them walnuts. And since it was still early, I tried to get more walnuts from the volcano. I was lucky, I also got a scrap note I needed. I found so many walnuts. I think I'm so close to getting them all. The next day I woke up on Ginger Island with loads of harvesting to do. Good thing I had some seeds left over from yesterday. And it is so nice to go back home so easily. Today I moved the seed makers to a more convenient place and started doing more ancient fruit seeds. To keep with the farm upgrades, I had Robin build me a shipping bin that I placed in my animals area, with same day assemble and everything. Oh, and also an upgrade for my shed, because I had lots of kegs and starfruit ready to get to work. And since I was here, I gifted Demetrius. I had actually forgotten it was his birthday, otherwise I would have brought him something of a bigger quality. I tried to catch Willie at the beach to take me to Ginger Island, but I didn't make it. I really wanted to get the island obelisk soon. Back at the farm, I planted even more grass with fences. I really wanted to solve the food problem, cause I love my animals, okay? Before the end of the day, I also stopped at Marlin's to check on the monster goals and get my hands on my very own napalm ring, one of my favorites. Day 160, I harvested some gold quality tomatoes, which meant I could complete Pierre's board quest. I've been working on this one for a while. Today was spent gifting. Again. I also participated on Elliot's reading, My Heart. A lot of people were gone by the end, but me and my wife stood still to the end to support. I hope she doesn't mind he dedicated the book to me. But then all the women joined to align our chakras and do some yoga. It was pretty fun. And lastly, I also went to the train station. Not to take the train, but to cut down the forest that had grown. Yes, I did plan everything back, no worries. Today, I went to Clint's to open a bunch of Omnigeodes, trying to find more things to donate. Then I went to Ginger Island, where the parrot told me I still needed to crack muscles. Good thing I did. I also finally got my ostrich egg. Ostriches, here I come. I had the parrots build me a bridge, because why not? And then headed to the caldera to merge my burglar's ring with my napalm ring. Very powerful in combat. In case you didn't know, what this does is it makes it so that when enemies die, they explode. And since I come here to fight the baddies, for the goals I had, it seemed like a good idea to stay for the rest of the night, right? Wrong. Nothing bad, I only lost 15,000 gold. This is why I hate the volcano. I could have gone home to cry, but instead I decided I wanted to keep grinding.
You are very wrong if you think I didn't struggle here as well. Can you believe we're on the last week of summer? We are still stressing about those melons. I made sure to stop by the dwarf to gift him for his birthday. And I chose the bones quest at the board today. Then I went to Ginger Island. Here I could get bones from the bones side. While I was here, I got to meet Fizz, who would help me with perfection if I needed. For a fee, of course. Man, I am so glad Lewis doesn't wear a swimming suit here. I came to the volcano again today, looking for dragon teeth and fighting magma sprites. In the process, I also got my slime monster goal completed. I can't believe I was that close to that. The next day, I flew home. Look at how efficient. I finally felt the need to upgrade to a big chest in here. I made some more machinery of processing and improved my sheds as much as I could, since my keg's shed was fully upgraded now. And once I was not busy anymore, I started gifting as many as I could. Pierre had what he was looking for, as no one wanted to buy his organic vegetables. I am sure he didn't even tell them that I grew it in my farm. I told him to be less greedy. I don't think he learned the lesson though. I waited in front of Robin's desk to catch her just at the right time so she would upgrade my coop. Finally. Day 164, I woke up to Sam at my door. His band was going to play and he wanted me to see him. Very sweet. I got a mini shipping bin from Pierre that I would give a very good use to. Today, I unfortunately encountered more sad piggies. I feel terrible about it. But I had to worry about other things too, like monster goals. Trust me, I also have no idea what Mrs. Moody from the past was up to. But I did get all the bones I needed though. And I also completed yet another monster's lair goal. We're making huge progress here. For getting another goal completed, I got the only skeleton mask. Look at the harvesting that got done today. I finally made some more lightning rods too. Then I went to cleanse to get more things opened. The best thing was probably the magic raw candy. I love that stuff. And I got one more thing donated. Little by little, we progress. I also completed the bones quest. It was really easy, honestly. Then I went to the Calico Desert to get even more starfruit. Good thing it was raining at Ginger Island. It made planting all the seeds way faster and convenient. The parrot at Leo's house told me I had to go to the volcano again. But I didn't go because I was obedient. Instead, I went to the caldera, I had a lucky lunch, and set myself to catch lava eels. This because I had the blessing of waters today, so it should be super easy. It really was. It felt like a sardine. 3 iridium lava eels like nothing. Don't worry, after that I did go into the volcano. In there I lost a few dragon teeth, but found on my pocket a green party hat. I don't know when I got this, but I won't complain. I made sure to go back home and smoke those lava eels before going to bed. No worries. I woke up this morning scared to death to see Balrog's face was a skull. I must have placed it on error, but was happy because that reminded me we could put hats on pets now. So he will have a blue bow from now on. Doesn't he look fabulous? Today the blessing was the blessing of fangs. That to me that meant nothing. I maybe just don't understand how critical chances works. Now you tell me if there is something better than harvesting blueberries during the rain and thunder. Oh, you know what? Maybe a full shed of products? Oh yeah, we are doing serious business now. On the other hand, I had one of the saddest scenes with Shane.
Yes, very sad. Anyway.
The traveling cart was selling a fish taco, a crayfish, a red seed, and a portrait of my sweet Emily. So I bought it all. On my way back to town, I was forced to join the band of the Hackmigos of Pelican to the concert. It was actually super fun. Emily was there on her own, by the way. And also Jody and Vincent. I think that's so cool. Oh, and let's not forget about Linus. But anyway, back in Stardew Valley, I got some monster mask and went to fight beasts. The void spirits were one of the only ones left that I could still do in the local mines. So here you had me. In the process, I also completed the raw crabs. I didn't know I still needed these, but it was pretty cool. Floor 89 was full of monsters. I fought them till I passed out at 2 in the morning, surrounded by them. The next morning, Shane was at my door trying to apologize for the day before.
Anyway.
I got some of my lost harvest of the season and made some challenge bait, especially because I had the blessing of waters today, and I knew how profitable lava eels were now, especially smoked. Challenge bait makes it so that if you have a perfect catch, you catch 3 fish instead of only 1. The caveat is that if you lose the fish for a moment, then you only catch 2 and so on until you can lose all of the fish. Since these 3 fish were going to be easier, it made sense to use it with lava eel, helping me take 7 eels instead of 3. I could have gotten more, but I guess I should get better at fishing too. I then went to the ocean to catch fish I would need for recipes, most importantly, a tuna. Back in town, I encountered Sebastian himself. I feel like because I have been working on getting my hearts up with everyone, I have been getting cutscenes like crazy. Everyone is so cute, clingy, and romantic now. I'm sure Emily won't be upset by this, right? I did some fishing by the lake too, before I headed to bed, holding a rock. Last day of the season. I had the blessing of waters again. So, to celebrate fish, I guess, I made a couple more fish chests that would represent ocean, lake, and river. It was the last day of the season and my melons never became one giant melon. I was so sad because this meant I had to get this goal done until next year. It was my lucky day though, because the traveling cart had a few oranges, which I'd bought because the raccoon and his wife want some dehydrated ones, the Gucci guys. I went to the mines again today, you know why, and I worked on that until I was reminded of the dance of the moonlight jellies. I used my portal to get there faster. No one noticed a thing or freaked out, don't worry. I bought a seafoam pudding and talked with everyone before sitting down to enjoy one of the best soundtracks of all time. Summer was gone, but I still had a lot to do. My crops are dead, but I was going to prepare better this season. I started preparing the land for all the crops I was going to plant. I also got some deluxe speed grow. Why not, right? The first day of the season is always a crazy busy one. I made sure to plant a variety of crops, plus watered everything. I made sure to plant from day 1 9 pumpkins here, all with speed grow. I was not making the same mistake twice. I planted some more trees in the greenhouse and also some fall seeds to maximize efficiency. At 1 AM, I entered my shed to find that everything was ready to be replaced, and silly me worked on that until I fell asleep, dreaming of how rich I was getting. Day 170, I still woke up in my bed, because Marlon's 3 AM sweep routine includes my shed. A little creepy. Part of my production this year will be my starfruit wines. It's just good money. Then in town, I helped Penny tidy up her house a little bit. But Pam didn't like these free cleaning services, maybe because it was 10 AM and she was already drunk. Immediately after, she fed me the Eowyn's too, and I entered her home for the 3rd time to gift her for her birthday a book that she loved. Then I went to the mines to work on my monster goals. Took me some effort and a few plum snacks, but I found a whole prismatic shard. I did not complete the goal though. I still have quite a lot to do. You can just assume that I water my pumpkins every day, okay? Because the entirety of my other field it's so well taken care of. My Ginger Island farm on the other hand looks hideous. But it is making lots of money though, especially because every time I come I can plant more ancient seeds. And also starfruit, of course. Then I went to suffer yet again at the volcano. I still needed walnut from a chest and some more dragon teeth. Plus, I also needed to get some magma sprites taken care of. And when I said I struggled, I meant I really struggled. The next day, I somehow had more starfruit to harvest. Started processing them right away. The total truffles I picked up and shipped today was 37. Not bad, huh? But today was a lucky day and had the blessing of speed, so I went to the desert. I finally completed the ghost monster goal. found not one, but 2 animal crackers for my fishies. And just a second after, I found a trinket. Excited to give this one a try. What the ice rod does is that it freezes enemies nearby, making combat way easier. It does need to hit the enemy to work, just so you know. It is fine, I guess, not my favorite. Day 173, I placed animal crackers on the angler and the mutant carp ponds. And I was already harvesting loads of things. Just in time for all these preserve yards too. Pickling a lot, because kegs are being used for the starfruit wine. When I walked into Cindersap Forest, Penny was having a picnic with the kids. Vincent said something that had her embarrassed. But I mean, you can't just jump into a tree with someone and expect his brother not to be talking about it, you know? Oh, speaking of the devil. Can you believe that Emily still doesn't like it when I dig through the trash? Come on, girl. I stopped by Pierre to get more seeds and things I would need for recipes, and a whole catalog to decorate my home. Speaking of decorations, today I also placed some signs. I used to do this a lot, but I haven't in a while, so it is nice. I placed some more grass too, so that the little ones would not be hungry. And I spent the rest of the day cooking. Literally. I need to cook every single recipe for perfection, so I had to start one day. I also unlocked the achievement of Cook and Sous Chef. Very fancy. The next day, I packed with me a bunch of things that would work as gifts. And when I entered the town, I had a fun cutscene with my wife, Shane, and Clint, who is just so awkward in front of her. Then I went about gifting people their favorite gifts as a good deed. And because I love to hustle, then I went to Ginger Island where I had more ancient fruit waiting for me. It was good that I harvested them today, because I remembered about the missing bundle and was able to donate some to it. Now, I know I have been playing this game for a while, but I still make silly mistakes like this, where I place all of my good gifts in the shipping bin instead of a chest. So clever. To be certain, the next day I moved the dehydrator so that I wouldn't sell those dried oranges on accident. Then I went to the desert to resupply on starfruit seeds. Since it was Sunday, I also made sure to get some more staircases. I stopped at the wizard to gift him something and also checked on the obelisks, since I had a bit of money. So I went home to get a few iridium bars and got myself my second obelisk, the desert one. I was going to get Pam out of a job. Good, because she's always drinking. Back at Ginger Island, I placed a new iridium sprinkler and more ancient seeds within, as well as more fruit where needed. I realized I also had some Turo seeds, so why not plant those as well? And look how fast it is to get home now. The very next day, I already had things to collect. Turned these forageables into more seeds and planted them right away. Guess what? My first ever banana. I needed this for a few things, so I was really excited. I got some pickled tomatoes in to replace the hot pepper jelly, both of this being a little weird. Oh, and I got those dried oranges indeed. I decided it was a good time to reorganize as well. Did the same thing with the kegs and shipped a lot of valuable things. I went to check today on the perfection tracker again. More than half the way there. I picked the prismatic shard quest because I would not do Junimo card and I'm not that crazy. I took that banana I got earlier and had this gorilla dance a little bit for me. So weird, so random, but so fun. Then I headed to the volcano looking for more teeth. These front monsters always seem to have one. In the process, I got some walnuts I needed before passing out exhausted. Day 177 had a ton of harvesting to do. It is so satisfying to see such a productive field. I had to come to get more seeds, obviously. I know I said I wasn't going to come to Pierre's anymore, but it's just so much easier, okay? I had to go to the forest to get more wood, to make a bigger chest for my shed, to keep with the demand. Then I went to the North Forest to get even more wood. The next morning, I spent time in the kitchen moving some of the dishes I had cooked into a different chest. I was running out of space with all this cooking. My pumpkins had grown, but only a little. I would have to wait and see if they would merge into one. The pumpkins on the other patch were harvested though, and at Pierre's I bought some flour, pumpkin seeds, and more speed grow. I paid to the box he had left to go swimming. Must be nice having days off. Then I went home to cook even more. Then I went fishing because I still needed some fish for recipes, like the salmon and a couple of eels. I also saw the boys coming home from their hangout. During the night, I also got a gold fishing chest that had nice fancy dishes, but I don't know if I would eat those. Once home, I cooked even more. I didn't want to stress more about this, okay? In case you didn't know, if you cook a meal, it will tell you how many times you have cooked it. So if it doesn't have anything here, then you still need to cook it. I spent the rest of the day going in and out of the house, getting whatever I might need, and then turning it into a dish, while I was also making notes of whatever else I needed. Oh no, a witch is leaving a void egg in my coop. Right as I am also producing void mayonnaise. How inconvenient. Today I had so many things to harvest that my inventory got full. So I had to have a mango for breakfast. How unfortunate. I had a conversation with Sam, the man-child, and he mentioned that he hated making decisions. Honestly, same. Here, have a Georgia Cola. Immediately after, poor Ken was having some PTSD. Luckily, I was able to manage the situation. Once things had calmed down, I started gifting around, including Vincent, who I am at 10 hearts with now, which unlocks the Beloved Farmer achievement. After gifting Yuri for her birthday, I had also reached full hearts with her, so we're making huge progress. Then I came to Ginger Island and I finally moved these terribly placed bee houses. I did something interesting though. I planted some fairy rose on Ginger Island and placed some bee houses around it. This means that when it grows, they will produce the most valuable type of honey all year round. Pretty cool, huh? Then I went to the volcano yet again. This is where I found my one and only magic quiver. This is my absolutely favorite trinket. It shoots arrows at enemies and it is so OP because of the kickback it has. I love it. I went home to put things away before heading to bed. Day 180 was a very, very sad one. Something terrible happened today. I accidentally picked up one of my pumpkins. I was a step back on my progress. I noticed some food was missing, so I made sure to replace the hay so that the animals would not be hungry again. When I visited Marnie today, I actually had one of the most wholesome scenes in my opinion. Interestingly, he said he was still going to go to the saloon because what else is there to do? But I was here to get yet another goat, because I still needed a small goat milk. Welcome, Argonath. Hope you feel at home. The traveling cart had a lobster, a largemouth bass, and a shrimp that I buy, because I did not want to have to catch them. I could afford it, so I got the retro catalog in case I felt decorative. I stopped by Robin to complete a hardwood quest she had, as well as asking for a home upgrade that include a crib. Don't get too excited though. I also stopped by Lewis to 1. Get a Star Drop tea, and 2. File for a divorce.
What? Oh no, she did not.
I know, everything seemed happy between Emily and I, but I did ask if y'all would like me to marry again, and options were given. So we will be marrying someone else now. I didn't forget about that pumpkin, by the way. I still planted it. I placed down the catalog and it has some cool stuff here. I came down to the town and found Abigail just hanging out at the cemetery. Then Pierre appeared out of nowhere. That was funny. Then we very innocently hid on a bush. Then I somehow activated yet another cutscene. Man, these are getting a little bit out of control. I hang it out with Maru, who is one of the few that makes it so obvious that she has a crush on me. So adorable. I went to bed at 1 a.m. and Emily was there, fast asleep. The next day, her and her whole room were gone.
He's gone.
But things on the farm had to keep going. I went to the desert to get more starfruit seeds and also a long dress, in case I needed it. Today in town, after getting more bok choy seeds, I was going through my usual trash digging when I found the one, the only, trash hat.
How convenient that I got it after I divorced Emily, huh? Not to feel so terrible, I made a stop at the Shrine of Memory, where I paid a ton of money to have the memories of Emily completely gone. She would not be upset at me at all now. I came to Ginger Island, and I am glad I did, because I got the curry recipe from Gus. He also mentioned being sorry about the breakup. What a cool guy. When Leo asked me what I was thinking about, I said someone special. It was true. Now, if any of you dares to answer, what does that matter to a bird? You are completely heartless. I also just love that Willy is just there hanging around. Then I spent 3 years refilling with starfruit. And then all the way I went to visit Marlon. I collected some rewards, including the arcane hat. From the monsters, looks like I only need to take care of the void spirits, the pepperexes, and the magma sprites. And today I finally placed some lamps at home. Day 182, I finally got my old outfit back. Didn't seem right to go about with Emily's outfit without Emily. And I finally moved the chest to somewhere not in the middle of the room. I planted this cactus fruit at home for absolutely no reason. Then also, for absolutely no reason, I went to Pierce to buy a bouquet. Then I went to the mines looking for some frozen geodes. And got a whole parrot egg too. I wasn't interested in changing my trinkets right now, but it was good to have. Just a few floors down, I found a frog egg. Now this is just too adorable. Oh my gosh. I went down a few more floors to fight void spirits, and oh my! Joshi was hungry, huh? After midnight, I stopped by the lake to get the midnight carpet I needed for more cooking recipes. The start of a brand new week, and a bigger house, unlocking the Linen Large achievement. I planted more fall seeds in front of my house and replaced the frog egg with the magic quiver again. I really like it, okay? When I was leaving town was the first time I met with Emily since the divorce, and she had some weather talk. However, I sprinted to talk to Sam, gave him a bouquet in front of Penny. The first thing he asked was if we could kiss. Yes, please! Can we? No, wait, I have other things for you. Right after we started dating, I gifted him an iridium quality cactus fruit and a stardrop tea, which put me at 10 hearts with him, all in just a few conversations. I know, I'm irresistible. I was going to take the bus to the desert, but then I remembered that I had the obelisk, so why not use that instead? It's free real estate. I gave Sandy a rabbit's foot for her birthday, and now we are besties. Then I drove myself back home. I picked the Terra Ruber quest to unlock recipes I needed, and then I headed to Ginger Island to work on that. The parrot reminded me I still needed a golden walnut from the Pirate's Cove. I am glad, because otherwise I would have completely forgotten about it. At Mr. Kid's room, I chose the Extended Family quest, because this one is fundamental for me. You'll see why later. I made a quick stop by the furnace to combine an iridium band and another burglar's ring. I wanted loot like crazy. This is my new ring combination. It doesn't really get much better than this. Then I went to suffer at the volcano. Nothing huge happened, just kept working until I fell asleep. Day 148, I got a bold letter from Sam. I'm looking forward to it. I planted more ancient seeds, since there was room. We're really growing here. My cactus fruit was jelly, which meant I could finally complete this quest for the raccoons, which granted me the raccoon journal. Now weeds have a greater chance of getting me seeds. Pretty cool, huh? I then somehow completely forgot that today was the Stardew Valley Fair. I wasn't planning to come, so I just did fun things, like placing a bunch of cheese on my display and still getting second place, not bad. Getting a burger and spending all my tokens on green so I could get an additional prize ticket. Once all things were over, I found myself sneaking into Sam's room. This is the problem I have with Sam. All the sneaking and hiding from his mom. It feels like he is a teenager and I'm a grown woman. But I guess that didn't stop me from staying put. Also, dude, close the door! The next day was raining,
But that didn't stop me from harvesting like crazy and crafting an ostrich incubator. I was going to have a baby ostrich soon. Then I rushed to the ocean to catch the old mariner and get a mermaid's pendant. I was not just fooling around, you see. I went to his room while he was busy practicing guitar to propose to him, and he said yes. He was so happy he went back to play his guitar immediately, silly guy. I talked to Jody after and she seems to be happy about Sam and I. But since I was not wasting time, I went up the mountains, had a seafoam pudding, and tried to catch the legend too. I didn't know this, but if you cancel the catch, then you still lose the blessing of water. And in case you were wondering, the relatives of the legendary fish just look like normal fish when drilling in. Just so you know. I was lucky to find the rusty cog on a golden treasure chest, one of the last artifacts I needed for the museum. Since I couldn't catch the legend, because I didn't know that their little logo changed, I set up to catch Mrs. Angler. And this one was special. And after a few fish catch, this one looking a bit difficult, I got the legend too. Easy peasy. Since it was only 10 PM, I came to catch Crimson Fish Sun. Good thing I'm having food bobs. I was on a roll, so might as well get the radioactive carb, right? It was 1 in the morning, but I thought it would be pretty rad to catch the last fish I needed in one day, right? I fought my worst enemy's son with courage. And just like that, I had completed this quest, gotten some key gems, and did all of that before taking a nap in the middle of a bridge under the rain. I started smoking the very next morning. When I was about doing chores in my farm, including breaking a whole meteorite, I ran out of inventory, so I threw a whole bed on the floor for a moment. My field had been neglected, so I made sure to get the seeds I needed. Then, in a completely legitimate way and not at all looking at the Stardew Valley predictor, I opened different geodes and artifact troves that helped me donate 4 things to the museum. Every time we're needing a bit less. I was lucky to find 1 more of the things I needed on my way to the mountains. This one was not planned, I promise. I had a super annoying scene with Demetrius and Robin, but I love how Sebastian stands for his mom. I came to Roberts and checked on the new house upgrades available, but then I had her made me another fish pond, the very last one I would need. I came to the desert for more beet seeds and also this doll I had forgotten about. Today, for absolutely no reason, decided to start working on the nursery. It is looking really good, don't you think? Look at all the things I had for harvest today. And lucky me, the traveling cart had some caviar for sale. Now I didn't have to get a sturgeon pond. I stopped at Pierre's to replace all the things I had harvested. I went for mostly fast-growing crops since we're half the way done with the season. I'm still purchasing sprinklers from Krobus, by the way, and gifted him my good quality void eggs. He is quiet, but he loves them. I donated those things to the museum. We are getting so close to completing it. Then I came to Ginger Island and just happened to complete a quest for Leah. I went to the volcano because I really wanted to get the dragon teeth I needed for the obelisk. I also wanted to find the last golden walnut I needed from a chest, so I made my screen way further away to see more easily. While trying to survive, I completed the Magma Sprites monster eradication goal. I was so happy about this one. After that, I figured I had done plenty, and it was already getting late, so I headed home. I fixed my screen, no worries. I was happy to see I had 10 bananas and 10 dragon teeth. So, I said hi to Rasmodius and got my next obelisk, the island one. Finally, no more depending on Willy. Before the end of the day, I made sure to plant more wheat, sell my caviar, and checked on my dresser for new outfits. Because on day 188, I woke up to the wedding bells. I wore my bridal outfit happily and got married to Sam. I've never actually married him, so I was excited to get to know someone new. Also, fun fact, Mr. Smoothie and I actually got married on the 20th of fall as well in real life. Pretty cute, huh? Well, time to get to work. I also kept my outfit just for funsies. When I talked to Penny, she congratulated me about Sam and said he was really fun.
Oh, suck it, bitch. I win.
And Vincent told me not to take his Sam. No, that's so cute. Abigail also had something else to say about Sam, but her friendship with him always seemed platonic to me. Anyway,
Suck it, bitch.
I spent some time gifting everybody. Gotta get those hearts up. I found poor Sebi playing alone in Sam's room. It broke my heart. Next save file, Seb. Next save file. I came to gift the wizard today, and since I could actually afford it, I also got my last obelisk. I can't believe that we have them all already. Next up, the golden clock. Just like that, I was on Ginger Island. The parrot told me to keep looking on the journal pages for walnuts I needed. Very helpful, friend. Our perfection tracker currently says 58, so not bad at all. The reward from all those magma sprites was Gil giving me their phone number. Gil, I'm a married woman, okay? Oh, and in case you were wondering how much money we're bringing in every day. The next day, I was sad to witness my pumpkins were all grown. Again, but not grown enough. I was not going to give up. But my newest fish pond was ready. I forgot about it because I really wanted to go to Skull Caverns. It has been a minute. I wanted to work on the Pepper Rexes, and by working, I mean sending them all back to their creator. Hey, extent is extent, okay? Plus, the quiver makes things so much easier. I found 3 whole dino floors today, so that helped a lot. And yes, if you were wondering, I did struggle. But I made it to floor 88 with over 100 pieces of iridium, a whole prismatic shard, and a bomb on my head. Today I changed into my clothes again, and remembered to give Mrs. Angler her own fish pond, meaning I had completed my goal of obtaining all 11 colored fish ponds. It is so worth it. The tea bushes I planted ages ago are finally getting me tea leaves, which I need to chip and process still. Little Argonath also finally gave me a small goat's milk. I got some crops ready. Unfortunately, since we are so close to the end, one of the only things we can plant is wheat. I stopped at Robin's to ask her to build me a slime hutch. I know it is not the most profitable, but it will come in handy. I know it. I spent the rest of the day crafting whatever I could and still had not made before. Who knows? Maybe I'll start using the bone meal I just crafted. Day 191, Sam had ordered a plant off the internet that I decided to keep. It is not just my home after all. I checked on the things I still needed for full shipment because we are so close. I bought a pomegranate tree because it is the only one that I'm missing, or at least that's what I was thinking at this time. Then I went to the mines looking for rice shoots from the grubs, and also some squid ink from Squid Kids. Both were really easy to get. I planted that pomegranate tree in the greenhouse after chopping a whole banana tree, since I had 2. Don't worry, I got to keep the sapling. Oh, and I planted that rice shoot to chip it someday. Something else is that I turned a few garlics I had into seeds and then planted into the greenhouse, because I needed a lot of them for the oil of garlic. Then I went home to make some decorations, including changing the floor to match Sam's room. Looking good. The next day, the man, the legend, Marlon, was standing at the door to give me my very first slime egg. Thanks, sweetheart. Today I picked up all my sprinklers, for some reason, and behold, my second big crop. A massive pumpkin. I know you thought I was going to miss again, but no. I was so happy to keep this one forever. I immediately got my slime hutch to work. When I entered the barn today, I found that my ostrich had hatched, so we welcomed Galadriel to the family. What an absolute cutie. I stopped by Robin's to get yet another building done, this time a simple well in my animals area. I also moved one of the sheds, not to be in the middle of everything anymore. I went to Ginger Island to get a new key quest. This one seems so fun, I had to give it a try. The perfection tracker hasn't moved much, but we're getting there. I got one more walnut from these things that I break every day I come here, and then took a very fast trip back home. These portals have disadvantages though, like how I accidentally end up in the desert instead of the mountains today. I came to the mines looking for more bat wings for Monster Musk.
With 2 burglars ring, it's just so worth it. I love that Sam is honest about not being able to water the crops because of the sprinklers. That is cute. Look at all these cute colors too. We have really come a long way, huh? Then I came to Ginger Island to gift Leo, because I need to work on my hearts with him. I slowly followed Harvey and Caroline into the appointment. I don't think they mind. Today at Marcelo's, I read the horse book, even though I don't have a horse yet. And also all the recipes I needed from the Queen of Sauce. Only 6, which is good. Since I was in the area, I brought a rabbit's foot to this dude, and in exchange, I have more luck all the time. From all the feet I had on my pocket, he had to take the golden one. Yay. But it's okay, because I got a lot of things I needed to donate from opening geodes today. Lucky. I also opened a few mystery boxes and found the mystery book. I donated 3 more things today. Not bad. I literally only need 1 more mineral to complete the museum. Since I was feeling lucky, I went to open more mystery boxes and got yet another auto petter. I know the spirits say unlucky, but I was feeling super good today. The raccoon family had a baby, and they asked for far way simpler things this time, thank goodness. Both Kent and Jody made sure to check on my new married lifestyle, and I spent the rest of the evening cooking like crazy again. One of the things I crafted today was an anvil. I am excited to give this a try. There are so many crops ready, but I am not picking them up for now because the season is almost over and that way the field doesn't look hideous. I gave the raccoons what they wanted and in return they gave me the raccoon hat. Very cute. Then I went to Skull Caverns to try to complete the dangerous version by getting to floor 100. This meant I could access radioactive ore. Now, I have played Skull Caverns before and I have gotten pretty good at it. I'm sure that this won't be as big of a challenge, right? But soon enough, I got a shaft that got me to floor 100. So I got the quest and also a cowboy hat. Rad. This little fella is stuck here for all eternity. Poor thing. The very next day, I messed up with my magic quiver by turning it slower. But hey, now I know how the anvil works, I guess. Since my slime egg hatched, I placed a new egg in that I have found on the mines yesterday. But other than that, I just did farm chores most of the day, including chores at Ginger Island. Look at all these fruits! Then I went to the volcano where I found a fairy.
She was a fairy.
But I decided I liked the quiver's protection more than I liked her healing. I was looking for as many teeth as I could, as well as the last walnut I needed from this chest. Then I remember Spirit's Eve was happening. I unfortunately didn't have a way of just portaling there, so I stayed at the volcano today. Last day of the season. Started by selling a bunch of random things. The last day, it's a good day to cut all those tea saplings, since we can still sell them after getting all those tea leaves. And I did harvest everything, don't worry. I know this is kinda random, but I got my trash can upgraded today. I got a whole cabinet at the traveling cart today, because I like to get things to make our house a home. Then I went to Ramin's to get a whole stable build. Poor girl can't catch a break with me. I spent the rest of the day clearing off the train station again. It had grown so much already. At home, I made even more tea saplings that I would sell for good money, and just chilled around the house until it was time to go to bed. I was tempted to stay home because it is so cold outside, but the farm was not going to take care of itself. I got a pomegranate from my tree that I would chip immediately. I made sure to put heaters and hay in the places that were needed, as well as making sure all doors were closed. I didn't want them to be chilly, and so we started preparing the large field for the season. It took me nearly all day, but I wanted to be productive this season. I don't know why, but decided to get a fairy flying around me today. I brought an iridium quality horseradish for Krobus for the day he hatched. Then I brought all of the pine cones I have ever made in my entire life to exchange them for powdered melon seeds. I got 156. Not a bad trade-off if you ask me. I also made sure to turn the powdered melons I already had into seeds. I planted some fiber seeds, cause it is another one thing that can grow during the winter. And I don't know why I felt the need to plant things in this pattern, but I did. Alternating powdered melon seeds and fiber seeds. How do you like it? Because I knew it was going to be getting darker earlier in the day, and because I like to actually being able to see, I placed some torches on the sprinklers. Pretty cool, huh? I went to Ginger Island late at night and got a shrimp enthusiast shirt from a coconut tree. No, that's random. From Mr. Key's room, I got another skull cavern invasion. It was a challenge I liked, and it paid well, so why not? And since I had some gems to spend, I got myself Mr. Key's hat. That is one way of showing dominance. Day 198 can send me some bombs, which is completely normal. And I had a horse, so I obviously named him Shadowfax. Look at us go! I figured that if there was someone worthy of carrying my bow while I didn't use it, was him. So cute. But I prepared myself to go to the Skull Caverns today, with Monster Musk. In the dangerous versions. It went as you can imagine. Some of the floors were actually insane. And even though I was being swarmed, I got lots of goodies. Despite struggling all day, and there was much struggle, I made it to floor 100 exactly at 1 AM and got yet another cowboy hat, one that I already had. The next morning, my garlics and my rice were ready. I also placed a pressure nozzle in one of my greenhouse sprinklers so I could reach this additional row. So I planted more garlic. Oh, and also the sprinkler back, because I wanted my coffee empire back soon. Did you know you can feed carrots to your horse now? I went to Robin's to get yet another shed built, cause I didn't want to have all my chests exposed anymore. That sounded weird. I also picked up my trash can and started working on my watering can. Probably the worst decision so far. I spent the day gifting around, trying to get to 10 hearts with everyone. I came to Mr. Key's room since I had some gems, and after a not so thorough consideration, I got Pierre's stock list and the recipe for heavy tappers. I think I could have done better, but oh well. I made sure to talk to Pierre about it though. Then I took some time to look at what powers I needed, what books, things to chip, minerals to the museum, dishes. Literally everything I still needed to learn or do. Since I still need some random fish for dishes, I crafted some magic bait to take care of those without waiting till their respective seasons. I fished in the ocean till my tackles wore out. Then I visited Marlon and Gil, and because we're besties now, they let me enter in their room to get my copy of Mapping Cave Systems. So that if Marlon wants to get anything rescued from me, it would cost less. I don't know why, if they had it all along, it only becomes effective until I read it, but it works. Back at home, I made more preserve jars and more kegs. We are getting so close to filling this hub, but because I was so distracted fixing my farm, I fell asleep at my doorstep. Day 200 was finally here. But before I talk about it, what the heck is this flooring, Sam? Now, this was supposed to be the last day, you know, with the 100-day strand and everything, but I figure that is dumb. Why finish on literally winter 4 when I can finish the season and try to get to 100%ing the game? And no, it is not just an excuse to have more time to get perfection, okay? I do this for the dear viewer, because you deserve to have full seasons without waiting. So, if you appreciate this little effort and you're enjoying the video so far, be sure to like and subscribe so you don't miss any of my Stardew videos. Anyway, back to the grind. Oh, the last walnut I needed from here, yay! I came to the caldera today with some challenge bait, so I could catch as many iridium quality lava eels. Don't worry, this time I actually got all the ones I could. Then I did a volcano dive, because I needed still one more walnut from a chest. I'm an idiot though, because I did not bring my watering can, and of course that prevents me from getting to chests. I still work hard to get to floor 5 to get my own pair of Cindercloud shoes. They sound when I walk and I love it. I think I have problems. Sam called me baby, and I blushed. The next day, I fixed the atrocity he had done with the floor. the raccoons had another baby that had some interesting requests. I spent the rest of the day completing all quests and gifting around, and found my husband trying to do a flip. Good for him. But I also made sure to stop at Ramen's to move the slime hutch off place, because silly me forgot I needed to do something in this area. After that, I also stopped at Marnie's to get the animal catalog, so I didn't have to wait for her ever again. Unlocking the achievement, well read. And also got a cat tree for bar rug. This is important too, okay? Since I was not going to use it, I gave Jazz one of my fairies. She loved it. And I finished the day trying to get those fish I would need for recipes. Day 202, I found a bunch of things ready to be harvested in my greenhouse, like fairy roses I needed for recipes and to chip, garlics for the oil of garlic, and many fruits from my trees. So I crafted more things I still needed, like the heavy tapper and some fairy dust. I stopped by Pierre's to get more garlic and also flower seeds I needed for the tub of flowers. Then I fished at the ocean some more, because I needed sardines. Can you believe that?
Sardines are super gross.
Then I moved to the river because I needed a sunfish and a rainbow trout. I had to use magic bait for this to work, but having a sonar bobber helped me too, to make things faster when I knew it was not the fish I needed. Sebastian then joined me, with the excuse that he wanted to smoke, but we all know that it was because he wanted to see me. Even though I fished all day, I didn't catch a rainbow trout. The next day, I got some tea, which is good, because I finally completed this quest for my blobfish. Those poor guys. I finally picked up my watering can and immediately used it, by planning what I thought was left for me to achieve perfection. So, a rhubarb for the rhubarb pie, a pumpkin for the jack-o'-lantern, and many more garlics. I then went to Ginger Island, because I was into getting that walnut from a chest. Oh, and getting more dragon teeth for the mini forge at home. The volcano was a challenge, as always. Like, I do not know what these enemies are made of, but oh gosh. Luckily, I did find a chest and the walnut I needed. Funny thing is that I actually found a second chest just a floor up. This one had a set of mermaid shoes that were so much better in stats than the ones I had just spent a little fortune on. But this matched my outfit a bit better. Also, where the heck is my hat? I didn't see why to keep suffering, so I teleported home, and then went back immediately. I wanted to gift Leo, but he was fast asleep. But at least I got a new clue. So I spent some time looking around trying to find it, since all my notes were already found, but I couldn't get it. I got to bed close to 1:30 a.m. But lucky me, Sam was waiting for me with a special proposal. Of course I said yes. I do not remember why or when I took off my hat, but today I put the iridium pan on because it is chilly willy outside. My greenhouse is really fruitful, so I placed some preserve jars in here to make fruit jam. I packed my slingshot with me and loaded it with some stones. I was planning to go to Ginger Island when I came across the Winter Festival. Dang, Granny, what's up?
Who the starts a conversation like that?
For some reason, I felt inspired to buy this dinner table. Pam tried to compensate from last year's loss. Well, it's a shame I fished away like the pro I am. Also, have you noticed that Haley has a camera? That's pretty cute. I catch a total of 7 fish and took home my big prize of a prize ticket. I think that the biggest reward was my new table though. I didn't have time to celebrate. I realized that the walnut I needed was probably the one I always leave for last, because I never, ever carry a slingshot. I'm just so bad at it I don't even try it anymore. Then I went to talk to the parrot to know where I can find my missing walnuts, and he was quiet. Despite all the harassment I violently put him through, what was I supposed to do now? Mr. Key's perfection tracker still said I was missing 9 walnuts. Where the heck were they? Oh, but since I was already here, I picked the Skull Cabin quest again. This is so, like, not important, but I finally had enough garlic for the oil of garlic. And today I finally did not forget like the dummy I am and planted those special powder melons with speed grow. Let's hope for the best. It was also harvest day at Ginger Island,
This kept me busy a long time. I planted more ancient seeds and some more starfruit. I tried with the parrot again, but he remained quiet. I had a cutscene with Leo. All of his scenes melt my heart. Can I adopt him, please? Then I went to the caldera with some challenge bait. This is just good money, you know? Then I went to the volcano because I thought that maybe those walnuts were here. Plus, I also needed more dragon teeth. I worked till late and fought for my life. But no golden walnuts were found. And this sweet kid wished me good night. What a sweetheart. At this point, I was stressing about those walnuts.
I don't know what golden nuts I'm missing. What golden walnuts I am missing.
I didn't know where I was going to find them, or where should I even look. I did some more studying to see what other things could I work on, and then remember I still had void spirits to take care of. I found out that today floor 101 was infested, so I kept repeating that floor until I had sent all of Krobus's cousins back to Jova. The reward from that was a special ring that I find really cool, but I have other ones that I like better. I don't know why I came to the beach today, but I found some radioactive goggles. They don't actually protect you from radiation, but are pretty cool. Then at 8:30 p.m. I went to the desert. It was a dangerous mine, should I remind you. The truth is, I still have no idea why I decided to come today, but that doesn't mean I was not as productive as I could possibly be. And suffered, of course. Day 207, I finally completed another quest for the raccoons. They gave me some fairy dust as a reward. Then I headed to the desert. 1, to get yet another green turban. I need to keep track of my hats, because this one I already had bought. I had a magic rock candy and some monster musk, because I love the adrenaline.
I'm in danger!
It was until now that I made the comment in my recording of why I came yesterday. I needed to find and fight dinosaurs. The bad thing about wanting more dino enemies is that you also get more serpent enemies. The worst thing is that I was not finding any dinosaurs. A lot of bats though. Eventually I did complete the floor 100 quest. At the end of the day I had 37 radioactive ore, 280 something iridium, and even 3 whole prismatic shards. But I didn't get enough dinosaurs. Day 208 was the Squid Fest, which is a good thing because I needed a squid for a dish, and I also finally got that sardine I needed for another dish. So I went home to cook and I didn't realize I put those sardines in a chest, so when I tried to cook the dish of the sea, I couldn't. But I did cook the fried calamari. Then I went to Skull Cavern again. Nothing special happened really, I was just looking for more dinos, but did not find a single one. The next day, Sam had made me pancakes. I don't care that they are bugs. I love the kindness. I then came to the ocean to catch 1 sardine. So effective use of my time. But then moved to the river to catch a rainbow trout. I fished all day and not a single one bit. But hey, the dish of the sea has been cooked, finally! This is not important, but I also placed some sprinklers in the slime hutch so they would breed without thirst. Also, look at my struggle with the watering can, oh my gosh. Since it was late at night, I decided to finally acknowledge my newest shed and started moving things inside. It was a very fun process. This is how it looks for now.
I mean, it's alright.
The next day, the powder melons were ready, but not big enough. So I kept watering. I came to Ginger Island to spend some of my key gems on recipes. Back in the valley, I got a portrait of my sweet Sam, and I spent the rest of the day gifting around, including Harvey for his birthday. I did stop at the Hat Mouse to get a new hat, the blue ribbon, which I think it's my new absolute favorite. Look how cute it is from behind. I went to Marnie's to look for people to gift and was surprised to find blue chickens. Thanks, Chain. Thanks a lot. So since they are available, I had to get my own. Welcome, Primrose and Robin. But today was the day. I got myself the Return Scepter. Now I was going to be fast. I mean, check out how fast can I get to Ginger Island. And after staring at the parrot and gifting Leo, look how fast I was back at home. It was late, but I stopped at the saloon to complete 4 quests that I had been postponing, mostly involving fish.
Trying to catch Demetrius, I triggered a cutscene with Maru. This one is so funny. I think she is so underrated. A cool thing about growing cactus fruit is that I can just gift it to Sam right away. It is starting to become dangerous in my slime hutch, but they are just starting to breed, so we'll keep going. Then I discovered that my doctor's yearly checkup is on winter 15, huh? Or is it just because you like me more now that I've been gifting you coffee almost every day, Harvey? I accepted the ginger collection quest from Caroline today because I really wanted the crafting recipe, but deep inside, I kinda knew I was not going to make it. I gifted today the people I still needed to get to 10 hearts with. When I went to visit Leo to gift him, I had yet another super wholesome, and a little weird, cutscene with Leo. He will be joining us in Stardew Valley, and I could not be happier to have him as my neighbor. And a little did you know, during this cutscene, the song Cloud Country starts playing, just as they talk about Leo's new beginning. And did you know that that is also the song that plays when you start a new save file?
Coincidence? I think not!
I started working on that ginger collection right away. I picked the Key Beans quest since it seemed better at the time, and checked on my perfection progress. Still a lot to do. I started finding beans right away. And I am still looking for the walnuts I might be missing. I heard that using a treasure totem might be a good strategy to find key beans, but I didn't find as many as I would have liked. I finally harvested some of the fiber and powder melons I had to plant those. Then off to the night market I went. I made sure to get my Lupini original, Clouds. It looks cute in the nursery, huh? Not me going through nesting even with a Stardew child. During the night, the parents worked in the cold to get Leo a new home. Day 212 was a great one, because we finally have our rhubarb and pumpkin. I made sure to craft and cook right away. When I entered the barn today, a new ostrich had hatched. Welcome, Elrond. So cute. When I entered the house, Sam was having a little bit of an existential crisis. But I am glad he is going back to what he loves. He also really liked the freshly made pie I made him. Back in town, the girls and Harvey were doing some Zumba. Oh, how I wish I could join them. Also, the song is a banger. And why are all of them wearing coats for aerobics? Look at my sweet Leo in his winter suit. Oh my. Clean was not working today, which is frustrating because I had loads of geos for him to open. Still looking for that mineral I need. Then I went to Skull Cavern looking for dinos again. I just want to get to 100% soon. And if you're wondering, I only found one dino. But when it was getting late, I teleported to my farm and then the beach. I didn't forget about my painting, no worries. And I got myself a suit of armor, why not? Then I replaced the paintings at home. I am running out of space to build things. The next day, I set up my fish chest in the shed, organized by ocean, river/lake, and caves, or miscellaneous. Pretty cute, huh? I found an animal cracker on the ground that I immediately gave to the British blobfish. I went to gift Rasmodius for his birthday an iridium quality purple mushroom, so now we are besties too. Look at all the ancient fruit that is being collected though, this is rad. While gathering ginger today, I had the parrots fix me yet another transportation system. Then I catch Clint, actually at work, and through some careful opening of geodes, we finally have the petrified slime, which is the only thing I needed for the museum. Oh my goodness. I even built a whole slime hutch just to get it, but finally I can rest. Because not only do I have the complete collection achievement, but also the last star drop I needed. Oh, and I also found the dwarf gadget, which I needed for crafting. I then opened more gold mystery boxes in the pursuit of more autopetters. I was so close to getting things done. I needed to get that rainbow trout, but I did take a break to get the painting 3 trees. Then, after fishing for hours, I finally had the fish I needed, allowing me to cook the trout soup. Only one more dish to go. Luckily Sandy was still open after 10 p.m, so I could get more starfruit seeds. I made sure to plant them before going to bed. I did fix the field, no worries. Day 214, I harvested my first ever key fruits. Gotta make more seeds.
And I know this probably only matters to me, but the last iridium sprinkler in the greenhouse has been placed. Then I went to the desert to trade my weekly magic raw candy and also get the recipe I still needed. Then I went to Ginger Island to stress about my walnuts, ginger, and more. I still had no luck, and the parrot would not talk to me. I promised you I traced back all my steps looking for them. I even played more rounds with the pirates to see if maybe I missed some, but no. Then I went looking to see Professor Snail, and for some dang reason, it still said collect rewards. Turns out I never actually picked them up after completing his quest. So I made sure to check, and indeed, I had now picked them all up. I'm sorry, Parrot, for harassing you so much. But hey, 77%? That's not bad. Back at home, I made some bluegrass and enough kegs to fill my shed, finally. The next day, I continued with the key production. Then I went to the mines looking for some bad wings for more monster musk. I know it looks silly, but it was to prepare for the dinos, okay? Then I went to the caldera with challenge bait because I had the blessing of waters. And since I was here, might as well look for dragon teeth, right? I just needed a few more. Also, just because I have been doing this for a while doesn't mean I am not suffering anymore. I have been working on the key quest every day, planting and regrowing the seeds, but I have to say I am not optimistic. Then I was back at the volcano. I was really lucky finding teeth today, but then when I had had enough, I went to the skull caverns with monster musk. Despite that, I only saw my first and only dino until almost midnight. Day 217, something cute happened. Because of the way I was positioned, it looked like Sam was kissing my belly. I completed a quest for the blobfish, again, and then saw the raccoons had another baby with a super easy request. Then I went about gifting those few people I still needed to gift. Have some hot coffee at the beach, you chicken legs. And guess what? The traveling cart had a rainbow trout, of course. Then I went to the volcano to get my very last dragon tooth. Finally, no excuse to come here anymore. And I was able to finally craft the mini forge. Late at night, I was working on my sheds and I was invested because I passed out at 2 a.m. And there, in the middle of my shed, I gave birth. Little Elmer had finally joined us. There he was, sleeping like a burrito. I put here that teddy I had found while hoeing the ground a few seasons ago. And Sam was ready to keep having kids, of course, since you were not the one birthing in the shed at 3 a.m. We are on the last week of winter, can you believe that? With the help of Willie, Leo finally sent me the last recipe I needed to cook. But when I went inside, Sam stopped me to tell me he was getting a job to be in the Happy Junimo show. He didn't like it at first, but I made sure to encourage him. Then I got to cook a mango sticky rice and unlocked the achievement Gourmet Chef, one step closer to perfection. I planted more coffee seeds back in my greenhouse and then I went back home to tailor a hat with my ostrich egg. What do you think? Then I went gifting again. Man, Jazz, how much more do you want from me? Then I had a cutscene with Harvey that doesn't really make much sense, you know? Then I went to Skull Cavern again, looking for dinos. I was starting to lose it here.
Are there no dinosaurs in this freaking game?
The next day, I was still working on the key quest. You probably think I'm progressing. I am not. I went to his room to pick up the Skull Cavern invasion yet again. I had to go get more starfruit to cover for the harvest today. Made sure to complete the raccoon's quest today too, and got a whole tank as a reward. What did I do with it? Well, let's just say that my sweet froggies and Lewis's shorts have a new home. I stopped at Marlin's to check on how many dinos I needed to take care of still. Only 3. But since it was late already, I instead just went for the regular mines to look for bugs for a quest for Willie. They just explode with my powerful quiver, by the way. You know, I had my second thoughts about Sam before, when he said he felt lazy that day or he didn't know what he was going to do. But now that he's a stay-at-home dad, that's pretty hot, I will say. I still worked on Key's quest as much as I could. Then I headed to Skull Cavern. Not only did I need to survive the dangerous version of the mines, but I was also in the lookout for dinosaurs.
I was struggling to find any, and honestly, just trying to stay alive. Literally. But I didn't lose anything, and it was just 8:30 p.m. So you know what that means. I went right back. I was determined to find those dinos. It wasn't easy, but I didn't give up. Unfortunately, I had to go home today without completing that goal. Because I worked too late, I passed out in my own room. Day 221, I was happy to check on the slimes and see that they had dropped a petrified slime. Just like 5 days later, but my slime tracks would like it. Key fruits have almost entirely taken over my field. Then I went to wait patiently for Leo. This was the moment of realization that I was probably not going to achieve perfection this year. I still had a few recipes I needed to craft, some relationships I still needed to max, and let's not forget about the golden clock. It was just sad because I felt like we got so close. So, not to feel so bad, I went to the hat mouse and bought the chef's hat. That compensates, right? The next day, I was at it again. I was lucky to find one dinosaur early on, and I found a chest that had a quiver just slightly better than the one I had, so it was a good upgrade. I fought valiantly for my life many times, until I found an entire dino floor. Finally, which meant I could complete the Monsters Lair goal, and also the Steam achievement, Protector of the Valley. I seriously do not know how after all these years of playing this game I still have achievements to get. I still needed to get to floor 100, so I kept diving. I got lots of goodies and made it to floor 100 at 1:30 a.m. Unlocking the achievement, A Big Help, for completing so many quests. I still had some other ones to work on though. Day 223, there was a lot of key fruit to harvest, but I could not plant any more before the quest expired, so I just saved it. But there was also many ancient fruit to be harvested, and at Mr. Key's shop I got a bunch of recipes, while also trading the leftover walnuts I had. It looks like we're sitting at a solid 88% right now. Not bad. Because I knew the next season was upon us, I made sure to prepare the animal field with loads of blue grass and brand new hardwood fences. I think it is looking so good. Okay, some of these are regular wood, but it still looks very good. When I went to the mountains, I finally saw Leo in his new house, and he loved the string cheese I gave him. I was up here because I wanted to make sure I planted enough trees before spring, so they would grow like crazy. We have made it into our last day. I can't believe how far we've come. We have made some huge accomplishments, but not a big powder melon, unfortunately. I do think that we are setting ourselves great for the next year, considering that the biggest challenge is probably going to be making money for the golden clock and all the hats we still need to get. I guess there is also the quest we still need to complete for recipes, but hey, at least we have a head start on key fruit, right? I stopped at Robin's to make some major organization in the farm, and also made some house renovations, like adding a whole corner room, a southern room, and now my house is huge. But I also had her started on my cellar, because for some reason, that renovation takes days in comparison to adding all those rooms we just did. I gifted the dwarf, Emily a parrot egg that she obviously loved, and Leo for the last time before the year ended. I didn't make it to full hearts with them, but got really close, which means our perfection tracker does end at 88%. Only missing those friendships, the golden clock, and the recipes from the quest I didn't successfully complete. I then went home to check on the hat count I had. So, since it was my last day, I did what any good hat collector would do and visited my friend, the Hat Mouse, and added to my collection the bowler hat, the cool cap, the cowboy hat, mouse ears, cat ears, tiara, earmuffs, delicate bow, plum chapeau, pageboy cap, archer's cap, tropiclip, daisy, hunter's cap, trucker hat, sou'wester, eye patch, blue bonnet, chicken mask, and the goblin mask, which gives us a total of 73 hats so far. Not bad at all, less than 50 to go. I spent whatever was left of the day trying to arrange things and planning on how I was going to decorate this huge house. Good things were ahead of us.
And nothing better to end the video than seeing Grandpa himself, who happily said that was proud of us. Oh, and I also got the legend achievement. You will be happy to hear that all his candles did light up. Just ignore the rest of the debris on the farm, okay? The very first thing I did was get my brand new Statue of Perfection, since Grandpa was so proud of me. Sam then showed me his progress on his new song, and it is one of the cutest things on this game, honestly. On Cindersap Forest, the kids showed me the grossness I have been eating, but it is important because that was the last power I needed to unlock. Since I was here, I made sure to grab the first hat of the video, the bowler hat, which I thought I didn't have already. The thing is that I am stupid because I was supposed to buy the hat unlocked after the legend achievement, which I unlocked at the very end of my last year, but it is okay. I will realize my mistake soon, no worries. Then I spent the rest of the day buying seeds and getting my humongous field ready for crops and loads of money making. I did have a quick stop at the casino to get yet another statue that I could afford, and then I organized all of my weird statues at home. It was the first time I saw my greenhouse in a while and I was overwhelmed. At least my coffee empire was still going strong. Then I thought it was also good if I went to Ginger Island. Look at all the starfruit that was ready to go. I made sure to plant more, of course. Then I went to kill these tiger slimes. I will be coming to do this as often as I remember because they hold one of the hardest hats I need to find. I got a new key quest and checked on my track to perfection. Only a few things to go. I spent the rest of the day fishing on Ginger Island to complete Willy's special quest. Up until this point, I was very certain that I needed to complete this quest for a recipe. The next day, I went to Marnie's and Louis said this. I needed to get a couple more animals, which I named Luthien, the rabbit, Faramir, Boromir, and Denethor II, the sheep, and my last pig, which I named Gamblin. I'm still going strong with the Lord of the Rings references, as you can see. Then, for some reason, I felt the need to cut every single tree in Cindersap Forest, just before going to the Hat Mouse and getting the actual first hat of the video, the sombrero. Then I went to Robin's because at this point it was a huge priority for me to have the biggest house you could possibly have in the game. And so I got her to build me 2 whole new rooms and destroyed my wall to make a huge living room. Lastly, I had her upgrade my last coop to deluxe and got a catalog to decorate all the empty rooms in my home. Spring 4 is Kent's birthday, so I made sure to give him a prissy in bed, which is not weird at all because he sends me bombs in the mail, okay? Then I decided to go to Skull Caverns because I had a key mission to complete, defeat the hard version of the Skull Cavern. I can say with confidence that this is one of the hardest things to do in all the game, but I honestly love it so much, I am not complaining.
Oh my gosh, what the heck?
I made it to floor 100 at around 11 PM with no fuss, no struggle at all, not even a sweat. Day 229, Sam said he was going to visit family. Excuse me? What about our family? Who's gonna stay with the baby? Well, that's too bad because I also was not going to stay home. I had so many chores to take care of. I went to Mr. Key's room and got a few mushroom seeds for a little surprise in the future. And then I spent the rest of the day working on that quest for Willy. Oh, and before going to bed, I did plant those mushroom trees on the farm. Day 230 was a special day because I finally got myself some Junimo hats. I have been planning for this for so long, I was extremely happy to see these cuties in my farm. They also got to work right away, so I made sure to place some raisins on their huts for them to be extra happy. Then I stopped at Robin's to get myself a mill. Did I need it? No. Was it like the only building I still needed to get? Yeah. Hey, a completionist is a completionist, okay? Speaking of, I also arranged my greenhouse a little so I could have at least one of each type of tree growing. It took a lot of organizing time, but I think it will be worth it in the end. Then I paid the Hat Mouse another visit, this time to get this super cute cowgirl hat. I am basically Barbie. Late at night, I finally completed Willy's quest at Ginger Island. The next morning, my Eomer was standing up and everything. Nothing better to make your kids love you than tossing them in the air. And another good thing that happened is that I got to listen to the official Happy Junimo show. It is really sad that a lot of people missed on this amazing cutscene. I was then disappointed to see that the reward for completing that silly quest was a fish tank. But the wine in my shed was ready, so I made sure to put some to age in my cellar, since up until this point it was just being wasted. Then I made a stop at the old Jojo Mart to make some special donations. This gets us one step closer. Then I got to benefit from the animal catalog, because Marnie was not around, can you believe that? So I got a doggy and named him Helm, and a bunny, which I named Arethel. I think that's how you pronounced it. Then I spent the rest of the day looking at everyone's favorite gifts so I could start stressing about gifting them. This was also going to be one of the most stressful goals I had. But on a brighter note, I actually took the time to craft some more hats today. The totem mask and the dinosaur hat first, because I already had the ingredients in hand. Then I fished some guys from my fish ponds, collected some mushrooms, and crafted the spotted head scarf, the blobfish mask, the fishing hat, and the logo cap. I would just wear the spotted scarf for now because, look at me. The next day, the spirits were super happy, which in my head just means it is the best time to do a Skull Caverns dive. On my way there though, I spent all the Omni Geode I have saved and got the one and only Magic Turban. This is so freaking cool, honestly. Then, silly me remembered it was a Monday, so I went to get a new quest from Mr. Key. The most useful was gifting 50 gifts in a week, which is insane, but more useful at this point, since I also wanted to gift every single villager all of their love gifts. Then, I finally made it to Skull Cavern at 11 AM. It went pretty well. It is much easier to do the mines the easy way. I got a bunch of goodies and tons of iridium. The next day was also a super lucky day, and I even got the dwarf blessing upstairs. So, Skull Cavern Day. Just know that if I end up going to Skull Cavern, I might sum it up with highlights so I don't say over and over again, oh man, this is so hard, but I am so good at this game, blah 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 blah, 10,000 times. And also know that if I do go to Skull Caverns, I also take care of my farm and animals. We wouldn't want to neglect Grandpa's farm, obviously. Today, I actually came back home instead of passing out, because before going to bed, I wanted to craft one more hat, the Swashbuckler hat.
She needs to sort out her priorities.
The next day, I did some basic chores at the farm and spent the day going around gifting those I still needed to max hearts with, including my ex-wife, and completing silly little quests that have been on my journal for months. Plus, I also needed some ocean fish, so I moved the crab pots here. Day 235 started by very carefully going through all of my chests and all of the villagers, so I could find and give them the things I still needed to give them. Good thing it was raining, so they were easier to find. It was a long and time-consuming process, but I was really stressed at this point. I needed to find many more items, so better start soon. And then I finished the day by getting another mushroom seed from Mr. Key, a bunch of random objects from the farm, and got to crafting even more hats. We now also have the star helmet, the propeller hat, a beanie, the red party hat, the flat-topped hat, some sunglasses, and the adorable forager's hat. We really are sprinting through these goals, huh? Plus, I went to the Adventurers Guild and I was surprised to see I could also get the knight helmet. Okay, in case you haven't noticed, I am making a lot of money every day by the different means of income I have. My next biggest grind on perfection is money making for the golden clock. I am not worried I won't get it, it will just take time. So if I don't mention it, at least you know that there is money being made in the background. I decided to go to Skull Caverns today, but it was pretty uneventful. Only loads of iridium ore. The first thing I did on day 237 was craft the harebone hat. It is super cute. The Junimos of the farm have been hard at work. There are so many crops I needed to take care of. Perfect timing too, since I got to get some more strawberries at the egg hunt, which, yes, I have won 2 times already, and yes, I could have given the kids a chance, including Leo, the new kid in town. But that is not how I play Stardew Valley, okay? I always play to win. Plus, a prize ticket gets you a magic rock candy eventually, so it was technically to have more stuff to gift villagers, okay? I was going to go to Skull Cavern today, but ended up changing my mind because there were so many chores I needed to take care of. Besides, it was the last day to complete Kiss Love Gift quest, so I got to work on that too. When I went to the coop, a new dinosaur had hatched, so we welcomed Palando to the family. I'm also almost at full hearts with those pending villagers for perfection, so I won't be worrying about this so much. I spent the rest of the day checking how many more crops to get the polyculture achievement I needed to chip. I planted some green beans in the greenhouse to cover for those. The Desert Festival is finally here. I don't know why the heck did I buy a ticket though. You literally have an obelisk, you dummy. I got a new outfit by Emily, which was fine. Not what I needed, but I guess this is cute. I also didn't get any of the vendors I needed for hats, unfortunately, but I got a new quest from Marlon and started diving. I came to the Desert Festival for the next couple of days. None of those did I get the hats I needed from Emily, nor did I get any of the vendors I needed, those being Elliot and Abigail. This meant that no matter how much I tried or how much I wanted it, I could not get all of the hats. These 5 hats were now completely out of my reach, and there was nothing I could do to obtain them. But every day I made the most out of Skull Caverns, I got tons of calico eggs, and most importantly, I had a lot of fun. Who needs to collect every single hat in the game anyway? The important things are all the friends we made along the way, and not achieving a meaningless, empty, self-imposed completionist standard. But hey, at least I found the white turban on a chest. Day 242, I went to Clint's to get some golden coconuts and artifact troves opened. I needed to get a golden mask to craft it into the golden mask. I know, mind-blowing. I also got a treasure chest to get the pirate hat. Yes, I was still going to try to get all the hats I could get, okay? I don't give up that easily, guys. When I went to the mountains, I got one of the cutest cutscenes of all of Stardew Valley. I just love Leo so much, and I am so glad he gets to get the love he deserves. I came to the quarry to hunt for skulls, so I could build a big stash of artifact troves, and maybe a cursed mannequin or 2. Don't ask me why. I didn't get either though. The next cold and rainy morning, I put some tree fertilizer on the mushroom trees that had slowly spread from my fully grown mushrooms. I needed all the chances I could get. I also made sure to come to the ocean to refill my crapods, because I needed this fish for recipes and the raccoons. Did another round of hunted skulls and tiger slimes, but still, no hat. I literally can't keep up with these Junimos and all that they harvest. I promise you, I am planting more seeds every other day, and they just keep harvesting. I am not complaining, of course. It's just a chore that keeps coming. I'm going on a trip to the Skull Caverns, mini Einsteins. I didn't know what awaited me. For some reason, the Skull Caverns were dangerous again, but don't worry, I am already a pro at this. These caverns present no challenge to me at all.
Oh my, yeah, I'm not doing this.
Oh my! No! I spent 3 staircases on that stupid floor.
The next day, and after refilling all my preserve jars and kegs, I traded all the jade I have been collecting and got some staircases at the Desert Trader. And then I went to Skull Caverns again. I had no business coming. I just liked the challenge and the loot. Except this floor 100 reward was so trashy, I tossed it immediately. And so we made it into the last week of the season. You can tell time has gone fast because of my baby already crawling, the cute thing. But today was finally the day I got to full hearts with everyone in the valley. All the long and painful gifting process had finally ended. Except, no it didn't, because I was still going to be stressing about gifting everyone even more things. I like to make things difficult, okay? But at least I had made some progress on my perfection tracker. I chose another quest from the key dude and got myself the horse flute. Got to use it immediately. This is a purchase that is so worth it. The hardest thing is remembering that you have it and getting used to it again. I finished the day by going to the volcano dungeon in search of more hats hidden in this terrible, terrible mine. I was unsuccessful, but a lot of tiger slimes were killed in the process, so don't think I didn't try. The next morning I looked at my cellar and got some wine that was silver quality already. I needed it for a special purpose. Then I went to Clint's to open more things. The best one being the golden helmet, obviously. But I also opened things very meticulously. With the help of the Stardew Valley predictor, I was able to know in what order open things so I could get some pearls out of my artifact troves. I alternated with magma geodes because artifact troves are just a little harder to find, and this way I only open them when they will for sure give me a pearl, and was able to get a total of 5 whole pearls. I will need over 20 for all of the villagers since it is loved by everyone, so I will be doing this trick every now and then when I get a considerable stash of artifact troves. Man, the things I do for my goals. This is serious commitment, so if you appreciate all the efforts you have seen in this playthrough so far, don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. Oh, and before I left, I got my trash can upgraded. I do toss a lot of things, so it was a good investment. Back at home, I decided to do some house organizing and decoration. I had an attic room and turned it into the master bedroom. What do you think? I really like the retro catalog, and I also put Sam's portrait in this corner because who wouldn't want to sleep in front of a humongous portrait of themselves? Day 248 is supposed to be the flower dance, but for some reason, I don't know why I don't have any footage of this day. I must have lost it when moving my files. This never really happened, so I feel really bad about this, but really nothing happened. The only thing is that I did my farm chores and went to the flower dance with my husband. But he was like, "Oh, why do you want me to dance? That's like so lame. I am lame." Something like that got me really sad. But hey, the next day I decided to craft some kegs for my greenhouse, so I could be making coffee every day. And then I decided to go and clear Cindersap Forest. For some reason, this was a priority back then. This also included going around collecting horseradishes, so I could make more seasonal seeds and have my land hoed and prepared for the next season. See, I don't just do random things. The next morning, Sam told me he was going to visit family, but when I came to town he was just hanging out doing tricks with his skate. Really makes me question my reasoning behind marrying him. Day 251, I went to Ginger Island to plant another fairy rose with bee houses. This was just going to get me some extra easy money. Then I did another volcano run. In case I haven't mentioned it, I keep coming here for the hats I need, specifically the tiger hat and the deluxe pirate hat found in some treasure chest. So in case I don't mention what I'm doing at the volcano, well, now you know. And if I don't mention it, then you know I didn't get those hats. Last day of spring. I made my rounds around the farm because I wanted to start the next season prepared to make loads of money and complete my goals. Then, since it was my last day to complete this quest, I went to Skull Cavern and started spamming my staircases, as I needed to get to floor 100 but could not eat anything. Yes, I believe this is the only way that you can do this. I did get some iridium bars as a reward, as well as some key gems. I spent the rest of the day decorating my home and just planning on all the things I still needed to work on. Summer was finally here, and I had tons of things to do. It was going to be a rough season. My field looked flippin' disgusting, but at least it was hoed and watered. In the middle of my rushing, I took a beach break to talk with Alex. Let's just say we got close and personal. But I finally had all the cockles I needed, so the crab pots went back to my pocket. Then the grind continued. The first of the season is always stressful for me because I want to get all the crops ready. I made sure to plant a little bit of everything. And also a quest from Mr. Key. In case you haven't noticed, I am really grinding key gems right now, but I did let myself get a few pressure nuzzles today. My greenhouse was now fully automated, which is just so nice. Before the day ended, I finally completed that quest for the raccoons and got some fairy dust. Not bad at all, if I actually used it, that is. This is also when I realized that you could actually exchange 20 golden mystery boxes for a magic rock candy. A deal too good not to take it. The first thing I did the next morning was plant some melons with hyper speed grow, since I forgot about this yesterday and I really wanted to get that giant melon. That sounded better in my head. Then I set myself out to catch some sturgeons. I really wanted to get some roe from fishing them, so I didn't have to do a whole fish pond of them. The Jewels of the Sea book makes this possible, so I fished for the rest of the day without any luck. Then I finally picked up my iridium trash can. I was going to need it, as today I went to Skull Caverns. It was dangerous still, but it is good, because I could use the radioactive ore, and the extra key gems. I did get a lot of those just by defeating enemies, which is just way more fun than donating a bunch of things to his colorful display. When my inventory gets a little too packed, I just straight up toss things. That is why an upgraded trash can is so important. I didn't make it super deep today, but I got a lot of goodies, gems, and money from trash, so that's a huge win in my book. My mushroom tree farm is getting a little out of control, but I really want to increase my odds of getting that hat. The tree farm that didn't make it was the one I had in this corner of the farm. I decided I wanted to go for a more aesthetic approach and just planted trees in random places of the farm with tappers. It would just look prettier that way, I think. Then I packed 100 void essences, 100 solar essences, 100 blueberries, 100 fibers, 100 copper ores, and 100 cranberries. All of this to complete Mr. Key's Pride quest. It was actually so nice to donate them all at once. I spent my gems immediately on one galaxy soul. My adorable family deserves the best, so I finally gave our home a proper living room, with couches and a flat TV and everything. What do you think?
What do you think?
Then I was at it again, trying to get Sturgeon Row the easy way. I took a break to get the bobber that increases your chance of treasures, but that was a huge mistake because while I was gone, freaking Maru destroyed my bait maker. How dare you ask me about my farming stories? How about the time your big head destroyed my important? So I made another one, then I was back at it again. Learn from me and put your bait maker in a safe place, okay? And no, I didn't get it this time either. I spent the rest of the day making more silly decorations around the house. I think it's really funny that poor Sam has to take a whole hike to get to bed because of where I placed our bed. The next day I decided to do the geodes trick again and got myself 2 whole golden pumpkins. I needed one to craft the witch's hat, so basically fundamental, and the other one I will give someone later. In the morning I gave Sam a freshly harvested cactus fruit and he gave me some instant pancakes. Marriage is rad. Then tragedy struck. A freaking lightning had killed one of my melons. I guess the lightning rods I had were not enough and I was forced to start over. It is not the end of the world, it's just frustrating. Then I went to Skull Cavern again. As I have said before, I'm really good at this and I really enjoy going. Such a fun and exciting part of... I lied. I hate this game. I went home defeated and sad, but my wine was gold quality, so it was about time to make some arrangements here. This is something I never ever look at, so I wanted to make it efficient and forget about it. The next morning I picked the key crop quest to complete. This one was more important than the others, as I was going to need a giant key fruit too. Then I also chose the Juicy Bugs Wanted quest from the regular board, the one I actually need to complete for a recipe. Then I did a volcano run that would take me all day and get me nothing. I guess it is good that I placed all of these lightning rods after all. Look at all those batteries! Today I went to collect that bug meat for Willy's quest. Coming with the magic quiver is a game changer though. I do not even need to fight them. It was a good thing that I came because I also got a bunch of key beans. I planted them as soon as I got home. Day 262 was the Skull Caverns day. I got there at around 7:20 am. I usually recommend getting to Skull Cavern as soon as possible for a good dive, but I have been doing so bad at getting here early that I was just really proud of my time today. No worries, I still struggle all day, but at least there were a lot of goodies, including one beanie, and not one, not two, but 3 whole prismatic shards. On my way home, I also had an encounter with a possum, which is a super rare event, so there you go. Quality content right here. The next morning, most of my melons were ready. It was just a waiting game from now on. There was also an absurd amount of truffles to pick up today. This is what happens when you skip a day of picking up the truffles of 12 piggies. There were 57 truffles, only today. Do not sleep on your piggies, okay? Taking that in count, I also decided to sell a bunch of other goodies to make a lot of money today. Trying to get closer to 1 million, you know? We're still not even close, but I finally got the polyculture achievement. Also on Steam. How do I have this many hours in the game and still get achievements? I don't know. I had to get my new hat right away. I really like this one actually. I also stopped by the raccoons and they had a new request. This one was also going to be difficult. Then I went to work on more bugs. Again, this was very easy, as you can see. I made sure to donate those before the end of the day, and I also placed some crablets at the little pond in my farm so I could catch some ridiculously hard to find snails. The next morning was finally the day I could cut my mushroom trees. It was getting a little out of control. Unfortunately, I did not get what I wanted from this, but I did get a humongous melon. I was so excited, you have no idea. I was super surprised to find out that I actually had gotten 2 huge melons overnight. Puberty finally hit, I guess. Unfortunately, my field is beginning to be overpowered by the key fruit. I don't know why I was so invested on this at that time. But at the beach, Willie showed me the amalgamation monstrosity that he had done with the bugs I got him. But I learned the recipe I needed so he can do whatever he wants with his meat. Man, I really need to give a second thought to what I'm typing. I crafted the bobber and immediately tossed it. I only needed it for the crafting achievement, you see. I had a quick stop at Keys for yet another Galaxy Soul, and then I got to harvest and process some ancient fruit. From now on, I'll be doing this every Saturday, as both the harvest and the kegs are done at the same time. It is very convenient. The next day, I had the best luck possible and even blessing of the stairs. So, Skull Caverns. The only thing interesting that happened is my game almost crashed just before I was going to die.
What happened? What happened? What? Okay, my game froze. I'm at the border of dying. It's not. What the? What? Did I die? Let me eat. Oh my gosh. Do you see that? That was crazy.
I passed out at 2 a.m. on floor 94, but woke up to the most terrible, most pain-inducing situation I could have ever woken up to. The Green Rain Day. If you have followed me for a time, you know I have been working on this video for a long time. And the real reason of why it has taken me this long is because I have been playing it this exact same day over and over again. As I have mentioned like 10 times in this video already, I set myself out to complete some very difficult goals, and the one I'm struggling with during this day is the hats one. Why? Well, with the green rain upon the valley, a ridiculous amount of weeds spawn all over Pelican Town, Cindersap Forest, and even our farm, giving us the highest chance to obtain the one and only, the king of challenges, the cause of all my mystery and doom, the living hat. In case you have never heard about it, which I don't blame you considering how hard it is to find, the only way you can obtain this hat is by cutting weeds, and it only has a 0.001% chance of actually dropping, which it's simply just too rare and complicated. But you know me, I had to set myself a goal of obtaining it, which meant every day I went out, I cut weeds all over the place, and if by the end of the day, or when I had run out of weeds, I had not found the hat, then I would exit to the menu, restart the day, and try again. This took me months. Yes, literal real-life months of attempt after attempt after attempt. Cursed to live forever on Groundhog Day, covered on green all over my screen, neglecting my farm animals and everything I had worked so hard for up to this point. This honestly took such a hold of my life, I began to go a little insane. My kid was asleep, grinding for the living hat. We're watching a movie, grind for the living hat. Can't sleep in the middle of the night because I'm haunted by my self-imposed goals of perfectionism, grind that hat. And well, even though I put so much effort, time, sweat, and tears into it, I never got the stupid hat. I talked with my husband and with the community and just decided to move on. I finally accepted I could not do this forever. I finally realized that I had so many other good things to fight for, and I finally decided I was not going to let a bunch of leaves cramped into my head ruin me forever. And so, I played my last ever Green Rain Day. After clearing all of Cindersap Forest, I had a long and sad walk home, but I finally decided to plant those key fruits in a pattern to get me my huge key fruit. I did a few chores in the farm and went to bed very, very sad. But worry not, because that just means we get to worry about other things, right? Like another super annoying hat, the mushroom cap, which yes, I didn't get this time cutting the trees either. But to make me feel a bit better, I used one of the key fruits I had harvested and crafted the key mask. Then I also crafted a jack-o'-lantern to make the pumpkin mask. Believe it or not, having these two hats does make me feel a little bit better. I completed Caroline's Terror Root quest and picked the Skull Cavern Invasion quest at Mr. Keys, since apparently this is the only quest that we get these days. I then spent some time hunting for more artifact tropes at the quarry mine. I didn't get any, lol. Besides, today was finally the day I decided to give up and emptied my mutant carp pond to place some sturgeons in there. I was just getting a little desperate for that caviar. Literally, the next day I already had the roe I needed. However, I am an idiot because I literally just ignored it. Yes, I completely forgot about it and just stored the roe away like I had not been grinding for it for days. Don't be like me, guys. I seriously messed up so much this year. Anyway, I went to Skull Cavern today to complete that quest and tried to hunt as many key gems as I could, as I needed my last galaxy soul and a lot more of mushroom seeds. However, Skull Cavern has been so hard for me lately for some reason. And so, yes, I died again. I decided not to restart the day because it is good for you to see me failing sometimes, you know? Even pros like me also die in Skull Cavern sometimes, okay? But I also got a rhubarb pipe, so a win is a win. I have finally learned how to make the solar panel. It didn't matter at that time, because all I wanted to do was get my revenge and get that Skull Cavern quest.
I want revenge!
Somehow, I struggled even more today, but I do love the challenge. So I courageously endured until midnight, then I finally made it to floor 100. With the help of some staircases, because I already had struggled a lot to get here and I was just not going to let it go to waste, okay? Anyway, I ran back home immediately. The next morning, I went to Ginger Island to make some adjustments on my field. My ancient fruit empire continues to grow. Then I stopped at the key store to get my final galaxy soul, as well as some mushroom seeds. At the comfort of my home, I forged those with my galaxy sword 3 times to get the one and only infinity blade. It was late, but I still had time to go and get the hat unlocked after this achievement, the infinity crown. It is definitely so cool to do mundane chores with a humongous crown. My fancy sturgeons asked for diamonds today. I complied because I definitely did not know that I had some roe already. But lucky me, at least I picked it up today and put it to process. I am sure I will realize of this soon. It was also a Saturday, so this meant more ancient fruit and wine shores. Oh, and I haven't mentioned this, but my key fruit is all grown. It just hasn't turned huge yet, so I gotta keep watering. I stopped at Robin's today to get another shed built, just for more organization and more money making. I spent the rest of the day cutting trees at the train station, cause what a better way of spending my time. That night after going to bed, my baby must have finally turned into a toddler because Sam immediately asked me if we should have another one. Of course I said yes. And there he was. The little man himself was all a big boy now. And my cellar had silver quality wine. And I finally had all the snails I needed. A bunch of great things happened today, as you can see. Getting the snails meant that I could finally complete this quest for my raccoon friends. I really want them to grow their families soon. You'll know why later. Then I went to the volcano dungeon because it has been a while. It was an unsuccessful run, but hey, at least I didn't die this time.
Okie dokie. Safe in time for bed. I'm literally on fire in my own home. I'm literally going to bed on fire.
My new shed was ready the next day. So I will be moving all of my crystallariums in here and put diamonds inside for that money. Then I picked up the quest I still needed for my crafting achievement, getting 1,000 stone in 1 week for Robin. This one was the only recipe I needed, so it was a little intense. And before ending my day, I did stop at the island trader to get myself the small cap. It is just a small cap. Back at the farm, I decided to finally fix the hideous path problem I had in my farm. I didn't get to finish before it was too late, but we made some progress. Today, I had the blessing of waters, so I went to the volcano with some challenge bait to get my hands on 9 whole iridium quality lava eels. They would all be smoked for money. Then I went to the quarry, which I had been neglecting, and cleared all of the rocks and all of the trees. Hey, we needed to get that 1,000 rocks somehow. Besides, there's something therapeutic on clearing a huge field in Stardew Valley. It's just nice ASMR. Also, before I go to bed, just check out these numbers. The 9 lava eels sold for more than 8 angler rows, or the 16 lava eel row, and even more than 37 Miss Angler rows. Of course, it doesn't beat the Age Legend row, but it didn't take nearly as much prep time, so this is me telling you to apply this technique anytime you get the Blessings of Waters, okay? Okay. The next morning, I got those silly sturgeons out of the pond and placed little mutant carp back home. I was not going to lose my perfectly planned color fish buns, you see. I noticed my first caviar was ready, and so I immediately used it to craft the fashion hat. I had a quick stop at Robin's to upgrade one of my sheds, and then I went to Ginger Island to finally work on organizing this ancient fruit field. Little by little, it is looking perfect, and I did make sure to use those regular sprinklers as I used first. Lastly, I remember it was a Wednesday, so I could stop by the island trader and get the blue bird mask. Yes, the fancy caviar hat got replaced immediately, so I have no idea why I wasted my first caviar on it.
She needs to sort out her priorities.
Anyway, the next day I packed everything I was going to need to complete Case Quest and got 30 lame coins from that. But hey, at least I got plenty of mushroom seeds. I planted them right outside his door. I don't think he'll mind, he is rarely here. Lastly, I stopped at the volcano for a late run. Even with my screen super far away, I still didn't get any cool hats. I spent the rainy morning of day 278 gifting everyone I still needed to gift. It was a long and dreadful process. But I also asked Robin to upgrade my other shed, place some heavy tappers around my farm, and spent the late night farming for stone to complete the quest for Robin. I didn't get to complete it until after I cleared a few rocks on my mini quarry at the farm the next day, but that's okay. Then I crafted a few more crystallariums and it was wine day, always very well received. I had a little invader at the farm that looked terrified. I let him live because 1, I am very merciful, and because I didn't want to take my napalm ring off. That explosion would have hurt someone, or my fences. I decided it was time to upgrade my watering can, only one more tool to go, and then I headed to the quarry to clear it out and make some additional space for kegs. I would craft more and place them here as I get more oak resin. My 3 caviars were ready, so I finally completed the missing bundle. I had a cute interaction with this purple guy before I had to leave.
Imagine reading it in the tone of William Afton. Now I can go home too. Thank you, thank you. Something good will happen soon. I will put you back together.
It was late, but I still had to take advantage of my Blessing of Waters. It's just easy money. And once I was asleep, a different Junimo guy was dancing on the roof of the abandoned Joja Mart. Finally. The final day of the season. Starting strong with the recipe for the stone chest. And unfortunately, my key fruit never grew. While I was in the field though, I spotted none other than the purple guy. He just moved in with us, how rad is that? Then I decided it was about time I tried enchanting, and lucky me, I got the Swift enchantment in my pickaxe. The best one in my opinion, I mean, look at me go. I went for a quick run at the volcano until it was time to go see the moonlight jellies, cause I wouldn't miss it for the world. I was also super happy to realize that Sam had brought her little one to the festival. It was adorable. At first. Then I realized that Eomer was not in the cutscene anymore, not even in the other dog. Where the heck was my son? But with that, we said goodbye to the warmth of the summer, ready to receive the best season, and ready to grind even more. I did my chores around the farm and then headed to buy seeds for the season. I learned something here. If you already have Pierce's stocking list and want to get sunflower seeds, do not buy them from the summer section, as it will cost you 300 gold. If you scroll down and get to the fall section, then they will only be 200. It is not much, but something is something. Since I was in town, I made sure to get my watering can too, and then I spent the rest of the day getting the field ready for the season. Doesn't it look wonderful? I am hidden in the field of corn if you couldn't spot me. The next day the raccoons had a new request for me. Why do they like to ask for such difficult things? I don't know. I went to the beach trying to catch a tilapia to smoke it. They got to bed around 2 p.m. so I was super lucky to catch one right at the end of their window. Then I finally made a stop at the dwarf's shop, which meant that back at home I could craft the stone chest, the big stone chest, and the solar panel, which gave me the Craft Master achievement. I also unlocked it on Steam, apparently. I don't know how that happened since I have 100%ed many save files before, but let's just go with it, okay? Okay. Also, I finally got a different quest from Mr. Key, Danger in the Deep. This one was special though, as I needed it for an achievement and also a hat, so I was really excited to see something else in the board today. As I checked on the perfection board, I realized that the only thing I needed was the golden clock, so it was just a matter of making money now. And also getting all of my personal goals, of course. Then I moved my crab pots to the ocean yet again, this time looking for silly little oysters. But today was actually a chill day, as I got a couple of tickets to go to the movies and invited Robin to go with me. I hope she likes Mysterium. Even though I have all these speed bumps I could possibly have and went straight there from asking her, somehow she still beat me to the theater. It's okay, because just by being here I got the 2 thumbs up achievement. Don't worry, I still watched the movie and I hope you're ready for this. Just a bunch of jump scares like crazy, and a pyramid, and the moon, armadillo, in the tower. Spooky scary skeletons. You must tell your friends to see Mysterium tonight, or I will visit you in your sleep. Oh no! Sincerely, Krobus. And what an absolute masterpiece it was. Plus, Robin seemed to like being jump scared and really loved the peanuts I got her. Once the movie was over, I wasted absolutely no time and went to the hat mouse to get my very own jester hat. Oh, and I also got the gnome's cap from yesterday's achievement. I spent the rest of the night getting little Eomer a big boy room. It's not done yet, but I think it will look really good eventually. Today was finally the day I gave the Dangerous Mines a try, and while it was a tiny bit more difficult, it was still a really enjoyable experience. Plus loads of goodies. I made it to floor 20 before heading home. The next day the spirits were happy and I got the blessing of speed and ladders. It would be silly not to try to complete the goal today. Plus I was super lucky today with all the oysters I got, so I could complete yet another raccoon quest. Anyway, then the grind continued. I wish I could express the weird feeling you get playing this mine. It is something everyone should experience at least once in their life. Do you know the drill on Saturdays? This is where most of my money is coming from, by the way. Then, back at the mines I was. Since I was on the 40s floors, I finally found out a true challenge, a worthy opponent. The putrid ghosts. What makes them extremely annoying is that they can actually give you the nausea debug, which causes you not to want to eat anything, making healing impossible. They're also still ghosts, so killing them takes ages because of the stupid knockback. Luckily, this time around I was not nauseated, but it was still super stressful, okay? And if that wasn't traumatic enough, during the night I also had a baby girl. Welcome home, Eowyn. You get it? Eomer and Eowyn? Oh, okay. Day 287 was the final day I had to get to the bottom of the mines. And I was just barely at floor 65, so I went there as soon as I woke up. I was a little tense, but I have beaten the dangerous versions of Skull Caverns many times before. I'm sure this won't be a challenge at all for me, right?
Three floors. Come on, I don't want to use 3 staircases so far down already. I might have to. Yes, this is insane. Okay. 19. 20. Yay! Oh my gosh. Since I had gotten that Danger in the Deep achievement, my first stop of the day was the Hat Mouse. This one is one of the coolest hats that there is, honestly. Even though I have been spending a lot of time in the mines, my field is well taken care of. Thank you, Junimos. So because of that, we went to the Skull Caverns today. I wish I could say that I had a reason to come, but it is just because I like it so much. But I did get a prismatic shard and a whole auto petter. Good thing I came. On day 289, I had a realization that once you get the True Perfection statue, you actually get a prismatic shard every single day. And I kinda need those to gift every villager, so I am rushing to get perfection as soon as possible now. Because of that, I sold a bunch of things today, including the gold quality wine that had been aging slowly in my cellar, and now we just need to figure out if that would be enough.
I was still a little short, but after selling some stuff directly to Pierre and Clint, I was finally over 10 million gold, which meant I took a long ride to the Wizard's Tower and finally got the golden clock. It is the most annoying thing that this cannot be centered, but hey, at least we have it now. And indeed, we had 100% of the game. We have really gone a long way. So many achievements, so many accomplishments. The game was finally completed. But worry not, I still have a few things I need to take care of. Like giving every single villager all and every personal gift that they would love. This, honestly, is literally the only goal I am never, ever again setting myself out to do. It is extremely difficult, and not just because of gameplay reasons, also because you literally need like a spreadsheet or something to keep track of things. Anyway, today I spent all day gifting, and I also planted some tea saplings. I was going to need them for, you guessed it, more gifting. When I woke up the next day, I had a feeling that somehow, wherever Grandpa was, he was very proud of me. The legacy of Chire Farm was eternal, and most importantly, a rumbling sound was heard in the distance. My first stop was getting the statue of true perfection. I really have a cat statue collection problem. My second stop was at the volcano caldera, where I talked to this monkey, and then he gave me 3 question marks in the form of a lovely hat that looks like the best guy around. I was also very surprised the next day to see that random parrots were at the farm. Really, there was a lot to be celebrated. At Ginger Island, I found my husband, yet again with no child to be found. Oh well. I came to the volcano to do more hat hunting, but was yet again unsuccessful. However, I then spent literally all my key gems on all the mushroom seeds I could obtain, which was the worst idea, because just a second later, I realized that this is where one buys golden eggs. Not only that, but idiot me didn't even cut the mushroom trees I already had before buying more seeds. At least I don't have to worry about this hat anymore though, and it looks super cute too. Plus, I used these seeds to plant mushrooms as decorations around the farm, so it is not all that bad. Day 293 was a very special day, as I finally made my way all the way north and onto the summit, getting the achievement, Perfection. I won't spoil most of it in case someone hasn't watched this cutscene before, but just know that you definitely should aim for this. It is one of the most rewarding things that there is, and while I would love to leave this cutscene for the end of the video, which yeah, you're not wrong, there's still a lot for us to do, there is one very special hat that gets unlocked with the Perfection achievement, the one and only Junimo hat. Then the rest of the day was spent gifting, which believe it or not, we are getting really close to our goal. The next day was also spent gifting. Not only was I working on my gifting every villager their love gifts goal, but I also needed to complete Key's quest to get as many key gems as I could. I needed at least 100 for the golden egg for the golden chicken. And no worries, I did get it, even though it was kinda late in the day, and I also did my cheeky trick to get more golden pumpkins, also for gifting purposes. The next day I could pick another quest. Yes, we got the Danger in the Deep quest again. That is just way more fun, you know? Then I did a volcano dive, again looking for hats. I didn't find any, but I got a dwarf sword of all things. Day 296 I finally had what the raccoons requested, completing another quest. I don't know how many more kids do these guys plan to have, but I'll still support them. The rest of my day was spent getting more wood, because that was really important, I guess. Days 297, 298, and 299 were spent on the dangerous versions of the mines. So the biggest highlights were that I found some fake muscles shirt, very important highlight, struggled in dark floors, got yet another shirt, and fought for my life on the 40s floors, even with the nauseated debuff. It was rough. But because I have finally been collecting so many Omni Geodes these days, I finally had enough to buy myself the magic cowboy hat. I have been waiting for this one for a long time. Then on day 300 my kid was standing up. Since it was a Saturday, meaning wine day, I made sure to go get even more ancient fruit and got more cakes ready to process it. Was I going to need all this money? No. Was it super cool to have? Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know why I spent all of last day doing random things when I definitely needed to finish this other quest. It was a struggle that lasted all day, because for some reason I like to leave this until the very last day of the week. But you will be happy to know that I didn't use staircases to get to level 120 this time around. I even got a prismatic shard near the end. Finally getting good at this game, I guess. The last week of fall went by pretty fast, so let's talk about it. On day 302, I went to the volcano to search for some hats. I didn't find them, but I did find 1,000 magma sprites. The next day, I packed all the staircases I had and did a dangerous mines dives. I just really wanted to get my hands on that golden egg. Don't worry, I still had to do some levels on my own, but the staircases definitely helped. It was hilarious to find not only 3 whole bone swords, but a cursed mannequin too. Pretty cool. I somehow made it to floor 100 before 1 AM, so we did make huge progress. Day 304 was so special because the raccoons had finally decided to stop having babies, which meant I had unlocked the achievement, Good Neighbors. This was the last achievement I needed to unlock, so I was beyond happy to see this cutscene. Plus, it is adorable. 2 seconds later, they had already another request, but this was not so much a priority anymore. Sorry guys. But with each achievement we get ahead. This time we got the beautiful white bow, one of my favorites. Plus, since this was the very last achievement, we also unlocked the elegant turban hat, which is only obtainable after you have gotten all of the other achievements. Today I also had a quick stop at Robin's to get a shed build for a special surprise. Then back at the mines I was, to complete this quest, which meant I was back at Keys to get my very own golden chicken. I put it to incubate immediately, but I am the unluckiest person alive because, I kid you not, that very same night, the freaking witch was at my coop to drop a golden chicken of her own. So yeah, I went through all of this hassle for nothing. So the next morning I was at the volcano again. This time was special though. The only thing is that I was so invested singing that I did not even realize I had it until I teleported home. Oh my gosh! Ooh! Ooh! I have no idea when that happened, but we have it. We have it, guys. We have the tiger head. I was feeling lucky, so I went to collect even more pearls and golden pumpkins. I am obviously kidding because I used a predictor for this. No amount of luck was involved. Oh, and I also went to exorcise my cursed mannequin. I do not want that thing in my house in its current condition. But since I was already getting mannequins, I thought might as well stop by Sandy's and get my hands on thousands of them. You will learn why later. Day 206 was at the volcano again. Hey, I still needed the pirate's hat, so here you had me. No luck today on that though. It had been a while since we spent a whole day just gifting people around. I know we did a lot of this, but I promise you, it is not worth it. But I did go to the Spirit Sea Festival at night, because I really wanted to get this extra free pumpkin, okay? The next day was also spent gifting, but I also remembered to pick up my perfectly normal mannequin, and well, that was it for today. Since we have reached perfection, it does feel like the days all blend and all look the same, but we still have winter ahead of us, and many more things still pending to do, so really I was looking forward to winter. Winter was finally here, and while a lot of people see it as a season where you can't do anything, I was stressed. I still had a few goals to complete and I was just running out of time, but I wanted to work as hard as I possibly could. So let me start with my biggest regret and a disclaimer. I used a mod. You see, I wanted to give myself the biggest chance to get the giant key fruit, and I did not get the quest I needed on day 1. So I made some key beans appear magically to plant them. I absolutely regret this because 1, it was not right, and 2, because the silly thing didn't even grow in the entirety of the season. So it is just my punishment for cheating. Sad times. But on the bright side, I did plant 9 powder melons and let them grow until they were 1 giant melon. Pretty amazing. I'm really happy with this because at least I have all the season bee crops. Who cares about Mr. Key Fruits anyway? Now every day of winter looked very similar. I would wake up, go straight to the volcano to look for the deluxe pirate hat, go give the people I still needed to get gifts to, and then, if I had time at the end of the day, I would decorate my home and my farm. It would look pretty one day. Now for the things that actually happened and were interesting. My golden chicken was born and I named her Hobbit. Eventually, a second golden egg hatched and I named her Token. Can you tell that I was running out of ideas? But this means that I have at least one of every single possible animal. Yay, at least one of the goals will be completed. When the night market came to town, I made sure to go every single day to get my Lupini originals, Land of Clay, The Serpent, and Tropical Fish number 173. I placed all my paintings around the house, but they're a little hard to just blend into my aesthetic, so you just gotta appreciate the art, okay? Okay. Now, if I accumulated enough geodes and or golden mystery boxes from my numerous trips to the mines and the volcano, I would make sure to get more pearls, golden pumpkins, and magic rock candies. I was using them as I got them, obviously. This goal had me so close to losing my mind, especially because it was in winter. That is when I realized I was not going to complete this goal either. You see, there's a tiny villager that decided to just make my life completely miserable, a torture, an evil, bottomless gift seeker. Petty. Why is she a problem? Well, in case you didn't know, she doesn't only have her personal unique gifts that she loves, which are already somewhat complicated to find. I mean, from the universally loved gifts, she doesn't even like rabbit's feet, the easiest love gift to find. Not only that, but she also loves every freaking book. Yes, all 26 of them. Because she loves not only the ones in your reading tab, but also all the skill ones and even the cookbook. Yes, this meant I had to grind to obtain all of them, all over again, to give to her. To top things out, she won't even take more than 2 books in 1 week. So, while I was able to get them all before the year's end, she would just not take them anymore. Which meant that on winter 28, I gifted Willie, my last other villager that needed a love gift, and Penny, still owing her over 10 books that she would still love to receive. Thanks, Penny. Thanks a lot. Now, if you were not sad enough that I already didn't complete 2 of my goals, just you wait, because I went to the volcano every single day. Every morning I played all of the dungeons. I even got my camera super mega far so I could make sure I was not missing anything. And still, despite all the effort I put into it, the darn deluxe pirate hat never showed up. I knew I was not going to get all the hats, but I was at least hoping I could get to 115, you know? A multiple of 5. But this goal was also doomed to fail. I was missing 7 total hats from my count, and despite all the effort I put into it, from day 1, they were impossible. This was destined to be a sad day, a day where we fell short by just a little bit, a day where we had to settle with incompleteness, with being not good enough, and where all of our efforts were vain and empty. But today is not that day. So, this is the reason number 2 on why the title of this video is complete clickbait. I decided to keep playing even after year 3 to grind even more and actually complete all the goals I had myself out to do. I was not going to give up that easily. I needed to earn that completionist title. So, in year 4, I woke up every day and headed straight to the volcano. Every day. I opened every single fancy chest I could find and somehow got 9 pairs of dragon scale boots. I think that must be a new world record of some kind. If I couldn't find the hat, I would just go home and try again the next day. And it was not until spring 17th that I was on the second to last floor of the volcano, and after doing one of the most annoying switch puzzles to open this door, I finally had it. Then I was onto my second nightmare, the big key fruit. I must say I do not even like how this one looks. I flippin' do not like Mr. Key and he can take his fruit and give it to someone else. But I still needed to complete this goal, so here you had me. This is where I used another mod to become a time traveler and just help me not having to sleep 10,000 times. Basically, I would wake up on a Monday, check on Mr. Key's quest, and if he did not have the quest I needed, I will go home and time travel to the next Monday, just so I could then check the quests again. It took me ages to finally get the quest I needed, but once I had it, which was on fall of year 5, just so you know, I went all in to get as many key-beans as I could and planted a huge field of them. I thought that even if I didn't get that big crop where I wanted it, all I needed to do was get it, right? And so, once the field was finally completely covered, I went to sleep until the very last day of the challenge to give it the most time to grow big. And then...
Yes! We have 4 keepers!
While it is not on my nice display, it is there, and that's all that matters. One more thing I wanted to mention is that every week I would go visit Penny, and while she was still in bed, I would supply her with the books she loved. This took me several weeks, but I eventually had completed this goal as well. I honestly feel like I did get it a long time ago. If I could have gifted her more often than 2 times a week, this would have been done in year 3 easily. But I guess Concerned Ape knows better than me how often we can gift others, so it's fine. Now, on to the next impossible challenge, the hats. As I mentioned earlier, these 5 hats were completely impossible for me to get within my first 3 years, because the chance of you getting them, it's not luck, but it is actually seated on your game. So if you do not get them, then there is nothing that you can do. You need to get Elliot as a vendor to be able to buy from him the tricorn hat, Abigail so that she can sell you her own bow, and not only that, but you also need to have Emily give you 3 specific outfits to get the laurel wreath crown, the dark ball cap, and also the Jocha cap. The chance of you getting all of this within your first 3 years is already super rare, but we're not only on our first 3 years anymore, were we? So since I had recently discovered my time travel skills, I used that and the Stardew Valley predictor to get them. My first stop was actually back in time to spring 16 of year 5, where I found Abigail. I still had to go get enough calico eggs to buy it, but it was easy peasy. Then I had to go all the way to year 12. Yes, this was the closest hat I could obtain from the Desert Festival, and it was the one and only laurel wreath crown. This is one of the coolest outfits, and it is so sad that I would have to live 12 years just to see that it exists. Oh, but it gets worse. The next stop was year 21. That was finally the day where Lewis allowed Mr. Elliot have his own booth, only to sell me a hat that he doesn't even wear, the tricorn hat. Then we slept some more until year 26, where Emily gave me a new Halloween costume.
Dirty pirates?
That's it!
And had some supernatural interactions with my children. But finally, my very last stop was year 29, so I could finally get the hat that I've been waiting for, the Jocha cap. It took me 29 years to get all of these silly hats. Please, Concerned Ape, there's gotta be a better way of doing this. The good thing about this is that after all this hard work, we were at 120 hats. Sounds so crazy to say, considering that I have spent hours and hours on this challenge. But again, that was not enough. I still had to go back and look at my biggest challenge yet, the living hat. I unfortunately found myself in the exact same situation I was a few weeks ago, just grinding for the hat, restarting the same day over and over. Now, I don't think you understand how emotionally and physically painful this was, so I'm just going to put you through a little bit of what my pain was, okay? Okay.
Oh.
No, wait! No, wait!
I have it.
No,
I have it.
I flippin' hate you so much! Oh my god! Oh my god!
We have it.
Oh my gosh! Oh my god! What? How? Why? How? You've been doing this for an hour!
hour, less than an hour.
I think I've done 3.
You've been doing this for
3 or 4
literally
plays.
less than an hour. I've done it for days, weeks, months. I've been doing this for months. I hate you so much.
So what happened was that my husband, Mr. Smoothie, saw me struggling with this challenge for so long that he offered to help me out. I normally would just say no because I want to do it all by myself, but this time around, and after him asking for several weeks, I finally told him yes. And he freaking got it, I kid you not, in his first 30 minutes playing. It's not like I've been playing for a whole year just to find this living hat, but it's okay. But honestly, it didn't matter one single bit. We finally had the hat. We had finally gotten every single hat in the game. I was so proud, so relieved. All my goals were finally completed. I could finally rest. So just to review and brag a little bit, here are all the things we got accomplished. I have a full family with Sam, Eowyn, and Eomer. I have at least 2 of each animal in my farm, including the color variation of chickens. Here are the names if you're interested, I guess. Got all the Lupini originals, which are 9 total. Got all the 11 different color fish buns. Got every single giant crop. Yes, even Mr. Kid's ridiculous face. I gifted everyone all of their loved gifts. And I wanted to take a second to show all the villagers and their gifts because this was miserable. I'm never ever doing this again. But here's all the evidence that everyone got all of their favorite gifts. And please, someone check it out and confirm because I just need some reassurance that this was not a waste of time, okay? Oh, and last but definitely not least, we got every single hat in the game. All 121 of them will forever hold a place in our lovely farm. Literally. This is what I have been doing with that shed I talked to you about a while ago. This shed has the majority of the hats, but some of them are just going to be worn by my pets and my kids, myself, and the alien rare girl, just because it can. Which, by the way, I might do a little farm tour video, so stay tuned for that if you like farm tours and that kind of stuff. And so, this is how my last 336 plus day in the valley have gone. I say plus because if we were to count the amount of days that had to be restarted, plus the days I had to sleep to get to my last few goals, then my time spent on this save file would be at least double. That and all the many hours spent editing and working on getting the videos out does take me a whole lot, so I just wanted to take a second to thank you all for watching the whole movie till the end. It really means the world to me to see the love and support this channel gets. But anyway, my name is Mrs. Smoothie. Thank you so much for watching this video, and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye.